On the energy business. Every day I get up and do my thing, going to the internet and find everything I can about energy and climate change, and I put together for each item that I find interesting a synopsis, short synopsis, 50 words to 55 words, with a link to the original article. I package 10 to 15 of those together and put them up on a blog entry, and they get gathered up and put into our show, about 20, 21 of them. This, by the way, is Energy Week number 350, our 350th edition. Huh?
We've been doing it for a while.
We've been doing this for a while, that's right. And I have to appeal. I probably will continue doing this for forever.
Until we get enough to pay for it.
No, I think I'll just keep on going. BCTV will
we'll take a trip
find
to Florida.
things. I don't think so. BCTV will find things to do with any excess that comes in, and there has been no excess. If you donate to BCTV, which you can do at brattleboro.tv.org, and you use PayPal or a credit card, or even if you send in a check and write a note with a check. But when
I think you'll even take cash if you drop it off at the office.
I have been told that that is the case. In the place where you put the amount of money, you go down a little bit and you can leave a note, and you say in the note that it's for Energy Week if you want to donate for Energy Week. And that money gets credited to the money that we have to raise for the show. So, should we get going, Tom?
Might as well, can't dance.
Okay, I can't dance either. Is that something that happens when you get old? I think it is.
Well, what I will say here is that I obviously have to read these things in order to do the show.
Poor Tom.
Hey, it takes a long time.
I know it does.
And some of my notice are really well worth looking at.
Some of them.
One of them this week, I think, is almost mandatory.
Yeah.
We'll get to it later.
Some of them are amazing.
If it's a really good one, I'll try and mention it, because you might want to look at it.
You know, there was one that I didn't use because I knew that you'd be reading it all afternoon. And it was not.
Well, the last one I read, I cheated. I didn't read every word.
Okay. I will forgive you. Okay, we are starting on the 12th of December, which is a Thursday.
We're going to start with a picture.
If you go to, if you hear something that you think is interesting enough to go online, go to geoharvey.org, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. Click on the date on the calendar, and you'll find the 10 or 15 items for that date. That way you don't have to wade through everything. So this is December 12th, and the article is from CNN.
And we're going to start off with a picture.
We start off with a picture.
Which I got here.
Which you've got there.
Got here.
There you go. Who is that woman? Young woman.
Well, that's the Time Person of the Year.
Wow.
Climate crisis activist Greta Thunberg, Thunberg, or whatever you want.
Thunberg. Actually, if you hear her pronounce it, it sounds like...
It sounds very strange.
Thunberg.
Thunberg, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like, Brattleboro used to be spelled...
Brattleboro.
O-U-G-H.
Yeah.
And that G-H came because of that kind of pronunciation. That, that Scandinavian borough, which is the same as the German Berg.
Yeah.
And but in kind of offhanded English, it becomes Oro. So this would be Toonborough.
Toonborough.
But it's Thunberg. Anyway, you've read the title, and
I have read the title.
I will read the blurb. Time magazine has chosen Greta Thunberg. The Swedish climate activist is the person of the year. Thunberg, 16, is the youngest person ever chosen. Quote, Thunberg has become the biggest voice on the biggest issue facing the planet.
Say that again.
Thunberg has become the biggest voice on the biggest issue facing the planet. Time editor-in-chief Edward Felsenthal wrote. Now, I've said this before. I feel like writing an article for Clean Technica, Green Energy Times, for whatever, that has a picture of Greta and next to it a picture of Donald Trump. And the picture of Greta would say world leader, Greta Thunberg, world leader. the picture of Donald Trump not world leader. And if you think about it, what has Donald Trump done? Think about just think about the Paris Accord. The United States is the only country of any size that has not signed, that is withdrawing from the Paris Accord.
Yeah.
All of them signed it. The United States is withdrawing.
I mean, big ones, small ones, in between ones.
Why is Saudi Arabia not withdrawing? Why is Russia not withdrawing? They want a place at the table.
Yeah.
Donald Trump wants to withdraw.
And just turn his back on it.
Yeah, he wants to pretend that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And he did the same thing with the Iran nuclear agreement.
He
withdrew from that. Instead of maintaining a place at the table where he could influence things, he withdraws.
Yeah.
And,
Crazy.
you know, here is Greta Thunberg, who is 16 years old. What has she done? She stepped up to the plate at an age when a lot of people don't even know there's a plate. So, you know, my hat's off to her.
Well, a little quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
I mean, it just explains what's going on. Each year, Time features the most influential person, group, movement, or idea of the previous 12 months.
Yep.
Okay? Thunberg gained international attention for excoriating world leaders for their
did she do
inaction on climate crisis.
Yeah.
That's not my word. I don't use that word.
That she does not hold back.
No, she made the limelight. I mean, people stood
absolutely.
up and paid attention.
Absolutely. Okay. Is that enough?
That's enough for that one. Yep.
Okay. We've got an item now from VT Digger.
We're coming back closer to home.
Closer to home.
Renewable developers raise eyebrows over Green Mountain Power green energy trading application.
And you know, we talked about this last week.
Yeah.
That trading application where a person could have solar panels and sell the electricity to a business.
To a business, yep.
Okay.
Not a bad idea.
No. An effort by Vermont's largest electric utility to make it easier for business customers to buy green power is meeting with resistance from some renewable energy proponents. This is because the app allows trades from already established renewable energy systems.
Well, the problem is that they think it will lessen or could lessen the need to build new installations.
And, you know, I got news for you. I don't think it's going to
difference.
make any difference at all.
No.
I don't, and I think I don't know what this is, but I don't like the fact this is a pilot program. It only involves 200 customers.
Yeah.
People are not going to build systems to take advantage of this to begin
200
with.
customers. Good point.
You know.
It's an interesting picture on this website.
Yeah.
It's called a power flower.
Yes.
It's built in Vermont. It's a solar tracker.
Yeah.
And it looks like about a 20-foot wide flower.
Yeah.
And each of the petals
Yeah.
is a solar panel.
Is that All Earth Renewables doing that? I think it is.
What's the guy's name? Bittersdorf?
Blittersdorf.
Yeah, that's
David
the guy.
Blittersdorf.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. You know, and one of the nice things about Vermont is everybody is accessible. The governor of the state is accessible, and people know each other. You know, so it's if I wanted to talk to the head of the Department of Natural Resources,
You just walk into his office. I've walked around the state capitol building and just been amazed at the lack of, I'll call it security.
yeah.
You know, there's nobody there telling you what to do and where to go.
Well, the way I look at it is that people are available.
Exactly.
I've heard that you could talk to every legislator in Vermont in 1 year if you'd set out to do that, which is...
I don't think that'd be too difficult.
I don't think it would be difficult at all. And that would be just as an ordinary person. I want to talk with you. You know, knock on the door. I want to talk with you. Okay. We've got an item here with a picture.
Another picture coming up.
And that picture is local, by the way. This is
it's
from
right down the road.
Yeah, this is from Biomass Magazine.
Well, that's Vanguard Renewable situation in Deerfield.
Right.
And if you ever been to Deerfield, it's interesting. They built it as a farming community, you know, back in the 17th or century or so.
Yeah.
And all of the farms have frontage on the highway.
Yes.
And they're all narrow and thin.
Yes.
They go back for about a mile. And then, you know, there's another farm.
Yeah.
There's a technical reason behind that too, though.
Yeah.
Because back in those days, they farmed using oxen.
Yes.
Oxen don't like to turn around.
Well, there you go.
So they take them a mile before they made them turn around.
Oh, dear. Okay. What do you got for a title?
Dominion Energy and Vanguard Renewables partner on dairy renewable gas. And let's look at that picture there.
Yes.
You can see the blue vats there is where they're generating hydrogen, or, well,
Methane.
it's natural gas,
Yeah.
methane gas. And it's being stored in that red building
Yes.
with the balloons on the roof.
Yes.
Okay? So they're collecting methane, they're storing it, they bring it somewhere else where it's collected again, purified, and dumped into the gas grid.
Yep.
So basically it's a good idea.
Yeah. Let me read this. Dominion Energy and Vanguard Renewables announced a nationwide strategic partnership of over $200 million to convert methane from U.S. dairy farms to produce renewable natural gas to heat homes, power businesses, and fuel vehicles. I want to point out they are converting methane. They're not talking about creating methane, which in fact they're doing.
Well, the cows are creating.
The cows are going to create the methane, and you know what they're dealing with in these digesters would be producing a certain amount of methane in nature anyway. So they're actually reducing the methane load by composting it. And
well, one of the things they're doing is individually these farms would not be able to generate enough methane to make it worth collecting.
yeah,
And they got a whole bunch of farms all strung out where they
Yep.
got contracts with them.
right,
And they're making it worthwhile.
right. Although
Financially, doable.
there are over 1 million methane generators in China at people's homes where they're just converting household waste into methane.
They use it themselves.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. They
it's
use
a
their own
different
methane.
thing.
They use the methane for cooking.
And refrigeration.
Do they?
Yeah.
I suppose they could.
Well,
Why
they could,
not?
yeah.
That we should do a show about absorption cooling, because the whole idea is
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, but if you
Use
go
heat
through it
to make cold.
That's right. If you go through it one step at a time, all of a sudden you start saying, "Wait a minute, that really works." And then you go back, and you know who got the latest patent on that method? The guy who really kind of topped it off.
Who?
Albert Einstein.
Was it Einstein?
I sat there looking at that and saying to myself, whoever did this was an absolute genius.
He's an Einstein.
It's Albert Einstein. Okay, should we move on?
There's a takeaway
Oh,
here.
go ahead.
Multiple projects are under development nationwide,
Yep.
which will substantially reduce methane emissions. And methane is a greenhouse gas approximately 25 times more potent
Powerful,
than
yeah.
carbon dioxide.
Right.
And they mentioned later in an article, sulfur hexafluoride, widely used in the electrical industry, is 23,500 times more warming
Yeah.
than CO2.
Yeah.
So they got to stop using that stuff.
They've got
That's
a
what they
bunch,
put in transformers.
whole bunch of stuff that they've
Oh,
got to
yeah.
stop using. Okay, we are up to Friday,
And we got a
December
picture coming up
23rd. We
here.
have a picture here of young activists.
Looks like, what is it? They're singing, I think.
Well, they may be singing or just screaming their heads off. I wouldn't blame them if they were doing the latter.
Well, it's a picture of young activists storming the COP25 stage.
Yeah, this is from Echo Watch. Young activists took over and occupied the main stage at the COP25 climate conference in Madrid. They demanded world leaders commit to a far more ambitious action to address the ecological emergency. Quote, "World leaders have left us no choice," end quote, said 14-year-old Alexandria Villaseñor of New York.
Well, the action took place after a plenary session that included speeches from youth climate activist Greta Thunberg of Sweden and Hilda Flavia Nakabuye, I think that's how you say it, of Uganda.
How do these people in Uganda get names like that?
Well, they translated it. Her real name is Smith.
I was going to say, why can't I have a name like Nakabuye? Maybe I should change my name. Okay. You got more on that one?
No, we got a pretty. I covered that one.
Okay. Our next item is from Utility Dive.
Natural gas plant replacing the Los Angeles coal power, which is going to be 100% hydrogen by 2045.
Fascinating.
This is a good idea.
This is fascinating. They're actually doing this. Los Angeles Municipal Utility is planning to convert a Utah power operation from coal,
which is not in Los Angeles.
No, it's not, to natural gas, and then from natural gas to 100% hydrogen by 2045.
Little by little.
Little by little. They're actually starting at 30% natural gas. The gas-fired generation is replacing an 1,800 megawatt coal plant, which will cease operations one way or the other in 2025.
I didn't get from the article whether they bought that plant or they just contracted to use it.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But you know,
it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't that much. But the idea that they're taking this coal burning plant and converting it to natural gas, which is happening a lot, but then they're replacing the natural gas with
hydrogen.
And they're starting at 30% and adding little by little, as you said, until 2045. Now, the hydrogen is going to replace where does the hydrogen come from?
From hydrolysis of water.
Yeah, which is powered by
electricity.
Electricity from wind or solar. It doesn't
economically. It doesn't make sense, but it's a huge battery.
It's like one of those things, the old business of Yankee ingenuity. You lose money on each individual sale, but you make it up on the volume.
well, yeah, and there's something that you got to dig through the article to find out. This plant sits above an underground salt dome.
Yes, that's the
big
other
enough
thing.
to store high pressure hydrogen for years.
Yes.
So that when they're generating electricity and not going to use it, they generate hydrogen and put it in the ground.
Absolutely. And you know what?
Pull it up later when they need it.
You know what happens when the grid has got too much electricity and you've got solar plants and wind plants pumping it in?
They curtail it.
They get curtailed.
Yeah.
And what do you do with this? Nothing is done with that electricity that they would be making.
If you can save it, you're ahead of the game.
Exactly. You can make it into hydrogen. It doesn't cost anything because it would have been curtailed otherwise.
It's free energy. Yeah,
it's basically free energy.
It's costing you, but it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we are up to another picture. This is why do we have so many pictures of Block Island?
Because it's the only thing going on the East Coast.
It's the only thing going in the United States.
Yeah, right.
Okay, this is from UN Environment. That's UN as in United Nations.
United Nations. New report envisages a 10-fold increase in global wind power by 2050. That's 10 times, folks.
Yeah, an International Renewable Energy Agency report says deep electrification, accelerated deployment of renewables, and greater energy efficiency can together achieve over 90% of energy-related CO2 emission reductions needed by 2050 to meet the Paris climate targets. This is interesting to me because they're saying they can do this with just wind power.
Just wind power, yep.
And you know, this is like, can we make it to this place we want to go?
Well, certainly I've read more than once that there's more than enough wind power potential in the Atlantic shelf off the East Coast to power the entire country.
And there's more than enough solar power in whatever, Texas, whatever you want, to power the entire country. And, you know, you can put batteries by the way, big article today, we'll talk about it next week. Vermont is getting 65 megawatts of storage.
Good.
Yeah. And guess what kind of storage?
Batteries?
Compressed air.
Compressed air? No kidding.
Yeah.
No, that's the first time I've heard of that one.
It's going to be the first big compressed air place in the United States.
Where's it going to be?
They're going to liquid. They're compressing it all the way to liquid.
All the way down to liquid.
It's going to be in the northern part of the state, and the reason they're putting it in is because of transmission. It's cheaper than putting in new transmission lines.
That's an interesting concept, isn't it? Well, that's good, because they're building transmission lines now that they're not going to need in 20 years.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay.
It's a different model that's developing.
Okay.
Well, I got a little takeaway here. The pace of development of offshore wind technologies is faster than most people would have expected.
Yep.
Okay, so it's happening. Larger wind turbines, which we've talked about, are enabling more efficient energy production and lower electricity costs. And they're getting big now.
They're getting big.
Floating wind farms, this is something that just popping up, can effectively exploit abundant wind potential in deeper waters.
Yes.
Okay, they don't have to rest on the bottom. They can float.
Yep.
And wind power could cover more than a third of global power needs, becoming the world's foremost generation source.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So burning coal is out of style, guys.
Burning coal is out of style. Natural gas is next. Okay, we are up to Saturday, the 14th of December, with an article from Utility Dive.
And we got an interesting one here. Massachusetts Attorney General Healy stokes grassroots effort for clean energy market rules in the ISO. That's the Independent Grid Operator.
Yeah. Okay. Massachusetts Attorney General Maura Healey launched an online effort to educate ratepayers about the region's grid operator, ISO New England. Included in the effort is a petition for market rules that promote clean energy. I found it interesting that the Attorney General is doing this.
Well, in this particular case, the Attorney General in Massachusetts is the state's rate power advocate.
Yes.
We have a rate power advocate here in Vermont.
But it is not the Attorney General.
No. The Attorney General himself is the boss man. But we got a separate group that's what they do.
Yes.
Public service, I don't know, there's two public service entities.
Yes, I know, it's very confusing.
We got public service board.
Yep.
And a public service what?
Commission?
Commission, I guess. Yeah, it's a commission and a board. I'm not sure which one is which, but one of them represents the ratepayers.
Yes.
And the other one sets the rates.
But here, in Massachusetts, it's the Attorney General.
Well, this was a confusing article of what it appears is Vineyard Wind missed a deadline and was not able to participate in a power auction.
Yeah.
So they're suing the state. And they said it could have resulted in higher rates, and the independent service operator disagreed, and that's what this is all about.
Well, yeah, okay.
Kind of confusing.
It is a confusing situation.
We got another picture coming up here, and it's interesting here.
This is a woman who's growing her own vegetables. How remarkable.
Which I think, if you can do it, is a good idea.
I think, have you ever heard of a town in New Jersey called Victory Gardens?
No, I haven't.
Well, there is a town in New Jersey called Victory Gardens.
Yeah.
During the Second World War, when everything was
we had Victory Gardens.
We had Victory Gardens, and here we need Victory Gardens for energy. We're not trying to beat the Axis powers. We're trying to keep the world alive.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
It really does make sense.
Can
kitchen gardens combat climate change?
This is from the BBC. Growing fruit and vegetables in the garden is already seen as environmentally friendly, but it could also be a weapon in the fight against climate change. That has been the experience of a community in Bangladesh whose rice crop was ruined when seasonal rains came up early.
This is dependent on rice crops.
Yeah, this is a little confusing too. Basically what happened here was they had their rice crop destroyed. That meant they had no income and not enough food.
Yeah.
And in order to make up for that, they had to grow crops that they could eat. And
makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, a seasonal rain should have come 2 months earlier. Or 2 months later, I mean.
Yep.
Health and climate experts have begun educating the community to grow their own food on higher ground, which is just what you said.
Yes.
Where they could grow a more nutritionally varied crop of fruits and
They're going to be better off for growing these foods. Yeah.
I mean, the world around, people subsist on rice. And it's easy. They've been doing it for centuries.
I forget
but there's better ways to do things.
Yeah, I forget what the percentage was, but it was given in the article, and it was high. It was like 75% of their calories come from rice.
Yeah.
Okay, our next item is from CNBC.
This is an interesting and informative article.
Oh boy,
this is a good one. This is. I would say it's a must see if you
read.
can.
Yeah, absolutely.
U.S. has only one offshore energy wind farm,
which we've seen already in this show.
But a $70 billion market is on the way, and there's a very good video in it.
Yes,
about 7 minutes, worth watching.
Yep. Today, from Maine to Virginia, states are poised to join a renewable energy revolution that will provide abundant, clean energy, create tens of thousands of jobs, revitalize port cities, and spur economic growth in dozens of coastal communities.
It's starting to happen already.
It is, absolutely. It's going on. This is not somebody saying maybe someday in the future, we'll have pie in the sky by and by.
Huh. It's happening in New Bedford right now.
It's happening.
You used to live there, didn't
all
you?
up and down. No, I lived in Plymouth.
Plymouth, okay.
In Plymouth.
Well, that's pretty close.
Yeah. We had that video of what was her name? Jessica Kilroy, up on a wind turbine repairing it.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
A cute young woman who flies all over the United States, climbing wind turbines.
Making good money.
Making good money. And who is also a musician. And when I saw the video, I thought, that place looks awfully familiar to me. And if you had no trees on the ground, you would have been able to see the house that I lived in the video because it was right there.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, offshore wind has the potential to generate more than 2,000 gigawatts. And you've heard me say gigawatts means bigawatts.
Big. Yes, that's right. This is 2 terawatts.
2,000
this
gigawatts
is the equivalent
capacity
of
per year.
Yeah.
Nearly double the nation's current electricity use. The whole nation.
Double the use. This is like 2,000 large nuclear reactors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, okay, let's account for capacity factors.
Okay.
This is like 2,000 small nuclear reactors or 1,000 large nuclear reactors because offshore wind has about half the capacity factor of nuclear.
Well, costs have come down.
Costs have come down.
Technology has gone up.
Yep.
And states have mandated ambitious renewable energy goals.
And those Haliade turbines, one of them would power Brattleboro.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're big.
They are big. Yeah.
Public sentiment is also high to reduce dependence on fossil fuels.
Yeah.
It's a win-win situation.
It absolutely is.
It is estimated there will be a $70 billion offshore wind business pipeline in the U.S. by 2030. And it's starting already.
This is huge. This is going to employ more people than, well, it's going to, renewable energy is one of the reasons why jobs in the United States keep being created.
Well, it's one of the growth areas in the U.S.
Big
right
growth,
now.
although it has suffered under Donald Trump.
Well, it's a hoax.
Yeah, right. Okay.
But we got another
we are up
picture
to
coming
Sunday,
up here.
December 15th, and we have a picture of a science class. And one of the things I find interesting about this is that this is in an area of Colorado that has historically been dependent on coal.
Exactly.
What do you got for
How
a title?
coal country becomes solar country.
Yeah. This is from the Atlantic. In Colorado's North Fork Valley, solar energy, along with strong organic farm economy and recreation dollars, is helping fill the economic hole left by the dying coal industry, which sustained the area for more than 120 years. 2 of Delta County's 3 mines have already closed. The other one is clearly in trouble.
Well, that's what's going on. It's an area which has historically relied on coal mines.
Yeah.
And the market isn't there.
Yep.
And they've closed 2 of the mines. I guess the mining company's going bankrupt.
Well, the mining companies are going bankrupt, and
solar and renewables are getting cheaper.
Yep.
And a local high school now offers a solar energy training class,
Isn't
which
that
is what we're
interesting?
looking at right there.
Yes, that's right.
Which trains students for careers in solar energy.
Yep. Okay, our next one is from Clean Technica.
It certainly is. And I guess I'll put you up there.
Put me up?
70% of Americans support solar mandate on new homes.
This is interesting.
Interesting story.
CITE Research recently conducted a survey for Vivint Solar and found 70% of Americans said they would support a nationwide mandate that required solar panels be installed on all newly built homes. The survey was conducted online, and 2,000 U.S. adults aged 25 and up participated.
Well, with nearly 1 million new homes built annually, this would be equivalent to driving 12 billion fewer miles a year.
12 billion is a lot.
Yeah.
That's 12 gigamiles. 12 bigamiles.
Never thought of it that way. It is.
Bigamiles. Reminds me of an old joke. Do you know what a bigamist is?
A bigamist.
A bigamist is a large Italian fog.
Oh, okay. I knew it had something to do with the weather. Now,
how do you do it? How do you do what you want to do? Okay, we're up to an item from ABC News.
I've got a picture here.
And ABC News is not American Broadcasting Company.
No,
it's Australian Broadcasting Company.
And that's a picture from COP25.
Yep.
And the headline is, UN COP25 summit ends with anger.
Yeah.
Ends in anger, with global warming's window of escape getting harder.
Major economies.
You can explain what that means.
Yeah. Major economies have resisted calls for bolder commitments as a UN summit in Madrid limped toward a delayed conclusion, dimming any hopes that national governments would act in time to mitigate the impacts of climate change. What this means is these kids are getting angry, and they're getting angrier, and they're getting angrier. And basically, what we're seeing is old fuddy-duddy politicians and people who have a lot of money blocking their future from being one that they can be happy in.
Well, that's one of their gripes. That's their biggest gripe. What are you doing to my future?
The farther we go down the road, the closer we get to rebellion. And when I'm talking about rebellion here, I'm talking about, okay, you've been blocking climate change. You know, you could point at Donald Trump or Mitch McConnell or whatever. Now it's time for you to go to jail.
Well, what it seems is in this COP25, the big countries like us and Australia, India, they've bullied the little countries.
Yes.
Okay, so that what they come out with is beneficial to the big countries. They really don't seem to want to do much.
They don't want to do much. And I got news for you. The chickens are going to come home to roost. And it doesn't have to be rebellion. Maybe I'm way off about that. But climate change is happening. And if we don't do something about it, it's just going to get worse faster.
It's going to come back and bite us, guys.
It's already doing it.
Biting us already.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we're up to Monday, December 16th here.
We are indeed.
And we got Georgia Power. Inaction on renewables may lead to the loss of a large industrial customer.
Yeah.
Interesting story.
Energy and Policy Institute produced this. Last April, Georgia Power filed a complaint with the Georgia Public Service Commission to block a competing utility from providing Nestle Purina with renewable electricity at a lower price than its own. This, of course, is people who are saying we need to have the free market at work. The case is now being considered by the Public Service Commission.
Well, what's going on here is Georgia Power, like a lot of large companies in a lot of states, has an exclusive monopoly.
Yeah.
Okay. And the monopoly forbids Nestle from buying electricity from a competitor. But there's a loophole. Okay. If you have previously purchased electricity from somebody else, you can continue to.
Yes.
And what they're saying is the previous owner of the building did, but that doesn't count.
Well, and
that's what it's all about.
I got news for you.
They want to get the cheaper power.
Yes.
From, which just happens to be all renewable.
Right.
From an alternative source. And Georgia Power is saying, you can't do it, guys. We got a monopoly.
I got news for you. Nestle Purina doesn't need to buy power from Georgia Power. They can put the solar panels on the roofs.
I was just going to say, why don't they just do it themselves?
They don't have to, you know. And the utilities who are fighting so hard against this are they're going to be washed away in the tide. It's just, I don't know.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, why doesn't Nestle as you said, just turn around and say, okay, guys,
well, it's cheaper
take my
for them.
football and go home.
Yeah, it's cheaper for them to
buy the power,
buy the
to
power
make it themselves.
For right now. They'd rather make it themselves, and rather do that than make it themselves. So they're gonna fight this. And as a matter of fact, if you look at things that happen, like with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission or whatnot, companies are getting extensions on their licenses from the NRC that go now to 80 years. And why are they doing that? They should know that those reactors are not going to be running after 60 years, because the economic conditions are just not going
to make sense.
However, if they act on that and it turns out that that's wrong, then they've got a problem. They've got to scramble. So that's why they do it. It's not very expensive to get the license, even though you're pretty sure that it's not going to be useful in the future. So they do that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a picture of Greta Thunberg
coming up here. Is that who that is?
That certainly looks like Greta
looks
Thunberg.
Like her.
This is from the Christian Science Monitor.
Why Madrid Climate Summit fell short of global expectations.
COP25 climate negotiations, the longest in 25 such gatherings, ended with major polluters resisting calls to ramp up efforts to keep global warming at bay. Here is a look at the major issues involved and the sticking points for future negotiations.
Well, what the article is saying is major players who needed to deliver in Madrid did not live up to expectations. Now, the major players is the big guys.
Yeah, okay? Hopes.
But thanks to a progressive alliance of small island states,
yes,
European, Asian, and Latin American countries, they obtained the best possible outcome.
Well, yeah, that's something we should point out, is that they
didn't get everything they wanted, but they got
They didn't even come close to getting everything they wanted, but at least things weren't a complete tragedy.
Well, there's a takeaway here.
Yeah.
Emissions, this is reality, need to be cut in half by 2030.
Yeah.
And net zero emissions need to be a reality by 2050.
Yep.
Okay?
That's
Achieving this is possible with existing technologies in our current economy.
Yes.
Market mechanisms can speed up this shift by putting a price on CO2.
There are a lot of ways you can speed up this shift. The thing that I'm afraid of is that we are going to have a president of the United States who says, by the way, everything is being rationed, and that includes cars. And you are not allowed to buy new cars with internal combustion. Yeah, I mean, in 1942, the federal government
in World War II, they did exactly that.
You were not allowed. Gasoline was rationed. It was limited to 3 to 4 gallons per household per week, and in order to get that ration, you had to have a certificate saying that you needed a car. And you had to have a certificate saying that your household had no more than 5 tires.
No more than 5 tires?
No more than 5 tires.
Including the ones on your car?
Yeah. Which means, okay, if you had 2 people going to 2 different destinations, maybe you could get by with 2 different motorcycles, but and one of them could have a sidecar. But, you know, and that happened in this country, and they went to the automotive industry and they said, you're not allowed to sell cars anymore, including the ones on the dealers' lots.
Yeah.
So,
that's
okay.
What happened.
Clean Technica is next.
All the good, quote, or not quote, parentheses, under the radar news about renewable energy.
The National Renewable Energy Laboratory came out with 3 reports last week that should give stakeholders in fossil fuels the willies. Big solar arrays and wind farms make big headlines, but these reports deal with behind-the-scenes research that carries more weight.
The first report was wind energy.
Yeah.
And they said we've barely scratched the surface
of
the wind potential, which we've said on this show.
Yes, absolutely.
Second report covers what happens when a wind or solar farm produces too much electricity for the grid to absorb.
And this is fun.
And we'll touch base on this one again in this show. And the third model is, and this is they're promoting their own thing here, a free online photovoltaic system performance and cost calculator, which enables you to figure out what's going on or what the potential is.
I had forgotten that third one. I had forgotten the third.
It almost doesn't make sense. It almost doesn't fit in
But
with the other two.
if your power is being curtailed, you can use it for something else locally, like
That's
charging
the
a
whole
battery.
point. You can sell it. If you're going to have surplus power, you can figure out how to sell it.
Yeah.
And they didn't even spell it out that easily, how to
Yeah.
read between the lines.
Okay.
But we got a nice picture coming up
We
here.
are up to Tuesday, December 17th, and we have a picture of
Put the picture up.
Disco Bay. Disco
I
Bay
can hear
is
the
in
music now.
Greenland. Disco is the name of...
It's the name of a town. It's in the southwest corner of Greenland.
Yeah, but it was also a name of a character named after that town in Captain's Courageous. That's what it was. You remember?
Don't know that
Rudyard Kipling wrote the book. It was about a boy who fell overboard from an ocean liner, and he was picked up by a fisherman.
Oh.
And Disco was one of the fishermen on the fishing boat.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Disco Bay.
That's Disco Bay.
Yes.
And I'll leave it up there for a while.
Okay.
Greenland ice melt matches worst IPCC predictions.
This is from KJZZ.
Not good news.
No, it's not. But we're hitting this over and over and over and over again. New findings by an international team of researchers show that melting of Greenland's ice sheet over the last 26 years are close to the most pessimistic predictions of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. The research paper appears in the journal Nature.
Yeah,
and
it does.
Basically what they're saying is, when all these people at the various organizations put together their models and their projections and so forth of what would happen with climate change, they had a best case scenario, a worst case scenario, and a middle scenario. And it looks like we're heading for the worst case scenario.
Unfortunately.
And which brings me to the point about Donald Trump being the anointed one.
Yeah.
Anointed for what?
Well,
maybe to show us that there's something wrong with worshiping Mammon.
Well, satellite measurements found that Greenland lost 4 trillion tons of ice since 1992.
Wow.
That's a lot, folks.
Yeah.
And it didn't raise the sea level much, but it's a measurable amount.
Yeah.
About a half an inch.
Yeah.
Okay? It doesn't sound like much. There's a lot of big oceans there.
There's a lot of...
all of the sea levels. Some of them went up more than that.
Yeah.
Some of them went up less.
Just Greenland also. There's other areas that are melting and similarly.
Well, parts of Antarctica.
Yeah.
And parts of the extreme southern tip of South America.
And the glaciers in the Himalayas and things like that. All that water is going to go someplace.
Well, the island's ice sheets contain enough water, they're talking about Greenland here, to raise the mean global sea level by 20 to 24 feet.
20 to 24 feet is...
And just what's happened if all of the ice in Greenland melted.
Yeah. And that's just Greenland.
Just Greenland.
And there's not much going on that will prevent that melting from happening, which means that Mar-a-Lago is going to be on ocean bed.
Well, we've talked about that one before.
We have. Okay, our next item is from The Guardian.
It is that. World demand for coal falls despite growth in Asia.
Global demand for coal has fallen this year for the first time in 2 years as Europe and the United States turn their back on coal-fired power plants in favor of cheap gas and renewable energy, an International Energy Agency report found. The future of coal now rests largely in China. About half the coal being burned in the world is in China.
Well, that's just what I was going to say. Coal remains the world's largest single source of energy generation, half of which is produced in China.
Yeah.
Okay? The decline in the use of coal was led by steep cuts in coal demand from Europe and the U.S.
Yes.
Which we've talked about, which is due to abundant, cheaper alternatives such as renewable energy and gas.
Yep.
It's economics, guys.
It is.
Okay?
It is economics.
Coal is disappearing in many advanced economies, but it remains resilient as even continuing to grow in developing Asia.
Yeah, and that will not last very long, I'm pretty sure.
Well, the economics aren't there.
The economics are not there, and the people in these countries are going to realize that pretty quickly. Okay, here is a depressing photograph.
We got a picture coming up, and I'll start with the picture.
This is from BBC.
That's an artisanal mine.
Artisanal mine.
Artisanal mine, whatever.
I didn't know that word. I knew of artisanal cheeses, but I didn't know exactly what it meant.
That means that guy there
is doing
by himself is his own coal mine.
Yeah, doing it by hand.
cobalt mining. This particular
he's doing
case.
cobalt mining.
Top tech firms sued over Democratic Republic of Congo cobalt mining deaths.
This is from BBC. I think I said that, but I apologize for saying it twice. Apple.
Well, it is from BBC. So.
Yeah, Apple, Google, Tesla, and Microsoft are among the firms named in a lawsuit seeking damages over deaths and injuries of child miners in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where 60% of the world's supply of cobalt is produced. Cobalt is an important material for lithium-ion batteries. And by the way,
it's been linked to child labor, which of course the country denies, but it's happening.
Yeah, well, some lithium batteries, lithium phosphate, or what they call LiFePO4, lithium phosphate, lithium LIFE, LiFePO, lithium iron phosphate batteries don't use cobalt. And IBM just today announced that it's got a new battery. That,
oh yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
We will not talk about that in the next show because the next show that we record will be 2 weeks from now, and I've got to limit the number of items. So it's already out.
No, we'll get to it eventually.
We will. But this is yeah, okay, what do you got? Nothing?
Top tech firms sued over Democratic Republic of Congo cobalt mining deaths. So what they've complained about is kids
dying. Children.
Kids aren't supposed to be doing it. They're doing it, and they're dying.
And they're dying. Okay, we're up to Wednesday, December 18th, and we have a picture here.
You got a picture here.
This is a picture of a Chinese hoax happening on a global scale.
Amazing. It's a Chinese hoax, isn't it?
Yes, it
all
is.
That
how did they get all that red stuff all over that chart?
Well, Australia has been, it says that. Australia has been getting warmer. Australian heat wave. Nation endures the hottest day on record.
And this, interestingly, well, we talked about it. All right, let me just read this. Australia has experienced its hottest day on record with a national average for the high temperature reaching 40.9 degrees Celsius, which is 105.6 degrees Fahrenheit. The Bureau of Meteorology said heat on 17 December exceeded the previous record of 40.3 degrees set on the 7th of January 2013. In some places, high temperatures were up at 45 degrees Celsius. And by the way...
Well, Australia's upside down. So
yes,
it's summer for them.
Yes, that's right. This heat that they had was exceeded today, yesterday, really? And it was in today's news. The record that was set the day before yesterday was 40.9. Today it was 41.9 degrees Celsius. So it was over 107 degrees. Tom, this is the average hot temperature for all weather stations in a country that's as big as the United States almost.
Pretty close to it.
It's the average high temperature.
So everybody's getting hot.
The whole country is overheating. And
it's worse than that, because the record comes as the nation battles a severe drought and bushfire crisis, which we've talked about.
Yes, and summer isn't even here.
Summer's just starting.
It's just about to start, and they're really worried. I mean, we talked last week about a fire that had a front 37 miles long.
Yeah, we did.
And it was just outside of Sydney, and they don't think they can stop it. What does
That's
this
what
mean?
we said, yep.
And people look at this and say this is a hoax. Why don't you put that?
Australia's been in a drought for as much as 7 years.
Yeah, why don't you put that graph back up?
I think I can.
This is a graph of the high temperatures for
it's the graph of all of the temperatures.
Yeah,
but they're all high on this.
No, this is the average. What is this?
Annual mean temperature.
Oh, it's the annual.
This is the difference above or below average.
Right. This is a difference above or below.
The black line in the middle and 0 is the average.
It's the average. And what are we seeing here? Sometime around 1950, the temperatures started going up. And they have been going up, and they're continuing to go up. And, you know, we haven't had a...
And it just gets worse.
It just gets worse. And this year it's going to get even worse. Well, where are we going?
Well, heat waves are Australia's deadliest natural disaster.
Yeah.
Okay? And they've killed thousands more people than bushfires or floods. Just a heat wave alone. Yep. So Australia's in trouble.
They go out, people go out and they die. That's what they're saying.
That's what's happening.
Yeah. Okay. We have an item here from Inside Climate News.
Earth's hottest decade on record, capped by years of extreme storms and deadly wildfires. That's all over the place.
That's all over the place. This is for the entire world. Deadly heat waves, wildfires, and pervasive flooding in 2019 punctuated a decade of climate extremes that may show global warming kicking into overdrive. Scientists say 2019 was the Earth's second warmest year on record, or at least it may prove to be. And if it is, then that means that the 6 hottest years on record are the last 6 years.
Are the last 6 years.
How did the Chinese do that?
I mean, they didn't. It's a hoax.
No, that's what I mean. How did they do this? I know what it is. They've got so many people in China that they can hire thousands of them to go around and mess with weather reading stuff at weather stations.
That's what's happening. They're warming up the thermometers.
You know,
well, this is a particularly informative article.
Yes,
it's a
it is.
Long one, and I would say this one is well worth reading.
Yeah.
A lot of pictures in it. Most of those pictures are graphs. So if you like graphs.
Yes. Yeah. That's actually why I didn't include a picture on this one, because there were so many graphs.
And there were
not very, but the graphs show what's going on. And again, this is it's global warming is a complicated thing where the fact that the climate is changing to the warmer side means that the oceans are warmer.
That's what's happening.
So the oceans find it easier to evaporate. They're warm the air, but also evaporate to put.
So there's more moisture.
There's more moisture in the air. As the oceans warm, there is more moisture in the air above them, but the air above them can hold more moisture.
So they're spawning tropical storms.
They're making tropical storms, but in other places, such as Australia.
They're just raising the temperature.
They're just raising the temperature, and a lot of that is because of the way the what do they call the air movement that increases or decreases speed of planes. The jet stream.
Yeah,
the Australian jet stream is not carrying that water into the country, and also. One of the things they're finding in Australia is that the clouds that go over them, first of all, don't produce rain necessarily, but second of all, are very likely to hold the heat in.
Okay.
And they don't produce rain because the air below them is so hot that they don't hit cold air that cools them off to have the water condense. On the other hand...
We didn't talk about this on a show, but the article mentions that a huge section of the U.S. breadbasket region was swamped by floodwater.
That's the flip side of the climate problem, is you've either got high temperatures producing drought, or you've got bad weather producing floods.
And we got wildfires starting in weird places like the UK.
And Greenland.
In Greenland, yeah. Wildfires in Greenland?
What
I didn't know there was enough trees.
Well, you don't need trees for wildfires.
No.
Just the brush that's on the ground is enough for that. Okay, should we go to the United States and complain about the U.S. Capitol?
Got a picture here now.
Yeah.
I bet I can find it. There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
This is from
You'll recognize that picture, don't you?
Yeah. This is from Green Tech Media.
U.S. lawmakers stiff solar. Wind gets a modest victory in a tax deal.
After months of lobbying, the clean energy industry secured minimal tax credit extensions in the $1.37 trillion end-of-year deal. This is a budget deal. It included $250 million for programs to aid advanced nuclear reactors.
Oh, we need that.
But solar power and electric vehicles were left out. So the decreases in the tax credits for solar and electric vehicles have...
They didn't happen.
Well, they haven't been stalled. They were built into a schedule, and the schedule is moving ahead without them. They did get an advantage with wind power, though.
Wind benefited, well, offshore wind anyhow.
Yeah. And so, you know, it's an interesting thing to see this along with other news for the day that came up. For example, there was an article that came up about, or was this was earlier in, no, this is a different article that I've got in mind, but it was one that we talked about earlier, where there were people in a county in Colorado where the coal-based economy.
We just talked about it.
We just talked about it. But in Appalachia, there are places where coal miners are out of work, and it's bad. And so they've been looking for ways to get new jobs, and the new jobs are appearing in the solar industry. But guess what? The solar industry is under siege by the Trump tariffs.
Yeah.
So, you know, the federal government is not helping people in this country.
Well, Trump particularly is trying to renew coal, and he's lost it. He's lost that war.
He had more coal
Stop
plants.
talking about it.
Yeah, he had more coal plants closed in the first 2 years of his reign than were closed in the first 4 years that Obama was in office.
Yeah.
This is Trump saving coal. Again, you know,
I think he was just misinformed from the beginning. You know, you say he was going to put his money on coal, and
but he's misinformed by everything, about everything. I mean, I think when I was 12 years old, I knew that the President of the United States could not be saved from an impeachment by the Supreme Court. But Trump was saying that he wanted the Supreme Court to save him from being impeached, as though he expected. This is a man who doesn't know what's going on, and yet he's President of the United States, and the Republican Party is supporting him.
Well, one of the fears is he's going to declare a state of emergency and stay in office forever.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think he'll get away with it, but he sure as hell could try it.
No. He can declare a state of emergency, but you cannot shut down the Congress by declaring a state of emergency. It can't.
No, that's not going to happen.
State of emergency, you can go to the country and say, state of emergency, we're not going to allow you to drive your car anymore. That's one thing. But saying that there's a state of emergency, the Congress is not allowed to...
That doesn't mean he wouldn't say it.
It doesn't. You know, unfortunately, I think he's a man who would do anything.
I think so.
He said, you know, that his voters were so loyal he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose a vote. And I actually looked that up today because that stuff was going up in the news. And, you know...
Yeah, he said something almost exactly like that. Shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue.
Yeah,
get away with it.
He could get away with it because people are in favor of Donald Trump. Well, I think that's probably right. And people are in denial about the situation that they're in. And the reason why this whole thing is working together is because of the ways that con artists work, where a con artist finds out what you desperately want and then he offers it to you. And that's what's happened. And people have, you know, and the reason I never favored Donald Trump, in fact, I was really kind of violently against him, was because I could see he was a con artist. There was no way he was going to deliver on his promises.
Well, all you got to do is look at his history.
Yeah.
That's just what he's done all his life.
Trump University. Well, it's
well,
playing out.
How many times did he go bankrupt?
6.
He stiffed people 6 times.
That's
big
right.
Time.
Yeah. And it's playing out in our climate, and that's unfortunate. Okay,
well, I think we've
time to
run through everything we
escape.
were going to touch base on.
Yep, time to retreat. Have a perfectly lovely week, everybody.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
Sagawa. I'm the vice chair of the Development Review Board, and I'm calling the meeting to order at 7:01. And I have some opening remarks. I don't know if you guys have heard these before or not, but anyway, I have to read them, so here we go. At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. Broadly, this means we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties, and then issue a written decision with our finding. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that as we are on the record, this is your opportunity to comment on and provide evidence regarding an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, the court will not take or consider additional testimony at its hearings, but it will look at the evidence from our hearing, the regulations, and determine if the evidence supports the findings and the decision of this board. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by the board. So I strongly urge all of you to speak up at this meeting, and I think you're all planning to anyway, so. As we are on the record, we are going to ask that you affirm your testimony will be truthful. So would the applicants and anyone wishing to speak to an application, please affirm the following. I hereby affirm.
Raise your hand, no?
Yeah.
I hereby affirm.
You don't have to repeat
it.
after me.
Okay.
Until the end, and then you can just say I do.
Okay.
I hereby affirm that the evidence I give in the case under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Applicants require a majority of the full board to succeed. That's 4 votes out of 7. We don't have quite 7 people, but we do have a quorum. If we do not have a full board present to hear your application, then we will consider a request to continue your application to the next hearing. So if you think things aren't going to go your way or something, you can request that we continue. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. While we may vote on an application, it is the written decision that controls the timeline for appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town does not have a special status before this board. Documents provided to the board by the town planning department, town attorney, or other town departments will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant and all other interested parties. So, I have a motion to approve the minutes of, what's our last meeting?
November 20th.
November 20th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Anybody opposed? No? Everybody was sworn in. So, yeah.
Yeah, we've been properly warned.
You were properly, we've
Yep,
been properly,
yep.
yeah, I saw it in the paper, actually. So,
Yep.
and
Twice, actually, because this was on last meeting as well.
Here comes
Pardon my lateness.
straight. So, I'm still gonna appoint you,
Okay.
Ian. Okay, does anybody have any conflicts of interest or had any ex parte communication foundations? Okay. So, the first case on the agenda is 2019-156, Timothy Kavanaugh and Diane Leary. Do you want to come and take a seat there? That microphone is only for the television, so you have to speak up, so
Oh,
we can,
okay.
so we can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Can you introduce yourselves and then talk about your project?
Okay, and have you had an, do you, prior to this, do you look at the?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all
Oh,
right,
yeah.
I just want to, all right, I'm Diane Leary,
I'm Tim Kavanaugh.
and we both live, we're married, and we live at 55 Bonnievale Road in Brattleboro. On September 23rd of this year, almost 3 months ago, our garage caught on fire, was totally destroyed, and has since been taken down, and we have filled out a form, we'd like to rebuild a garage on the same site that the previous garage was. And can I introduce another person? Mike Kraus is here with us. Mike Kraus is the man we've been working with, the contractor.
Yeah.
He demolished, he took down the previous one, and if we do get permission from the board to rebuild, he will be our contractor, and he's also built a model of,
He bought it with him.
brought it with him if you want.
Just so you can see how it sits over the brook.
Okay. So, is the foundation still there?
Yes.
or-
Yes.
So you're gonna use the same foundation?
The same cement, I think it was poured cement
The
foundation.
foundation's poured with panels, probably in the 20s. It's very secure. It's been built all around the rocks. The timbers down below, the fire never touched any of the support timbers. It never touched the boards on top of the support timbers. What it did do is the 2x3s, 3-inch thick timbers on top, the top surface burned, but it saved the ones underneath and the timbers haven't been touched. So the fire was going up, it burned the top surface, but 3 inches thick, it got the top inch and never went any further down. And they have pretty heavy timbers, half logs, all been there for a very long time.
Can I ask a question? In the photos,
Yeah.
would the dark, would that be, what would we be seeing there, the dark?
Can I look at it?
Yeah. These are the photos
I
I
think-
I
right.
assume you've seen them?
Yeah, I took those and.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you see those timbers, I took pictures from underneath.
Oh, okay. And I'm just curious of what the dark surface, is that from, left over from the fire?
Right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the top of the burned wood.
Oh, okay.
It's the top of the 3-inch thick
Fingers
boards.
are all,
And the driveway also got a little chart.
I wouldn't bother showing me
Okay.
those, but thank you.
Yeah.
If you look at this picture, you can see there's concrete underneath it, and then that's just,
Yeah.
that top layer is timbers.
No, I didn't get a chance to drive by your location, so these pictures are very
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah. So essentially, our garage is a covered bridge. It's
I mean,
what
that's
it
the
is, and it's been there, it's used as a garage since it was built. I was told the 30s, I'm not sure when it was built, but I think it's been there quite some time. And the way it is now, there's basically 2/3 of the garage sit either on the foundation that's there or on the land in front of the brook. And there's only, what we have is roughly about 1/3, maybe a little more than that, that's actually sits over the brook, is where Mike's gonna show here with
You can
this.
see where it is. by
Put
the-
it on the table.
Yeah, yeah.
Put it, Diane, so the television
You
can
can
see.
see where it is by the model here.
Okay.
This much land is garage and pavement.
Okay,
The timbers go right here where they're shown, and then it's their backyard.
okay.
So the brick profile is right here, exactly what it is, all measured out. So they park cars here and there. There was a barn door here to drive through. They just want to completely do the thing all over again, so they have a garage back.
So the garage is a bridge over the brook.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Do you have heat? Are you gonna have heat
No,
in
it
there?
never
No
was heated
heat.
before.
Okay.
There was electricity, but
Okay.
it's not a heated barn, no.
So you're gonna electrify it,
We would like to do that
Yeah.
again because when we bought the house 26 years ago, there was electricity in there for lights, for overhead light inside and overhead light that's shown on the driveway. We had since had 2 electric garage doors installed, and we would probably, if we got permission, we would do that again. We're older now than when we bought the house, so. About 10 years ago, we had those doors electrified.
Is there enough power, is the wires big enough going into it to support?
They were, they ran, when the fire department came, you know, to shut it off, we had to get an electrician to figure out in our basement which one, but yeah, there's a wire and the wire is still coming up, so whatever an electrician would do now, I'm assuming, since the 30s.
It probably has to be brought up to code.
Yeah.
From the house to the garage. In conduit, 3 feet down, whatever you require, an electrician doing it, making a panel inside the garage.
Okay.
Right, there was a panel inside the garage, and,
Yeah.
If you do put electricity back in the garage, you should make provision to put a charging station, just in case, an outlet.
Oh,
just in
see.
case you ever want to get an electric car,
Oh,
or
yeah.
Oh,
if you
good
sell
point.
the property
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
and the person wants an electric car, the state would require
Okay.
you to have
A charging
a
station?
charge, or an outlet that's sufficient for charging.
Okay,
Which is, I think listed as what is a ground fault circuit interrupter, protected outlet on a dedicated circuit, and then there's some criteria.
And I
Okay.
believe you need a dedicated 20 amp breaker for that.
Yeah, it says
Okay.
either 120 volt, 20 amp for
Yep.
overnight level 1 chargers, or a 220 volt, 50 amp for level 2 charger.
can I ask a question here? When we get your response to our application, will that
That information will
Okay,
be.
okay, I'm taking notes, but I can see I go home and I will get it 2 days later.
But also, I just figured if
Yeah.
I read you
Yeah.
what is a standard
Okay.
provision, at least you'd be aware that that would be.
And I'm
And
assuming
that's-
to
Oh,
use
I
the
thought
sevens.
Brian would be here, but that would be based on the
Okay.
Brattleboro zoning.
He's not loud enough?
Well, we don't specifically have that in our
He's reading.
code,
Okay.
but it's like one of those things that we do recommend, and
Okay.
it is something that the state also
Okay.
recommends as well.
It's a good idea,
Yeah.
as long as you're gonna have an electrician in there, just, because you never know, right?
Right, and at some point, we are thinking of selling the house, and we don't know when that is, but we certainly want to make it, you know, so that somebody would want to buy it.
Yeah, or you could be getting
Yeah.
an electric car
Right.
yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
We have a Prius now, so who knows, maybe we'll graduate from a Prius too.
And it is the only access to the back of their land, the backyard, and going through the garage, through the back barn door.
Yeah, get a good running
So,
start.
so the house, your living area, the house
Yeah.
is all on one side of this brook?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There is a deck, a 2-tier deck that does go to the back. I mean, we have.
Yeah, we put on when we bought the house in
Yeah.
The deck goes
93.
over the brook
Yeah,
also.
yeah, and
Yeah.
we got permission to do that,
93.
in 93.
Okay.
And when Irene came, or other floods,
Mhm.
did you have any problem with the structure?
Not with the garage, we did, there's a, this is the front of the house, over this wall over here, it had, over the years, been kind of loosening up, and Irene kind of
It
losing
collapsed,
that
it collapsed a bit
So,
there.
we had to have somebody from the state come down, look at it, we got permission to have it rebuilt, and we had Jim Herrick from Marlboro came, and he had built a retaining wall for us when we first bought the house, so he came and repaired it, like, the spring after Irene.
So this is the front of the garage. Our house is over here roughly. We have a little path that goes there, and the the deck goes over the brook here, and this goes over the brook over there. So that's the 2 accesses that we have to the backyard, which is partly a wetland too, which is one of the reasons why building back there would not be a good idea.
Could I ask you a general question about Bonneville Road?
Sure.
Yeah,
The brook goes behind your house.
It goes
yeah.
behind our house and then it swings, so this is our house.
Yeah.
It goes behind our house under the deck and then it comes around between 2 houses.
And then crosses over to the other side of the road.
yeah, there's a bridge right
Right
there
to the
before.
left, right
Yeah.
to the right of the front of their house.
Yeah. Yeah, but then you go up another couple houses and then it's crossed over to the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
2, if you're coming up Bonneville from Western Avenue, there's 2 bridges that you come to early on,
Yeah.
and our property lies in that little bit of land that's carved out like a C clamp or something like that.
So that's my understanding, is that this brook crosses
Yeah.
over Bonnieville a number of times.
Yes,
in
it
its-
does.
In its route.
Yeah, it's
And
snakes,
there's
kind
a-
of snakes
I
that way.
believe there's a property further up Bonnievale, if you're traveling up Bonnievale, further up, that has, I believe their house is off to the left behind a brook, and they actually have a little private bridge to get to
That's
their
just
house.
below them.
Oh, that's below them.
No,
It's just-
no, there's
No,
that
he's
one,
talking
but there's
about-
also, there is a
Yeah.
property,
Yeah.
you're right, there's,
Yeah.
And there is a property below you.
there's
that-
two bridges that, at least for
Yeah.
Brattleboro side of Bonnieville. The brook only has two places where it crosses, where it needs a bridge. And that's just like a few hundred yards up the road from where we live and just right next to our property. So as I said, it's sort of like a C shape, and our property kind of saddles that area, that corner where one of the bridges is.
And this brook, of course, then, trying to picture orientation, but closer to the entrance of Bonnievale, it actually goes under Western Avenue.
It does.
Yeah.
And then goes on to
Yeah.
join the Whetstone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it feeds into the woods.
I used to play in that brook a lot.
Yeah.
So
Glen Street.
when Irene came, the water rose up very high.
Okay.
But I think it must have been when it flooded downtown. Later on, we were able to see that when it flooded downtown, that the water went down dramatically at about 12:30 that afternoon when Irene hit. And we're actually, where the property is, it's a slow slant. The
Incline.
land goes incline, going down to Western Avenue, not drastic, but enough that we're kind of above the flooding that you get in the Whetstone that we saw further on where the Diamondstone property was. And
Well, and then where Glen, across from us on the other side of Western Ave is
It's Glen
Glen.
Street.
Yeah.
They were, so because we were on a very slight incline, the water went down like this, and they got much more damage than Bonneville did.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, my only other question is, you say you're gonna put an outdoor light to light up your driveway.
Yeah,
You will, right now, we try to get at least partially, either fully shielded or partially shielded lights,
okay,
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
and have them pointed no
Down.
more than 45 degrees. Preferably, what you want is a light that lights up the area on the ground that you're shooting for, and not that doesn't point out to the street.
We had a light right here
Yep.
in the the garage that burned down, that we would use for shoveling snow or something, like when we had to get out or something like that.
But
And that's what we'd probably do, put a light that just lights up that driveway
Okay,
area.
but yeah, it's kind of like you don't really want to see it from the road. They have a good section in the book, in this
Okay.
book, the planning book, that
Land
shows,
okay.
They have two full-size parking spaces
yeah,
right here. So
Yeah.
any light that went down, just shine on that, not get Bonnieville Road blinded.
that's.
Yeah,
that's-
it wasn't, the previous light wasn't like that, it was really our driveway, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people
Yeah.
like to just screw in the floodlights
Yeah.
and let it go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
When your driveway parallels the brook for a while, right?
no,
It runs, if it,
no, the driveway is, the brook's here, the driveway's here.
This is probably the
The
best.
brook, the brook's right in here, Bonnieville Road's right here.
Can you
So-
visualize?
So it's
that?
not parallel, it's more like a T to it. So this is the
So-
brook, this is the driveway.
So from the driveway, do you have any runoff into the brook?
No, because here, if this is the driveway, there's all this land over here and here. No, there isn't any.
So when you,
Is that wetland on the
On the
side?
far side.
The wetland is kind of where the rock wall is, I guess, is where.
I kind of drew a map of this years ago, it's not really the scale, it kind of gives you an idea of how
Yeah,
this is
we
a
have
brook.
it.
We have-
Oh, you have that,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Yeah, but the driveway is not, it's not parallel to the brook.
And this end of this end of the property too is higher than this end. So the brook is actually running a little bit down from us.
It runs down grade under the garage.
Yeah,
And you actually go uphill from the garage, it's quite a, you see it coming down quite a bit.
Because I was thinking that runoff from, I
The
don't
road?
know, oil spill or
It's not,
grease
it's
or
not any, the
anything
driveway
that
really
was-
isn't near the brook. There's all kinds of land on either sides and there's a perennial.
There's no drain hole in the middle of the.
No,
That
no,
drains
but it
into the
doesn't,
brook.
On the opposite side of Bonneville Road, here's Bonneville Road, on this side, there's a trench for water to run on that side.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
as they're plowing, whatever they do, it runs off that way.
yeah,
Yeah.
They're making sure it doesn't go into the brook.
yeah. Yeah, there's a, which I think the town maintains that trench across from
Yeah.
this property. There's a house up in the hill, but the town comes in the summer and cuts down goes along with that, whatever that thing is that
It
cuts
would
down.
probably be, not a culvert.
Do you want to answer?
It's
the
not
question
quite a
about the
culvert,
roof?
it's,
Swale.
well, it's,
Or
A
just-
swale, is that what it is?
Swale.
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 Can you just elaborate on the
Good pitch.
stormwater management?
One of them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The stormwater,
Yeah.
it's kind of vague in here.
What's the question number?
I.
Oh, I'm sorry. So what is it that you would want, how can
I'm
we
just curious
elaborate?
where is it being run off to?
What,
Based
you
on
mean when it was like
Into the
that?
brook.
Is it just going off the roof right into the
Well,
Yeah.
brook? Yeah,
right
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
okay.
there's no
Would
garage.
anyways, if it was
Yeah.
raining on it. Would
Yeah, I
rain
don't
into
know
the
what you're
brook,
asking,
too.
because we don't have any garage now, so.
I mean, the design can do.
The design for, yeah, for,
Well,
yeah.
it
the-
falls
this-
off in here, it falls off here, we have a roof rake, so we have used the roof rake to pull it away from the brook and put it either in the back of the land or in the front and the side.
But rain just, like when it rains,
Yeah.
it just.
Yeah.
Go straight.
It would be very much like the Creamery Bridge,
Mhm.
you know, which basically rain falls down on that bridge and it goes down into the brook. So same with snow, that slides off.
Okay. Thank you.
I think you summed it up by saying your garage is a covered bridge.
It is,
You
it
just, you
really.
can't drive all the way through.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not used for a covered bridge, but that's essentially what it is.
Must have been a charming feature when you bought the house.
I know, a lot of our neighbors were very upset.
We're not liking not having it, protecting our car from the snow, we're not, it's new for us to have to go out and dig out in a way, not digging out, but digging the car out, so it was a very nice asset to the, it was also good for storing, garden implements.
Interesting,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
right.
What would be the general size? I think this illustration showed us.
20 by
It's a 20 by 22. Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's, yeah.
Same
The
size.
platform
Yeah.
itself is framed for 24 by almost 24.
Okay.
That's what the foundation is on both sides.
Okay.
The timbers didn't go all the way to the edge of it,
Uh-huh.
so they have like 6 inches they can gain on either side,
Okay.
just to make it
Yeah.
follow the footprint, but just use the foundation that's there,
Yeah.
rather than coming back 6 inches. They left the timbers on the outside like a space, I don't know why they did that, but
Okay.
whoever built this in 1930, Bonneville Road was probably, we spoke about this, Western Avenue was probably dirt. So-
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
sure was.
Anybody have any other questions?
Just one kind of curious, is what caused the fire?
They did, the police, the
didn't
fire
ever know?
department, we weren't, in the 26 years that we've been there, we weren't really doing anything different. I mean, we had paints and solvents in our basement, but, we had gas cans and things that you put in garage, and they weren't able to determine.
The place where it started too had dry stuff, like we have a charcoal dry barbecue pit, and we had charcoal down there that was, unused. We had, newspaper there, which was flammable, that was unused, but it was nothing,
And
there
the
was no
electricity,
oil or anything like
the
that.
electricity was shut off because we weren't using that bay. We used to have 2 cars, we were down to 1 car, so that bay, we actually were starting to store things, so we didn't need to be opening the garage door, so the electricity was off, so, on that side too, so.
Yeah.
So the fire department, their final report was undetermined.
Anything else?
They managed to rescue
move we
the car
approve.
out of the burning garage.
Well,
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, well, this side was on fire, the car was over here, so we got it out in time. A couple of
Anybody'd like to make a motion?
I was starting to. I move we approve it with no additional conditions.
Second?
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Where's the
Abstentions?
mouse?
You're good.
Okay.
So, do we understand you approve us
Yeah.
rebuilding this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just
So,
wanna say personally, I love the model.
That's
Yeah.
Because it makes it very
Mike's-
clear.
It's the
Mike's
best
is
one
I
we
do
ever
this, I
had.
do a lot of timber framing,
yeah.
Yeah,
and I do this for,
yeah,
I have built models which help sell the work when you
Yeah,
see a
yeah.
model, full model of it. Because when you do a blueprint,
yeah.
I do that also, but people are like, I don't get it. When they see the model, they go, oh, I absolutely get it now.
Well, I think it gets very clear
Yeah.
what it is we're approving.
When we
Yeah,
first,
you could have
when we
weddings
first
there.
lived there, there was an old man who used to go for a walk. I haven't seen him in probably 20 years, but he, in the summer, he'd stop and he'd look at me and say, I never saw the like of it, a garage over the brook. And he said it every time, he just was, you know, anyway. So, you've approved it, but do we have to wait for the 45 days to?
Until you get it.
Until you get a written.
Okay.
Okay.
So you have up to
And-
45 days, but you won't necessarily take 45 days? to-
I'm not sure how long it takes, usually a week or so,
Okay.
but we have Christmas next
Yeah,
week.
yeah.
Yeah,
so,
we understand that.
But I will sign it as soon as
Okay,
either Andrew or Brian types it up.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you
And
very much for your time.
so then, do we use this as the permit that we put on it when, or,
I believe so, yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Do,
You'll get notification from
okay,
our
all
department.
right, okay.
Yeah,
But
with
that's the
with
notice that we
directions.
would- That's the notice we would put up on the
Yep.
site, okay.
And
All right.
anything else that we need to know will be in that package that we received.
Yep.
and-
You
Yeah,
got
it'll
it.
have,
Stuff like that.
it'll
Yep.
have the information about the charging, and it'll have information about,
Mhm.
The design of the light.
the
Okay.
light.
Okay,
All right,
yes.
that will be helpful because,
All of that will
yeah,
be in.
that would have definitely changed since the 30s, so.
In the conditions.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Any other business?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
I second
All in
it.
favor of adjourning?
Yeah, thanks.
Aye.
All right.
Opposed?
Oh, it's right there.
We did a good job. We had one thing to decide, and we did it.
Greetings and welcome to Montpelier Connection. This is the show on BCTV that helps bring our work in the legislature back here to Windham County. And we want to thank BCTV for helping make that work more accessible to you. It's getting close to the holidays, getting close to the new year, so we are getting ready for the 2020 legislative session. As you know, Vermont has a part-time legislature from January to May, so during that condensed period of time, we have to do all our work for the year. As we look at the session to come, today's guest is Senator Jeanette White.
Hi.
Thanks for coming, Jeanette.
Thank you for inviting me.
And thank you for all your service, going back to the Select Board in Putney and working your way up to here you are representing us in the Senate.
I don't know if I would say working my way up.
Well,
I would say someplace different.
Yep, good.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time here because I know, like most of us, you work another job and you've been working a lot at Brattleboro Housing because they've had somebody out sick.
Right, and I'm not really an employee. They just hire me to do special projects and cover when somebody is gone. And
But like most of us, we work in the off session, and so it's still a busy time for us.
Yeah.
Now, you're on two committees,
I
as all senators are, because there's only 30 senators and there's 150 House members. So you're chair of Senate Government Operations, and then you're also on the Judiciary Committee. Looking ahead, what's on the agenda for Senate Government Operations?
Well, I think that there probably isn't anything around elections this year necessarily. We've done a lot in the past around automatic voter registration. When you renew your driver's license, you can register online now. You can go to your town clerk's office, same-day voting. And so we've done a lot, made a lot of changes lately. Yeah. I don't think there's any kind of major change going to happen this year. But I should say that one of the things that we've been looking at and that the Secretary of State, Jim Condos, has been very up on is cybersecurity of our elections systems. And he is part of a national Secretary of State's group, and Vermont is leading in that, and the town clerks are all getting trained on it, and I think our systems are pretty impenetrable.
And we still have a paper trail.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. By law, we are required to always have a paper trail in elections.
Yeah. Other states don't, but they're starting to look at that to make sure they have that record of how people actually voted.
Right.
So in the last election, there's been a lot of publicity about the Russians and their attempt to influence our political discourse. But they weren't able to really get into any election data, were they?
No, I think it was more social media and telling people that polls weren't open and that they couldn't vote, and if you didn't vote today, it was that kind of thing. I don't know in some states if they were able to. I don't know at all, but in Vermont they couldn't, and it's really hard to do it here because we have 250 clerks that are the keepers of the elections in their towns.
So there's not a big concern that we're susceptible to
not with
foreign player.
No, not with our election systems. And I think the same is true in the Secretary of State's office. He's done a great job on the the incorporation, the business section where people file all their papers of incorporation. Yeah. And vital records, we've tightened that up a lot. Yeah. So.
Now, in regard to records, there has been some controversy in the news lately about policies around public records and who can get them and whether they should pay for them or not. Can you shed a little light on that?
Well, I think there's some misunderstanding, and I read the case, and there was a dissent. It wasn't a unanimous decision, and I believe that. So the way public records requests works, you go in and you ask for public records. If the agency that you're asking from has to spend more than half an hour either finding it or putting it together or redacting personal information, because a lot of that has to be redacted. You can't give out people's social security numbers and home addresses and stuff. If you spend more than half an hour, then the statute said that you can charge for that. And there's a what do you call it, chart that says if it's this level person, you can charge this much, and if it's the governor that's doing it, you can charge more. But I think there was a misunderstanding. The Supreme Court felt that the statute was not clear, and so you could only charge if people were asking to make copies, and regardless of how much time the agency spent preparing it, you couldn't charge if they only wanted to look at it. And so now looking at it, you can go in with your phone and look at it and take a picture. And what the Attorney General said is that we're not going to allow you to take pictures because we had to spend all the time preparing it. So we'll try and clear that up this year. I think that from my remembering of what we did before, that this was just maybe the statute wasn't clear enough, or so.
And that's the way the process works. We put a law together, and then some things come up that they might not seem to be have thought of beforehand. So we go back and we look at it again.
And there are issues around public records. What is a public record? How much for municipalities, for example, how much of their employee information is public record? And of course there was just the big flap in Digger about the DMV, and they do. Is that a public record or isn't it a public record? And actually, public records you can't sell them. But this is a little bit different. So we'll be looking at that issue and having DMV come in. And
I think there's going to be some discussion about that, because I've heard from some people already who are not happy, and I'm not so happy about that either. As we move forward into the data age, our data should be ours.
It is, but the people they're sharing, people they're sharing it with are insurance companies, law enforcement agencies, and they get it anyway. Law enforcement agencies can get it. And so if it's available to law enforcement agencies, is it really confidential or not? And do we really have any private information anyway?
I think that's going to be an ongoing discussion.
I think that we're, given social media and what people post themselves and with their information, I don't think there is such a thing as privacy.
Well, I think many people are looking at this. I know personally I now use a different search engine on my computers that doesn't mine that data. It's not the big ones. It's a smaller one, and if you look online, I don't want to be advertising one over another, but there are search engines now, because otherwise, whenever you search, that data then gets stored and put into a file.
And my guess is that it won't be long before the smaller ones start doing the same thing, because they're going to figure out that they need to have revenue from those
Well, this one in particular, and I can tell you about it later, advertising that they're not going to do it, and they have another way to make money without selling your data. So that's what makes it attractive to some people.
But we will be looking at that with the DMV and what is public and what isn't public.
Yeah.
And
at one point, there was a lot of discussion about what records are exempt from the public record laws. Has that been settled, or is that still an ongoing process?
Well, it's never settled, because no matter what you do, some people think something else should be exempt, and some people think that whatever is exempt should not be.
So what kind of things were exempt?
Well, we have the public records law says that everything is available to the public unless it's specifically exempted. and things, anything that has personal information is exempt. Now, you can get a record, but all the personal information has to be redacted. So it doesn't mean that the whole file is exempt. Proprietary information from companies, because all companies register with the Secretary of State's office. Insurance companies register with Department of Financial Regulation. So all of that proprietary information, there's big discussion over whether, I'm going to get the term wrong here, but the manure management systems that farms use, is that, does that have proprietary information so it should be exempt or not? We have 260 some exemptions, and we went 3 years ago, we went through every single one of them and decided, and there were people that said we should only have 10, but if you have 10, they're going to be so broad that, because what does it mean to have 10, and they're going to be broad. So we have very specific exemptions.
Were you thinking of the methane digesters before?
No, there's nutrient management systems. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, and it's how you dispose of your manure and what you do with it, and how does it leach into the water system and stuff.
Yeah.
So, we'll open meeting laws and public records law are never settled.
Yep.
They will always be on every year.
In every year, your committee oversees the Office of Professional Management, right?
Right. Professional regulation.
Regulations.
Yeah.
So they license various professions in Vermont.
Right.
And certain ones come up for renewal or review.
No, the way it works usually is that as changes are made in the profession itself, the either board or the advisors to that profession bring suggestions to us for change. And we're looking at two different things right now. One is around the whole issue with climate change is, of course, we know, a huge issue, and what are we going to do about it? And we continue to build houses, and we continue to put in HVAC systems and all of that. But so people who are doing those kinds of jobs, should they have specialized training in good practices around for climate change and greenhouse emissions, and realtors, what kind of training do they have around that? So, excuse me, we're looking at that with the professions, and then the other thing we're looking at is, we know we have a workforce shortage in Vermont, and we also know that we have some refugees, and we know that a lot of refugees come with skills, but when they come, those skills aren't necessarily transferable.
Yeah.
So the Office of Professional Regulation has spent a fair amount of time last year, and we're going to continue it this year, looking at how can we make those skills transferable. If somebody is a doctor somewhere and they come here, can they just take a few courses? Can they do it? Because you don't want people to have jobs that aren't in their own profession. It's bad for us, it's bad for the state, it's bad for them, and it puts them in a dead end a lot of times. So those are the two things that we'll be working on this year.
Interestingly, in our history, whenever there have been labor shortages, we've relied on immigrants coming into this country, and right now that seems to be at odds with what the president is trying to do to keep people out at a time when we really, right across every business sector, people are really struggling to find employees and good employees.
Employees and children to put in our schools.
Yeah. So hopefully we can loosen that up after the next election.
Well, and even what we have right now, even the refugees that we have, making it easier for them to practice their profession when they get here.
Because we're getting short on tradespepeople too.
Yeah, we really are.
Try and find an electrician or a plumber, unless it's a dire emergency, and they're just backed up.
Yeah.
Because there's a shortage now, so we need to get some more trained, skilled workers here.
Yeah, we do.
Yep. Judiciary Committee. You sit on the House Judiciary Committee that Senator Sears chairs.
No, not the House Judiciary Committee.
I'm sorry, the Senate Judiciary Committee. And Senator Sears oversees that.
Yes.
Now, each year there's a number of pretty hot issues that come up, and You know, firearm reform has traditionally been one of them over the last few sessions. What kind of things are you looking going into the second year, and also aware that the second year of a biennium can be a little more pressure-packed because people know that bills they want to get through need to pass or
Right.
else they go away?
Well, we are hoping that the House will do something with marijuana this year. That came out of the Judiciary Committee, and it was a really good bill, and we're hoping that it'll at least get to conference committee where we can hash out the differences. We're looking at right now we're working with the Council on State Governments has a Justice Center,
Yeah.
and we're working with them on what we're calling
Reinvestment too.
Reinvestment 2,
Yeah.
that's what it's called. And looking at, you know, I don't know if you know it, but we have a lot of people who are incarcerated who probably shouldn't be. But in 2010, there was a prediction that if we followed the trajectory that we were on at that time, that in 2019 we would have 2,700 people in prison. Yeah. And we now have 1,700. Yeah. So we have done things. And we did, one of the things that we have to keep working on details around is the juvenile justice issue. We, what happens is, as a result of some crimes that were committed a number of years ago by some young people, any crimes committed by people, even kids at a certain level, were started in criminal court. So we've changed that so all cases, there's a couple exceptions that they can, if there's an agreement between the state's attorney and the defender, they can start it in criminal court. But as of now, all cases involving an 18-year-old will start in family court. And the reason for that is that in family court, they're not public cases. And then if there's a need, it can be transferred to criminal court.
So that means the proceedings are closed to the public.
Right. And so the kids have a better chance of, and we know that kids sometimes do things in their youth that can change their lives forever, and this will hopefully give them a chance to correct that. And then and because they'll be having case managers or getting therapy or whatever it is through family court. But if it needs to be transferred, it can be transferred to criminal court. But they'll start there, and then as of, I think it's next year, it goes up to age 19 and eventually up to age 21. Yeah. And we're the first, the juvenile justice people are really excited about that because we are the first state to do that, and it is a huge, huge change. And I think it's really exciting, and so we're looking forward to do that. But there are tweaks that have to be done every year because how does it affect DCF and how does it affect corrections and the courts and stuff. So we're making those changes.
Right now, the family court dockets are pretty full as they are. Yeah. So if we start adding to that, we may need more judges or.
Right, and I don't know how it'll affect, but and then we do have a bill that's new this year, and there's a group that's been working on it kind of all over the summer and fall on eliminating life without parole. Mm-hmm. And because we still have that on our books, and just eliminating it as a possibility. And looking at things like who are people that are in prison that could be better treated outside of prison in a more humane manner, but also to allow them to pay back their communities and continue to survive in their communities and do well. Yeah. So
now, last year we started to have some discussions around some of our prison population that's aging. anything come of that where maybe different ways of dealing with them, especially if they're ill?
Well, we have, I have a bill in, and I don't even, it's called compassionate release, I think is what it's called, and it would give aging prisoners an automatic parole hearing. It doesn't mean they would automatically be allowed out on parole, but it would at least give them a hearing at a certain point. And we're looking at kind of a look back of a certain number of years after a crime has been committed. Are you still, should you still be in prison, or should you have some other whether it's confinement or treatment or whatever? And I don't. One of the problems that we heard with, and this isn't true with all of the aging prisoners, but a lot of the aging prisoners are very ill, and some of them are hard to deal with.
Yeah. And
if they don't have a home, and their families may not want them home, nursing homes won't take them.
Oh, really?
Some of them are very difficult to handle. But we should be doing it on a case-by-case basis. And I have to say, I think our commissioner, Mike Touchette, is really looking at how to best treat people. And one of the things he's doing, which is very exciting, I think, is if you've been in prison for a while, you probably didn't keep your driver's license renewed. You don't have any, you probably don't have any IDs. And he's working really hard with Social Security and DMV to get IDs for people so that when they come out, they have something. And that's a big deal. And the Community Justice Center here is very happy that they're doing that.
This is a different world than when many people were incarcerated, and having IDs is really a essential piece right now. Now, speaking of the community justice centers, we all know they're doing such great work, and for years their budget has pretty much been level funded, and yet they're, like a lot of services, the caseload requirements are going up and the needs are going up. Do you think there's going to be a push this year to try and increase their funding?
I have no idea. I think there are so many areas where we need to put additional funding, but we ought to, as we start having fewer people who need to be incarcerated, it should be costing us less, because it costs, I think it's $55,000 a year to keep a male in prison and $75,000 to keep a female in prison for a year. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
We could.
It's more than an Ivy League education.
It is. It is. I once had suggested that we might want to just think about taking anybody who had nonviolent sentences and crimes and send them to college instead of prison.
Yeah.
Pay for them to go to college. It would help our colleges.
Yeah, it would.
But that didn't go over very well with a lot of people. But
as you go around, we've got a few minutes left. Are there other areas that you're hearing of people's concerns about?
Well, like everybody, we're hearing a lot about climate change. Act 250. That is, and I have no idea what's.
What are you hearing from people around Act 250?
Well, it's very.
It's 50 years old now.
Yeah, and it's hard to know what you're hearing from people because there isn't anything concrete for them to react to. So people are just afraid that what's going to happen. I know that the agricultural community and the logging community are very nervous about what might happen. I think that there's some development issues that need to be addressed, and so I think people are just nervous and they don't have anything to react to because there's nothing definite yet that's come out of the House committee. So I'm hearing that, hearing a lot about our emergency medical services, which we are going to tackle this year. We have been working with Drew Hazelton down here at Rescue and with a person at UVM who's the head of rural medicine up there to work on some of the certification requirements that we have and the testing and everything. So
It's very expensive, isn't it?
it's very expensive, and it's also very inconvenient, and we make it difficult. And we could do a lot better. And so those are some of the issues that I'm hearing a lot about: law enforcement, dispatch.
And the organization of law enforcement, something you've talked about in the past. Is anything moving on that?
Well,
we really don't have a system, I think, is what you've said.
Well, we don't have a system. We have the state police, and then we have 85 agencies, law enforcement agencies in the state. And we're looking at how we might improve that. We can't change it. I mean, we can change, make some changes that will be better. And I've been working with local law enforcement down here. But I've also been working with Mike Sherling, who's the new Commissioner of Public Safety. He used to be the head of Burlington Police. And he's a very outside the box thinker. So it's pretty exciting. And dispatch is the same way. We have a mishmash of dispatch, and some people pay and some people don't, and so we're trying to deal with that also.
It's creating systems where there haven't been really. So as we wrap up here, people have ideas. This is the time, or if they just want to get in touch with you, they have a question or anything.
Call me at home.
And
email me. Either one. I'm in the phone book, and if you go to the legislative website and look it up, all of our, well, for us anyway, still our home addresses and telephone numbers. I think that the House took theirs down.
It did,
Yeah, ours are still listed. And in terms of having ideas, if you had an idea for a piece of legislation, it's too late. The drafting deadline is Monday. And so
for the House, it's for long form. So if you have short form bills, you can still submit them after that. But
we don't do short form.
In terms of other ideas, if people, let's say somebody's having trouble with Vermont Health Connect, is that something you're able to help people with?
Well, I can put them in touch with people who might be able to help them. I personally couldn't help anybody with it, but I could get them to somebody who could.
And many times our phone calls get answered quicker than somebody calling from somewhere else too.
Yeah, that's true, and that is a good thing that we can do that. But I think our goal should be that we create a system that is so easy to navigate, not only in Health Connect, but in everything. The people don't have to call us to get our interference or our help.
That's certainly the idea.
That's my goal with systems.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time, and looking forward to getting going again in January.
Yeah, I am. And in the meantime, having meetings down here with all the groups, and it's great.
It is.
Yeah.
It's an honor to serve and to help
and
make
it's
Vermont.
more of an honor all the time, because you realize that some of the things you've managed to make at least everybody mad at least once. So
well,
thank you.
On that happy note, thank you for your service, and thanks to BCTV too for their service. They help make this possible, and we certainly appreciate their work in bringing this to your home too. So until next time, take care.
Call the meeting to order at 5:29.
All right.
And appoint Christine Hazard to the position of the Executive Director effective January 1st, 2020.
So we will need a motion.
I so move.
Okay, Brian. Okay, Donna.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hands up for the camera.
All right.
No opposed, no abstentions. Great.
Good.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Great.
I'm practicing taking my notes, so I was paying attention. Yeah.
Well, I figure if you can pull off a surprise party,
Yeah.
because your executive skills are demonstrated beautifully.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, so as the board secretary, I will do the election of officers.
Thank you.
And we will start with the board chair. Is there a nomination for chair of the board?
Jen, would you like to do that? Yes.
Okay,
It would be an honor. Great.
I'll nominate Janet
all right.
for chair.
And second?
Second.
All right. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, all those in favor of Janet continuing, please say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
All right.
If I don't believe in myself, I have to vote for myself too.
Yeah, you did. Now, the board vice chair, I should tell you that Tom Murray has been the chair. He's not with us tonight. I haven't heard anything about his desires, so I just we'll put that out there. So the position of board vice chair is on this paper.
Well, he certainly has been a good support. I know when I have not been able to do signing off, he has stepped up to do that. It has traditionally been longevity on the board, but I must admit Donna would be my choice if we had a chance, if you were able to do that.
Well, I don't want to take it away from Tom if it's something he wants to do. So,
Is
it something that we have to do tonight, or should we talk with him first?
We could, you really do need, I'd like to get it done because the officers all start January 1.
Right.
So, I think it's really up to you. As I said, he didn't express nothing to me. Now, he might have talked to you.
He hasn't spoken to me at all.
So, I think it's your prerogative as the board.
You got a preference?
I would like to nominate Donna Rathbone as vice chair.
Okay,
Second.
I'll do it. It's fine.
Okay, so Janet and Ira. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? All right, now the board secretary is the executive director. So do I have a nomination for
I'll
secretary of the
nominate
board?
Miss Christine Hazard.
And we'll second.
Very good. I knew, I was waiting when you were gonna get to be trouble. Watch out, Christine. Okay, so Christine Hazard has been nominated as board secretary. Are there any other nominations? You don't have a choice. All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Very good. You have your officers and your new executive director. So you're off.
Yes, indeed.
Good.
Review and approve the minutes from the meeting of October 28th and November 18th.
The November one, I would just make the correction of who's writing checks for December.
Oh,
Tom's listed and I'm doing it.
oh, okay, November,
Do I have January? Is that true? No.
this.
Is that October?
I had October. Okay,
Okay, wait a minute, so
got it.
who's doing December?
I am.
Oh, Tom.
You are doing December, okay. And
And his, he was gonna be gone.
okay, and Tom is doing January.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, great. But that's what So
That's what the minutes
say, they say
say.
Donna October, Janet November, Liz December, and Tom in January.
The minutes for the December 16th meeting.
Oh,
Don't
the
have it
other
correct.
one. The October 28th one is right.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah.
So I don't have it listed correctly on our agenda is the problem.
It's just on that one slot.
Yep.
February will be a problem for me, because I'll be away for the bank for a whole week,
Wow, okay,
and then I'll probably have a vacation week in there too.
all right.
But I could still do it if somebody just wanted to cover those two. I mean, we could like split it or something, you know.
We can talk about that at.
I just want you to
January
heads up.
meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I will be next in line, so,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, February.
Is Byron in the rotation as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so he would have.
He hasn't been yet.
The rotation for signing checks.
Unless Byron wants to do it in February, then I definitely can do March. Is that okay?
That's
Okay.
good.
Then we won't have such a confusing, just sign, sign, sign.
Or ask questions if it seems
Yes,
appropriate.
you'll
That's-
get
that's
asked
why we
into
do
the
that.
office
Yes.
Thursday afternoon, sometime on Friday.
Yes.
And you all have a stack of checks that goes either this high or this high.
Yeah, it depends on what time of the month it is.
Right.
That's right.
And that's when you see all the invoices and the checks.
And I must say, they do a very fine job of attaching
Mm-hmm.
proof to each of
Oh,
them.
yes, absolutely.
I'm sure it's very well.
Yep.
Resident and citizen participation, we have no residents.
No. No.
Business of resident interest, staff reports, property portfolio, property managers. And thank you for including this written history.
Oh, yeah, Byron had asked for it, and I
That's
thought,
wonderful.
That was very nicely done.
I thought I should put that in for
I
everybody.
like this, you know, because now I can
Oh,
go
that's,
through and
yeah,
Yes.
that's Christina,
schedule,
so
Put it all
put
on
everything
the
on the schedule.
do let her know right away if there's a time that is really bad, is where you know you're not gonna be around, because then she might be able to change it.
Well, I have right now a meeting date of March 23rd when I will be away.
Okay.
But we have a new vice chair.
Yeah.
Who will lead the meeting.
Okay, you better be doing some training.
Yes.
All right.
The property management update. Incredibly yellow.
Yellow, right?
The question on the general update, that have a lot of 0, 1-bedroom vacancies and sent out over 50 long applications with minimal response. Is that because they are so small apartments, or what is the?
What I have heard from the property managers is that we are having some problems filling the high-rise, which has really never happened before, but there's just that sense of that part of town and being undesirable. And they're getting a lot of people that just don't want to take units there. So we've always, Hayes Court second floor efficiencies have always been tougher
I know
to
they
fill.
have, yes.
You know, a second floor efficiency, no elevators. But this is the first time we've ever had issues with the high rise, and people just are a little leery of going there. So. We also did not, what's called purge the list recently, in the last year or so, and that's when it's a very big process for us because of the Manser lawsuit. So, but we have to go through and notify everybody on the list and go through this process to see, do you want to be on the list? If they write us back and they don't, then we have to go. It's a big deal, and we didn't do that last year. So we actually said, well, Courtney and Jen felt like this was the way they were gonna purge the list. They knew that this would do it, so they're sort of doing the purging of the list at the same time they're trying to get lease-ups.
Now, how do we, like, is it a good idea to advertise? Do we advertise? How do we get the word out that we've got vacancies?
Well, I will check in with Courtney. We have a list of all of the suspects in town, so all the community service agencies, everybody. And we should do up like a little ad and send it to all of them saying that we have these openings. Now, the tough thing is they know that we have a very long waiting list. So if somebody comes in and signs up today, there's no guarantee that they're going to be getting on that list in the next 6 months. In fact, it'll probably be 12 months. So that sort of works against us.
You have a long waiting list for vouchers, but a shortage of applicants for apartments?
No, this is for the apartments, and we have very long lists, and we have to go through the list to get, so somebody that applies for today is behind, I think, what did I just did it, we had 175 people from out of the area and another, I think 200 that were in our service area on that list, and I think the one at the top was from 2016, I think, or 2017.
And people from that list they don't want to
Right.
live there?
Yeah, so they'll
you go
turn us
down to the list and they're like, no, we don't.
Or we don't
want
get
that.
a response, which
Or we
is
don't get a
then
response.
puts us in a
Oh.
situation where we have to do follow-up, because we can't just say, oh, well, we didn't get a response,
Oh,
so
good.
we have to follow up, we have to send to their next,
The person they give us.
the person
Yeah.
contact, so it just takes time. So sometimes if we send out 50 applications, we get a bunch back right away, and that's a great sign, because that means we can start the processing. But if we're not getting as many back, we still have to go through the process of sending them and taking time before we send out the other 50.
Yeah.
It just,
And because our list is so long, we really are looking at people that applied in 16 or 17, and you know, many of
Lives
them
may have
have moved on, gotten
Right.
places, and you know, they don't care. Our mail comes and they ditch
Wow.
it. You know, I would. And so then we have to do all this follow up and all this stuff. It's just, it makes it very laborious.
Very
But-
labor
And you
intensive.
can always sort of do that one at a time.
We do them in batches. So we'll take a whole batch of people.
Okay.
On this one, they said they had taken 50. So you can take you have to take from the top, you can take 50, send them all out. And then it's just whoever gets their stuff back is the person that you start processing. After, it's not like we have to wait and completely finish number one and then completely finish number two.
Yeah.
Send them out to 50 people, and then you just take them as they come back. But the ones that don't respond, then you have to send out more mailings and stuff. So.
what's the average size of a one-bedroom apartment?
About, I'm just trying to think, 450, 500 square
Yeah,
feet.
and then the studio is probably, the zero is, the studio, I think it's around 3.
I think it's
something,
3.
3 inches.
So one bedroom is about 400.
Yeah, yeah. And Red Clover is 550. So.
Those are good
Change.
size, Red Clovers, that's a good size one bedroom.
Yeah.
Rent receipts?
Yes, yes, we have people in legal. I do want to note the inspections. We have lots of inspections. The fire department inspected, Housing Vermont inspected, and then because of RAD, we have a contract with the Springfield Housing Authority, and they came down and did the HQS inspections of the 4 properties that went into RAD, so 203 units. And they came two folks from Springfield came for a day and a half, and they got them all done. It was great.
And because HQS doesn't mean anything.
Sorry. Housing quality standards. It's
Thank
the
you.
Section 8 inspection protocol.
And RAD is rental assistance demonstration project.
I can't never remember all these.
Well,
I know.
that's why I tend to do that.
Yeah.
As inspections go, the housing quality standards are pretty simple.
They're pretty straightforward, yeah. So we did have a couple people fail. Not our part of the apartment didn't fail, but the tenant did.
What is the process of correction?
When it's a tenant caused, or landlord, they are given 30 days to make to take the corrective action. If it's the tenant, they risk us suspending the aid for them, which is serious. And if it's the landlord, we will do the same with them. We'll stop paying them. So that's the carrot there is, you're not gonna get paid.
And those are for Section 8, because we're the landlord in public housing.
Well, it's the same now for RAD.
Ah, okay.
It's the
So
same.
we're the landlord.
Because we are the, we're the contract administrator for the contract on the RAD properties. So it's the same.
So it's taking something, rethinking of the language of who we are because of the rental assistance demonstration project.
Mm-hmm.
Very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We commented that the collection is down in Ledgewood and Warcourt due to a few residents and litigation. Where do those things stand?
I believe Courtney went to court last week and is going to court again this week. So we had one that paid up, probably this doesn't reflect that, paid up in December. We had a bunch that were going to court and, good, a fair number of them paid up. So that would be reflected in your December. But this also is a very, difficult time for rent payment. This is when it's the holidays and people sort of see their tax refund on the horizon. So that can sort of cause some issues.
Yeah, back to school, it starts in, back to school, then it goes into Halloween, and then Christmas is really the big, the holiday season. And so we did have a few families get to a zero balance, which is the first time we've seen a zero balance from them for a very long time. And so that was really wonderful. But I think it was the first time, they had incurred some legal costs because of it, which is really too bad because now they have to pay the legal costs. So it's very challenging for some of our folks.
Then FSS, Resident Service Coordinator. This is the orange. I don't know who's choosing the colors of your paper. It's quite wonderful.
So we have a lot of changes. My role is changing, and we're in the process of moving some staff around, and potentially making our one of our SASH coordinators that's part-time a full-time coordinator as of the year. So, but we're still ironing out all the details. So there's going to be some internal shifting that you will hear more about in the next few months. But last month, I would say probably it was all hands on deck for RAD. We had a lot of staff supporting the property management and getting all the lease signed, and we had events at every housing site in the evening, in the daytime. We had staff going out to people's apartments, knocking on doors, and just to get everybody signed up. So it just took a lot of manpower, and everybody was all hands on deck. So that was primarily what we were focused on. The only other thing I really wanted to make note of is that the SASH program it's really exciting. We are partnering. We got a little bit of money from the Department of Health to partner with Hotel Pharmacy for a pilot project to work with Hotel Pharmacy to support our participants around hypertension and med management. So that will start in January. So that's very exciting.
Cool.
And it will run for 25 weeks.
Good. That's great.
So I just want to make a note about the all hands on deck for Red. It really was very impressive. Everybody, everybody had to help. And if they weren't, out tracking people down with their leases and this and that, then they were doing somebody else's job because that person was running around. But it was really quite something. And I think it happened very quickly. Once we got the paperwork into HUD in Washington, it just seemed to just go very, very quickly. And it's funny, I was looking and I started the RAD process a year ago, February. And I mean, it's just been going on and on and on. But once we really got into it, and then once our documents were approved, boy, that closing went just like zoom, and we were closed. And we were closed before Pat could even get to the town clerks. I mean, HUD just was like, all right, they're done. Which meant then all of a sudden, we had the handbook, we had the lease, we had, all the stuff, and we had to get it out and have meetings with the residents, and the staff was just fabulous. Just really, really think that they were great. Just everybody just dropped whatever else they were doing and helped get the paperwork done. And Courtney really worked her little typing fingers off to get all of the changes made, which were huge changes in our computer system, to move all of our property and all of our residents from one place, public housing, to this new place with our computer company. And she did a great job, but she worked almost 24/7 for a week to get it done.
Over Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I mean, over Thanksgiving, and Christine and I were like, take Wednesday off, and so she said, I'm taking Wednesday off. She worked the whole day from home. I mean, it was just, she really did just an absolutely awesome job of getting people moved over, and it was not easy. And she was on the phone with the computer people and really established great relationships with them, and it just really went well, but it was a lot of work. Lots of work.
It's a lot of trouble you caused.
I know. And that's why Christine is like, we're not doing anything in 2020. Everybody's going to like me so much.
Every project. My fear is that, January 2nd, we're going to get the notice for moving to work.
Yeah.
And we're going to get approved. So,
like,
which would be a mixed blessing. Yeah.
Everybody's going to really like me because I'm just going to let them do their jobs.
Sure, we'll have lots of projects.
Yeah,
it was really.
Well, I'm noting on your report, the Wellness and Supportive Services Group meeting, property managers and support staff, but they're also looking at the community room improvements and assisting residents with BHP forms.
Yes.
And besides the delinquent rent payments. So that, what are you looking at for community room improvements?
Well, we have been talking about it for some time, and we did have some money that we have allocated specifically for community rooms, starting with the flooring. And so we've already started at we started at the Melrose Terrace office primarily because we're making that old community room space into offices. Okay. So we started there, but we will be working on the community rooms and starting with the flooring. So Jack is working on that, which is great. And then the staff is also, we've started a component, I don't know if it's in the report, where every meeting, when we meet once a week, we take 10 minutes to talk about staff wellness and how to do staff wellness improvements.
Excellent.
And one thing that's come out of it has been that they said, well, you know, our office, we don't like our office bathrooms. You know, it's the one space we go to be alone, and they're depressing. And so we started talking about what it would look like to have the office bathrooms just spruced up a little. And so it's interesting. That's not what I was thinking when we started talking about employee wellness. I thought they would say, well, we need more time off, or we need, you know, mental health breaks, or we need masseuse. I don't know. I didn't know what they were going to say. And for them to say, well, you know, we'd like to really spruce up these spaces, it wasn't something that had ever occurred to me. And so we're just trying to keep that on the radar, even though money is tight, looking at ways to improve these little spaces in a way that's effective.
Yeah.
Are these things that you do in-house?
Some of them, the flooring, we hired a contractor.
We had to hire
We had to hire a contractor.
We bought it, but we had to hire it out. It was a little technical, so we didn't want to. They've spent 2 days tearing up the floor and then putting it went down, and that would have taken our maintenance. It would have taken all the maintenance we had. But that's great. I'd love to get those bathrooms fixed up. So what we did was, as part of RAD, I went back through and looked at our capital funds for 2015, 16, and 17. And the 2015 we pretty much finished, but 2016 I was finally able to get a handle on that one. It was really tough. But I did, and I was able to resubmit it so that we could take a nice amount of money. It's not huge, but it can do some work, and allocate it just to community rooms. So we were able to do that and get it approved through all the channels and all the paperwork in, and that was great, because it's something that the residents really, really wanted and frankly really needed. Those ones were terrible.
Under RAD, will that kind of approval be required?
No, but we also won't get it. The capital fund goes away.
Okay, well that's the carrot and the stick.
Yes, the capital fund goes away, but what we have in its place is that we have and direct allocation to replacement reserves, capital reserves, and then a yearly amount that we put in, which is sizable, it's about $146,000, that has to go into replacement reserves. And we have the 20-year chart of replacement reserves. So there is a plan there. What we can do is we have to do the plan for this year, for 2020. That's mandatory. But after that, we can take a look at our capital needs and see if maybe we want to do a bigger project and go after some 4% low-income housing tax credits, let's say, and do a deep energy renovation in 1 or 2 places, and go after energy efficiency money and some LIHTC. And you know, we have to juggle what we have in the capital plan for 20 years, but doing deep energy improvements would certainly, you know, be great, and would probably take out some of the stuff that's already in that plan. So that's the kind of stuff you can do once you get through that first year and you've done your major commitments in terms of capital improvement.
What funds did you say there are no more?
We have always received the capital, money from the capital fund program. It's never enough, but we've always received it. And that goes away when you go into RAD. So we do not get capital fund money anymore.
I may be misconstruing things, but I was understanding that under RAD, we could use the values of buildings that we have as opposed to borrow against that to work, which we were not able to before.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So that we have a little more flexibility on how we use the values that we have in the housing.
Absolutely. And we don't have to go to HUD to ask them, Mother, may I change out a bathroom, may I change these sidewalks, may I? We can just make a plan and do them.
That's wonderful.
So, but we can, yes, as part of the financing, we can look at, is there debt that we could carry on the buildings? And then go to the bank and see if they would be interested in investing.
Because I thought that was the way I understood it, I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, yes, yeah. And according to one of the consultants that we worked with, if our budget is as good as he thought it was, we're in pretty good shape to go after a 4% line tech and more, and take out a small mortgage on the property. And we could do that.
It'd be exciting to up yes we can.
You'll get into development yet.
Meanwhile, you're hanging around.
Yes. Meanwhile, I'll hang on. I'll be putting little notes under her door. Capital improvements.
Well, meanwhile, this nice Sash Flash newsletter.
Yep. Oh, these are always my favorite.
Yes, they really are. How was the movie matinee attended on the 13th?
I think it was pretty good. Shauna hosted it, and I think they did pretty well. I think they had fun. Yeah, she's really building up participation at Hayes Court.
That's wonderful.
You know, Red Clover is easy. They just come. But Hayes Court takes a little bit more because their community room is set off. It's not part of any of the buildings. And so in the winter it can be hard, but she has worked really hard at that. And Lorelei as well at the Samuel Elliott Apartments has done a fabulous job at cultivating community and improving the community there.
Okay. The blue housing choice voucher, show the trust here. I went through this so long ago, I was looking at my notes and there's the saying, was this included? No, it was notes that I had taken when I went. But I wanted to start with the section 8. 135 vouchers leased and have 2 searching. And we have 6 new program participants at the snow block on Platt Street. As of the 1st of December, are people moved in yet there?
I believe they are.
That's my understanding.
I believe they are.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Sorry, but could you explain PBV, HCV, TPV?
HCV, that's the Housing Choice Voucher Program and the Project-Based Voucher and the Housing Assistance Program contract. These are when we take our tenant-based vouchers and project-base them in, usually in Windsor properties. So it really helps with their operations and it helps with their funding. So they'll have 6 vouchers in the building that will stay with the building.
In other words, the person living in that apartment can't take that voucher and move elsewhere with it. So that's very helpful.
Yeah. So we have some in upper story, now the snow block, and we're supporting the youth program with a couple of them, where we put a preference in for youth so they could get the vouchers. We've got a cap on how many of our tenant-based vouchers we can convert. So David's we've got to watch that cap, and we've also got to make sure that we have enough for down the road for when we open up Red Clover 2. Because we'll put our project-based vouchers in that building as well.
Is that building the units that are gonna be in there, like already spoken for and predetermined?
No, we'll have 18, and we'll do it much, I think we'll handle it very similar to the first round at Red Clover, where we'll offer them to the people that are at Melrose based on seniority. Their options will also be to go to other public housing or to take a tenant protection voucher and move out into the community, which I think the group that we have is more likely to do that because they, in particular, some of them are pretty serious cigarette smokers, and it's hard to go into any congregate setting now that is not smoke-free. So you're better taking your, and we'll help them. We'll help them with the search, we'll help them move, we'll do all of that. So I think that we'll have we'll have a handful of people that'll want to go with their tenant-based voucher.
One of my notes, Shelter Plus Care, was questioning how the coordinated entry for renting is work. The last sentence, he's still continue to get periodic support from groundwork staff, but his departure from the program will allow us to add another homeless disabled applicant via a coordinated entry.
So coordinated entry is, it's working okay. It's not great. It can be slow. It can take a long time to get somebody. It's based on the HUD definition of homelessness, which means that it's based on how long you've been homeless. So that's why we had to put a preference in at the snow block so that homeless youth could get a voucher because they haven't been homeless very long. So there are just some things about it that are a little clunky for, not just for us, but for the whole state of Vermont. And Wyndham Windsor has a group of housing and social service providers that have been looking at the whole homeless continuum, and coordinated entry is part of that. And it's interesting. The state did a big study this year. And I think everybody's finding that it's well intended, but it's sort of clunky. It's not a fast mechanism.
My understanding was that everybody had to go through groundworks as the coordinated entry.
Right, they are.
Rather than having multiple doors.
Right. So you can, if you come to our office, what will happen is that we will refer you, and we won't do the intake. There are some other service providers that can do intake and then pass that intake to groundworks, but we don't do intake, but we do make sure that anybody that comes that's homeless, we get their name, we get a contact, and we get them on the list so that then they can get into the process.
And lastly, transitions to housing. I found myself underlining kudos to Mr. Josh Dillingham, local landlord extraordinaire.
Yes. Yeah.
Of the dogs.
Yeah.
Yes.
And again, that's also kudos to David DeAngelis. I mean, people will do these things because they know David will help.
Good.
So.
The update on the rental assistance demonstration project, right?
I think we did it
I think
already.
we did it, yes, we did.
We gave you the update
Yep.
on that, so.
Financial review?
We don't. No, it was, in January, we'll bring in the RAD budget. 16, we'll bring you the RAD budget. Now that we have one in place.
And you have corrected the check signing?
Yes, I have, yeah. We would ask that you approve the increase in the credit limit for Christine Hazard to $5,000 What happens with the executive director's card is that there are some people that don't have cards. A good example is when we went to Rutland, we took about 5 staff people to Rutland for RAD training. I paid for everything for all 5 of them. So that was a big hit to my credit card. When Christine and I went to Washington for the moving to work, I put all the plane tickets, the hotel, everything was on my card. So we want the executive director to be able to have a higher limit, not because she's gonna go out and buy something that's $5,000, but just invariably, that's the card that gets sent,
Happens to me too.
Yeah, yeah.
And also was the second in line, so things like our, we have a online security, to send secure emails, and there's a $500 monthly fee, or not monthly, yearly fee, and it was always on my credit card, and then I went to a training and I just couldn't pay, I only had a $1,500 limit, so it was like, I didn't have it, so I realized like this past month, because I had to go to a big training and we had some other expenses, I was like, how much do you have on your credit card? Because I don't have enough for anything, to do anything, and so we had hoped that.
And payments don't always get there in a timely fashion in the manner to clean it up before you need it again.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And Carol will jump in there if you need her to. I mean, she has done that for us, but yeah, we don't want to have to always be
Do
sure.
we need a motion?
Yes, we do.
I'd be
Yeah.
glad to. This, all right.
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
No.
Good, thank you very much, that will be
thank you.
very helpful.
The annual holiday luncheon will be this Friday at noon at the marina.
Can you all make it? Good,
Yes.
good, and we do a Yankee swap, you do not have to participate, but.
But it is fun.
It is fun.
You do not what?
You do not have to participate.
Well, there's a limit of $15.
$15 on the gift, and you don't have to do it if you don't want to.
Forgive my ignorance, explain Yankee swap.
I can't remember. So everybody brings a present, and then when you come in, we'll figure out how many people came with a present, and then we'll have a number in a Santa hat for the number of people who brought a present, and then everyone will pick a number. And then the person who gets number 1 picks first, and they pick whatever present they want, and they unwrap it, and then 2 goes, and now 2 can either steal that person's present if they want to, or they can unwrap a present themselves. They can't unwrap a present and then steal it. They have to pick one or the other. And then at the end, so let's say there's 14 people, 14 will go, they'll be last, but then 1 gets to go again. So 1 is the best number to get.
And you're gonna write out the instructions.
I will, we'll write out the
Because
instructions.
there's always an argument
Yeah,
over
there's
the
always,
instructions,
I know.
because you can
Every
play
year.
this a million different
Yeah.
ways.
Right, there are different.
There are always arguments over the instructions. So,
See it deteriorating.
oh, it does, it's great fun.
Yes.
Thinking of language, they don't steal it, they swap it.
Right, yes, yes.
They
Right.
still-
Yes.
They don't steal it, they swap it.
Well, it is fun, and,
Good.
yeah, so,
Okay,
Right.
good.
delighted that you're all going to be.
Yeah, it's great.
Large projects in progress.
FEMA, we've gotten the 4 buildings down. Very happy to say that they came in under budget, so we're going to look at some of the other expenses that we've had on the Melrose project and be able to charge them to the CDBG grant, which is great. So don't get too excited. Those buildings we left the slabs down. So I think had we pulled the slabs up, it would have been more. But anyhow, it's done. The buildings are done.
The slabs will stay.
No, the slabs will go. Yeah, they have to go. RCC permitting, funding, design, we're deep into that. We did get our town development review board approval, though it is in that 30-day process. And the big news for today is that we got our, and I won't use any of the letters, we got our affordable housing program funding from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Boston. It's a highly competitive program, and we got $405,000.
Beautiful.
Wonderful.
So it was very exciting, yes, thank you.
Yay.
We're very, very exciting. And Housing Vermont was very involved in that. They did a lot of heavy lifting on that application.
Does that mean we have all of the funding we need for Red Clover too?
Well, we do if two pieces come that we are anticipating. One is our tax credits from the Vermont Housing Finance Agency. And the other is the rest of our funding from the Vermont Housing Conservation Board. That's been on hold for a couple of things. The environmental, they wanted to see our audit from this year, which I just signed off on some of the paperwork today. So we're pretty sure we'll get that. And you know, the tax credits are always very, very competitive. We went last year, we did not get them. There were some people that were really pretty worried. It was great for us because the building was right near a river. It was raining like crazy and the water was rising. And I said, look outside. That's what happens to us whenever it rains too much. You know, we're all sitting there on needles. And people were very, you know, they really were, they got it. And to the credit of all the people in Vermont that does this work, nobody wants to forget Melrose. They want to get it done. You know, and there's still a sense of, you know, I was worried, oh my gosh, it's like 10 years later. But they understand how important it is to really get it done. And so I'm, you know, as optimistic as I'll allow myself to be, that we will get that. And we will go back to them in April and here in June, and then we'll be all ready to start. So, and we have also, on another front, submitted our Act 250 amendment, and that has been posted. And we are almost complete with our environmental review, which was more complicated because that was such a big brownfield and, you know, blah, blah. So, it's looking good.
Moving to work?
We remain in the lottery, not a word. And I just was visiting with the HIG folks that really, you know, are on top of this stuff, and they say not a word, not a word. And one theory, and I think it's a good one, is that they didn't get enough good applicants. And they didn't get applicants from places that they wanted. And they sort of don't know what to do. And they said they were gonna do this lottery, and then, you know, we were in with a group of 11, and so we had a 50, you know, basically 50-50 chance. And in that group, there were very, very few applications from New York State, which is one of the states that they really want to get the program into. So, you know, they could have drawn the lottery and gotten nothing. It picked none of the housing authorities in New York, and then, you know, it's like, not what they want. So, I don't know what they're gonna do, but there is it.
What's moving to work?
Oh, what is moving to work? Do you want to talk about moving to work?
Sure, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. So Moving to Work is a program that's designed through HUD to essentially pull people out of public housing, but also so it'll be a new model, and it's a way that you can design your program to meet the needs specifically of your community. And so you get a lot more flexibility in the way that you design your program. And so the reason we wanted to go to Moving to Work was because we wanted to look at what our community's needs were, and to figure out if people wanted housing for homeless youth or kids getting out of the foster care system. I'm not saying this is what we've decided on, but these were just ideas. And so to look at a way of developing a housing program that meets the needs of the community, and then you measure what your impact is. So you create a program, and then you create how to measure the program. and you report that way. So it's a different way of reporting to HUD than under public housing. Now, we've already gone to Bratt, so we've already separated ourselves a little bit. We have a little bit more flexibility in some areas, and that was really more financial. This would be more social service.
So moving to work does not mean employment.
No, it's an old name that does not imply that we want our residents to all go to work. It is just, it's an old name, and we would come up with a new name. We wouldn't even describe ourselves as moving to work agency, we would come up with something else, and we've already brainstormed about it.
Yeah, which is what most agencies do.
So Keene is a moving to work agency, and they've started projects with youth and different programs, and so it would allow us some flexibility with our funding to create new social service programs and just new programs in general, just to be a little bit more deliberate about how we meet the community's needs. And in our application process, we talked to a lot of community. We held, Chris held multiple public forums, and we talked about this, and we had to get the community's buy-in. And people were very excited about it, because for the first time, public housing has been really, had this very narrow way of working. And so Chris really started to say, we want to change that. And two ways we wanted to change it was RAD and moving to work. We didn't know which one was going to come first. So we just started working on both. And we got RAD first. But it was a way of really adjusting the work that we do to really directly impact our community in a positive way.
They're very...
Does the board get copies of proposals?
Oh, the board's very involved in this. Oh, yeah, the board has to be very involved in it.
Could I get a copy of that one?
Do you want a copy of our application? I mean, it doesn't say that much, but I can certainly send it out to everybody. It's been a while, so I'm happy to do it. But for instance, one of the things that we could do is at Hayes Court, we could take a whole building there and enter into a really good MOU with a service agency. Memorandum of understanding. And say, this building is going to serve single mothers with children. And this agency is gonna master lease the building from us and they're gonna make sure the rent's paid, and then they're gonna use it for that program. And they have programs all over the state of Alaska, because they're a moving to work state. And this woman flies from place to place where they have incredible programs going on, where they've done that. You can take a whole building and say, one of the things we need is short-term mental health beds. I don't know that we could provide that anywhere, but that's a real need in this community, really need it. Is there a way we would have the ability to ask the question?
And collaboration often with some other...
Yeah.
That's great.
And as I hear your description, we don't have to be the agency providing the program.
No.
We contract with another agency to provide the program. We provide the container for the program.
That's it, exactly.
That's perfect.
That's it, exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
So it's very exciting. I mean, it's a great program, and you can do different things. And when it started, Byron, it started about 20 years ago. Very small pilot. I think they had 13 agencies out of over 3,000, and Keene was a pioneer. And it was during a regime or a president's tenure that said moving, everything had to be moving to work. Had to say something about people are going to work. So that's how the name got in there. And
that makes it confusing.
And it is so far from that. I mean, but it does do that. I mean, I can go on and on. There's so many great examples. I mean, San Antonio did this whole neighborhood where they built lofts, and the first floor was for a craftsperson, a painter, a potter, whatever you want, and then the upstairs was where they could live.
Wow.
And they project-based the whole thing. So it's just this huge, and it's lots of units. And it didn't take off at first, so they made some changes to it, and now it's a huge, vibrant, artistic community, and just amazing. So you can do that kind of stuff. You know, that was neat. So I will send you the application, and I'll send you, the Housing Authority Insurance Group that I'm connected to has put out some really excellent, one really, really good report that I'll send you all, because there's tons of stuff written, but this is a very good one, and it really, you'll get a sense of what it is. Christine and I went to their, they have an annual meeting, it's in April, in DC, and your head is just spinning when you leave. It's so exciting. It's got to be a gathering of the most creative, innovative housers you could ever wish to be with. I mean, they're just, isn't it? I mean, it's just, it's just amazing what these folks are doing. So cool. So anyhow, that's what we'd like to do.
Thank you.
We'll see.
So we're waiting very patiently to hear. Although I'm not rushing it because I think the staff would.
Yeah, right now they need a break.
Yeah.
Yes, that was what was promised, nothing new for the next year,
Right.
until it happens.
Except NTW again.
Right.
We'll accept.
Is there any other business?
Yes, I would like an executive session to discuss personnel matter.
Do I hear a motion to
So
go into executive session? Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
All the same.
Right.
6 o'clock, call the meeting to order. Minutes for December 4th and 11th.
I'll move that we approve the minutes of December 4th and 11th.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission 4, and Capital Fund 4.
I'll move that we approve warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission number 4, and Capital Fund number 4.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Visitors, Carolyn, you've got something you wanna?
Yes. Well, nice. I'm here to update the select board on the Missing Links Trail project, that after 20 years, things are finally coming together, and that there was slow or no progress for a number of years, and then all of a sudden we have a complete access from Prospect Hill all the way to the Dummerston-Putney town line here, through 9 different properties and 6 families who are cooperating in various ways. It's a combination of trail easements, permissions, and it's necessary to purchase 2 parcels in order to complete that trail. So these 2 parcels are the Evans parcel and the former King parcel, and it's on the unmaintained section, which is a class 4 road between the end of Hague Road and the end of Evans Road. This section is particularly important because it is a wildlife corridor and is the area between 2 highly developed areas that don't have any full-time houses on it. No permanent residents on these 2 parcels. So you can see the density just by the dots showing the buildings here and then starting here. But through here, these are the 2 parcels that will be purchased. And it links for the wildlife an interior block of forest of 230 acres here and another block of about equal size down here for the wildlife to traverse. There will be a small parking area here for access on the north side of Hague Road on this parcel when the trail is actually built in a couple of years. The budget for this purchase is $200,000, and that includes the purchase of the land, stewardship costs, which is an endowment, the Vermont Land Trust conservation easement, and various associated costs. Of that $200,000, we have 2/3 of that right now. We have a Vermont Housing Conservation Board grant, a private foundation grant, and lots of generous Dummerston residents have contributed. We're in the quiet phase of our fundraising where we're approaching individual people asking for leadership contributions. The schedule for this, we plan on having a public meeting to really talk about this in January or February, and we'll bring people out on the properties to have a look and bushwhack through the woods. There isn't a trail right now through there to see what's being purchased and enjoy the property. So it will provide not only hiker access, but where appropriate, snowmobile access, biking in some areas is appropriate, and in some areas perhaps horses. We'll have to see what the trail actual conditions look like. We expect to have the funds raised and the funding in place by the end of next year, and all the documents that need to be signed and finished by that time. And then next summer, not this coming summer, but the following summer, actual volunteers working on a trail crew to make the trail. Some of the parcels in here, there will be a harvest, and so we will, it'll be a few years before they're harvested, and we can work our way through the trail process. So this is just an update on a project that's been ongoing for about 20 years and is coming together nicely. So from Prospect Hill to the Dummerston Town line, and then connecting to the Putney Mountain Trail System on north, which then connects with the Pinnacle Hill Association's trail system north. So this started, as I mentioned, with about 20 years ago with Dummerston residents who were interested in connecting Dummerston with the Putney Mountain Trail System and the Black Mountain Trail System, and has continued with various groups of people over that period of time. And so Putney Mountain is the 501c3, so we can make use of their tax exempt status for contributions.
How many acres did you say?
This is 55 acres. It is a relatively small piece, so it's not a massive land conservation, but it's important because of the wildlife corridor connecting forest blocks.
And what was the shift that made the leap forward?
It's a good question, because I think the seeds were planted by the previous Dummerston Trails group 15 or 20 years ago, and that landowners weren't willing to give an easement, and over time, with more conversation, we were able to work through those issues, and also a new group of people who were working on it, a new generation of people.
Great. It's exciting.
All right then, any more questions on that?
No, I don't have any.
So anything else, Carolyn, that you feel like we as the select board should know or say or do, or, you know, what, you know, you're informing us, that's awesome.
It mainly just keeping you in the loop, because a lot of this has come together in just the last few weeks or month, and I just wanted to make sure, rather than calling a special trustees Prospect Hill and having another meeting, I figured I'd come and just update you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, road foreman's report. We got a signature we need for the certificate of project completion for the gravel pit. So if I could get a motion.
I'll move that we sign the completion of, what is it?
Renal gravel pit.
Oh, project completion for the gravel pit.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, correspondence for information. Anybody see anything on there they'd like to speak to? Okay, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's nothing under there. New business, winter views deadline is January 14th. Anybody want to?
I thought maybe there was a training I could go to.
Yeah, on how to do the views, right, deadline, winter views.
Well, that's the
No,
one before town meeting, isn't it?
Terry and I made that deal, and then yeah, it's the one that comes out
Just before town meeting.
just before town meeting,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we will have submitted the report, which will be in the
Town report.
town report. So is there something that would be of value to write about that from the select board?
I don't know, what we,
Something we want people to know, or?
can't think of anything off the top of my head. Zeke, you heard anything?
I was thinking that you might write, what folks should expect at town meeting. Just going over maybe some of what we expect to be on the warrants.
So, the,
You mean preparing them for town meeting?
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
Trying to get more people there, something of interest, or?
A little, maybe some of the highlights of what might be the articles that we're going to discuss, maybe the capital budget or
Have
the
you,
budget in general.
sounds like you've done that in the past.
Of course, we could always, put out the word that the towns, well, unless Wayne wants to just do it alone,
right.
or a new animal control officer.
Yeah.
Would you like to write that article?
Hmm. Let's see. January 14th. Of course, there's nothing to prevent us from having a guest author, say the treasurer or, something like that in an article. How about we do, I think of a number, and whoever.
I'll think of that number and I'll let you guys guess on that. I'll hold it behind my back. So,
I got lots of budget numbers in my head, so that's where I'm at.
I guess we can push it off to the next meeting if
Okay, yeah,
nobody wants
I'll
to
think about,
jump on that.
think about it a little more.
Okay. We won't be having a meeting next week for a budget.
Let's see.
I don't know why, but
20.
5th of December. And then we won't be having a meeting on the 1st of January, so somebody'd like to
Yeah, I'd like
authorize-
to move that we authorize Louis to sign the warrants during the holidays.
I'll second it.
Discussion about that?
What would be the date that you would be needing to do that?
Well,
It
before-
We have our
the
treasurer here,
31st,
so.
the 30th?
The 30th.
30th, I'd come in and sign it.
And you're available.
I'll have it done for you to sign on the afternoon of the 30th.
Yep.
Wait, that's Monday.
Monday.
Nope, 31st.
31st, yeah.
31st, sorry.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah.
Perfect. Yep, you just let me know when and I'll be there. to
Before
do
he
it.
goes out for the evening.
That's what we gotta do. Yeah,
In
yeah,
bars.
I'll be out for the evening, all right. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Thank
Any
you.
other
Thank you for doing that, Louis.
business? Motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect.
Oh, who's second?
Call the meeting to order. We, 2 members short this evening, which is unfortunate, but we'll go along as best we can without them. Are there any additions that anyone would like to make to, or changes to the agenda? Has anyone any reason to believe we need an executive session at this point in time? Okay, minutes. The minutes of the budget meeting of November 25th, we will postpone approval until our next meeting, again for quorum reasons. Minutes of December 2nd regular meeting. You have a copy in front of you. Anyone wish to make a motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the December 2nd regular meeting minutes. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Be all aye, thank you. I will vote to make it a done deal. December 9 budget meeting. Again, you have the minutes on that.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving December 9 budget meeting minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Road foreman, welcome.
Thank you. The date for the tree removal in Waynesville at the fire station has been moved. It's now January 2nd. Tomorrow was canceled due to the potential snow. I submitted the Better Back Roads grant last week for Parish Hill Road. I think it's March, but I won't swear to it. A couple of months anyways before we'll hear anything. The site plan for the sand salt shed was completed. It now goes through many reviews and permitting and so forth, so it'll be a while before we'll have anything to go on. At some point I'll bring the plans to show the board. That's part of the process is you warn it that they're going to be discussed and you show everybody what the plans are and so forth. The ice storm past weekend took a lot of sand and salt, and I hope the rain's not going to be a trend for the winter because that gets very expensive. And that's it.
So what's happening on Parish Hill with the Better Back Roads? Or
Ditching, culverts, and so forth. Kind of like what we've been doing on all the other ones. That was the next one that they felt had high priority.
So how many more are there to do? All of them?
Hundreds.
Okay.
It's one of those things that goes around and around and around and around.
We've got to get a certain, the real bad ones have to be done by 2025. And I think there's 70 segments still in that section.
Wow.
Segment's 328 feet. So
328 feet of road, right?
Yep.
Typically, how many or how much do you figure to get done under this grant?
We're planning on doing from the Green Iron Bridge to the farm at the top, and then there's a couple little spots further down that I think we can do. We not have enough grant money to cover them, but then at least the road will be completed. So.
Any questions for Jay? Could I have a motion for approval of the
Make a
report?
motion approved. Road foreman report.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Administrative assistance report, blank paper, no.
Tonight you have
have the auditor's report that will appear in the town report this year, along with a letter of recommendation to the board. The U.S. Postal Rates Marketing Mail Permit number 3 fee renewal notice will be going up just before we send out the town reports. If we pay the fee by January 26th, we can avoid the small increase. I spoke with Mr. Van Loon today about scheduling additional budget meetings. The 23rd and the 30th are both free, and they might finish up what's needed. I plan on sending the first draft to the printers by the 17th of January. We received a letter today from Andrea Livermore, Director of Development and Community Outreach for the Brattleboro Area Hospice. The handwritten note asked me to extend their deep appreciation to the town for our support. It touched me that she took time to write a personal message after seeing form letters and requests from agencies and organizations asking for donations. Affecting us in the future could be the filing by the Southern Vermont Cable Company to sell Comcast. We'll need to keep an eye on this for our options, including the broadband meeting that's scheduled for the Newbrook Fire Department on June 16th at 6 p.m.
January 16th?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a public meeting.
Right. Any questions for Juanetta on her report? Any comments?
Well, should we, are we gonna put this on the next agenda as far as approving the fee renewal notice, and how much is it that we would have to pay?
Well, that's a gotta do in the budget already.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't think.
It's an annual fee renewal.
Yeah, it's.
But it's from the U.S. Postal Service.
But if you pay in advance, you're just asking to pay in advance?
Yes.
So would that would be a difference versus just a renewal?
Yeah.
So do you know what the difference is? It's the savings, right?
Yeah, it's
So let's
savings
just
of-
make a motion to go ahead and prepay it so we can get the added discount. I make a motion. It's my motion.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to go ahead with setting up for our mailing fee for the town report, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Guess we're all on board. Very quick. The third bullet. And second line, you say 23rd and 30th are both free, and they might finish up?
They might finish it up.
Will finish up.
Let's push to finish it up.
We certainly hope to finish it.
So are we scheduling for those days?
I think we better put them in our pocket in case we need them.
Okay.
Be worrying about it, and it'd be nice if we don't.
And there's one other thing. So the letter that we got from Andrea Livermore, that was just because from last year?
No, she was thanking us. I assume that she had received a recent check that she had asked for.
For last year's appropriation? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need approval.
Make a motion to approve it. And to set the meetings up for the 23rd and the 30th.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Takes care of that. The Newfane Lister's office has some business with us this evening. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I think all of you received a copy of the memo with an explanation of the items. This is the errors and omissions of the 2019 green list. every year we have until December 30th, what is the 30th? 31st, to bring any errors and omissions to be approved by the board. But it happens every year, it's not always, don't have errors and omissions, but this year we have 3. The first one is a property on Route 30. It's a new house. Remember when we had that snafu with the changing the
Systems?
No, it wasn't changing the systems. It happened in May when when they did the rollover from the assessment program to the taxing program, and that got wiped out, and we had to recreate all of the stuff that we had done previously.
Yeah.
And there were some things that got missed. 2 of them were on this list. So that was the first one on Route 30. The second one is on Sawmill Road, Scott Martin. He should have had an additional, he's in covenant restricted housing. And the law says that he should have, his house should be 60 to 70% of fair market value. So this indicates that the house was reduced in value by 30%. And the third one is Charles Bergman, and that's another one of the rollover snafus that didn't get taken care of.
Okay, the action to be taken by the board is approval for these entries on the grand list, right?
And what'll happen is they'll get new tax bills for this year. The one will be a happy one and the other 2 will not be. But the guy on Route 30, he's aware that he's only paying taxes on his land right now. And he's aware that the house needs to be, so that'll get taken care of. And the select board, there is the original, I think you have the original up there somewhere in the space for the select board to sign. The listers have signed it, and then it goes to the town clerk and gets filed with the 2019 grand list information.
There's actually a new house on Route 30?
Yes? No, I just made it up.
Is that the one down by the flea market on that?
Yes.
Just before Brooklyn Road?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just before you turn onto
Go to
Radway Hill,
Brooklyn,
that
right.
it sits back. It was a modular, 2-story
Yeah.
modular that came in, yeah. That's it.
And which one is he, the top one?
Right in front of you on the pink.
Yes,
He's the top one.
where it says 762, Route 30.
And the other one is where?
But just what it says on the sheet.
Oh, on Dover Road, Bergman?
Scott Martin's on
Christmas
Sawmill
tree.
Road,
Yeah,
and
not,
Bud
tea
Bergman's
house
on
places
Dover.
now. That's his, the little shed he's been working on.
Oh, the one just above the treehouse.
It's not, that he's gonna get added this next year.
Yeah.
The treehouse.
No, the
No.
treehouse
No, the
is.
land is above it. It's in between that and the old
Next.
schoolhouse, right?
Yeah.
The land that Bud Bergman owns and that this is associated with, he has like 94 acres total. And this particular one is the carriage house and the stable. He redid the stable for living quarters. He has it on the market,
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah, it sits way back in.
the stable and the carriage house. And he has it on the market to sell it with 2 acres. He has not done the subdivision yet.
Oh.
And I think it's on he has it advertised for 265,000. And I think there was some discussion with the people who own the treehouse about buying it, but I don't think they wanted to pay what he wanted, so anyway, that's how real estate goes. He's fixing up what's called the game house.
Is that part and parcel, is that all one parcel still?
That
His
94
land, he
acres,
owns one parcel at this point, right?
one parcel.
Okay, the action we need to take is to approve the report of the on errors and omissions and to sign this document for forwarding to the town clerk for signature for final approval everywhere. May I have a,
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please indicate if you're in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Any abstentions?
Thank you very much.
You don't have 3 signatures yet.
That's what it is.
16. A minor point, but the dates will have to be put on this after the list of signatures.
Well, they signed them on different dates, so.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
anything. Anything else for us? It's too easy.
Thank you for your work.
And I think you got something in there too from the solid waste district, their budget, but that's in your correspondence, I think.
Oh, correspondence.
I gave it to you. It's a letter to the select board from Bob Spencer. And the budget was passed, their budget was passed last Thursday night.
Here.
Okay, we'll get to that. We were scheduled to have an update from the Williamsville Hall Committee. They have checked to say that they will not be here, so we'll move on to the Planning Commission. And welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
In particular, both of you.
Well, thank you. Okay, well, just for viewers of BCTV, my name is Ken Esty. I'm the new chair of the Planning Commission, so I just wanted to...
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bless you.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Godspeed.
Indeed, yeah, to be sure. But also just to thank the Select Board for, the work that you're doing and the chance to work with you on the implementation of the town plan, which is a key function of the work of the Planning Commission, is to draw that up. As you know, we renewed the town plan in 2018, and our job is to make sure that we're working closely with you, attending select board meetings as we can, to check in with each other about how the town plan is being implemented and the things that we can do and the things we might ask of you to help that process along. So the other main issue that I should also address is Lynn Forrest, who is the other planning commissioner, along with Bob McCandless. And so right now we're a planning commission of 3, and it's been tradition or maybe by rule, I'm not exactly sure, but we're supposed to have 5 members, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I came in as the chair in July. Lynn stepped down from the chairpersonship, and we decided, with Bob staying on as secretary, we looked around the table and there I was. So gladly took on that position, and actually this is something we might discuss or it may come up. I'm not absolutely sure whether being chair is also a decision that the select board has a role in, or whether that's within the role, within the role of the planning commission. So then that means I am officially the chair. So as you know, the key task of the planning commission is looking at the future of the town, as well as talking about our shared purpose. And toward that end, meeting on the second and fourth Thursdays of the month, we've been busy at work this past year, and a particular note that I should make is on the natural burial ground. On last Thursday, we had our public hearing, as we are required to do, on this proposed bylaw amendment, and we had about, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 15 people here at the, right in this very room, who are very, very interested in our proposed bylaw amendment. Effectively, what it does, and you have the documentation, but I can also distribute it right now too, is to add natural burial grounds as a conditional use in the town's resource districts. So that's the heart of it, is to add that as one of the conditional uses. At which point, if this were to be seen through all the way to final approval, anyone who had an interest in a natural burial ground in a resource district would then have to present her or his plans to the Development Review Board, and they would take it on from there. Now, required, happily, statutorily, I need to present to the select board and to the town clerk simultaneously the paperwork for this proposed bylaw amendment. Now, you already have it, but you had it as part of the preparation for that hearing, and I now need to present it to you again. But I'm not exactly sure in which form, and I'm in contact with VLCT, and they'll let me know exactly what I need to do in order to officially present it to you. Because as you know, you'll now have to have a hearing as well. The select board will have a hearing on the natural burial grounds. So as a, in the resource district.
Yeah, so where's the resource district?
Well, I honestly do not know precisely where they are, but it's as you know, we have zoning, and that's the areas that, and perhaps the select board can speak more accurately to that, but there are areas designated in town as being resource districts.
There's the village districts. Can't think of the right word right now for the
rural,
basically, yeah, but and resource is pretty well spread out throughout the town.
Right.
Really?
Yeah. Right.
It pretty much takes up all of the undeveloped land in town.
Right. So it's not, a particular place that,
not so many acres or so many people's properties or anything like that. It's pretty broad.
But they're privately owned
Oh, yeah.
pieces.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Right. And so someone who has a property
Tract of land
within the resource district could decide, on a natural burial ground, either in any number of capacities. That's what we're doing, as you know, when you add it to, a bylaw addition with respect to, a conditional use in a natural resource district, and we just make that proposal and then send it on through, and then from there, it's a large picture, and then from there, whoever wishes to do such a thing, then would go through all the channels. But we make it possible for that entity, if there is to be an entity, to actually have the ability to approach the Development Review Board. They can't,
Okay, so we
you
go
can't
to-
approach the Development Review Board without such a permitted-
Condition or-
conditional,
yeah.
right, conditioned use.
A point of information, approach the DRB through the zoning administrator.
Yes,
You know,
thank
Go
you.
for zoning permit first. He says, no, go.
Right, thank you.
Just
No,
picky.
no, not at all. It's just a matter of these procedures are important, and that's why we went through, you know, all the
It's pretty
steps that-
broad, but it still has conditions and
That's-
approvals down the road.
That's right.
Okay.
So it's not like, go ahead and do it. It's,
Yeah.
no, you have to go through the channels. So that took a long time, and we brought it to a certain point of completion, but within the process on Thursday. And now our step as the Planning Commission is to bring it to you in the appropriate form. But if you'd like a copy tonight of what that looks like, or what we're proposing for it to look like in the bylaws, I have a copy.
I take a copy.
Okay, great. All right, I will definitely give that to you. On the understanding that this doesn't constitute the official, but this is what we indicate that we'll do. The second major project that we've been working on is the enhanced energy planning. So while the natural burial ground was part of a zoning bylaw amendment, the enhanced energy planning is actually a multi-page document, maybe upwards of 30 pages, that would be added to the town plan. Now, we do have some discussion of energy planning in the town plan, but an enhanced energy plan, which has been urged upon us gladly and happily, we took it on from the Wyndham Regional Commission, and we've been working closely with the WRC on this enhanced energy planning. And Bob McCandless has been at the forefront of doing this over the course of this year. And I'm happy to report what we also reached a certain point of completion with the enhanced energy planning, insofar as Marion Major, who works with the WRC, has indicated to us that they are satisfied right now with this draft plan. Now, once again, any kind of addition and/or modification to the town plan requires multiple steps, including hearing on our part, a hearing on your part. So you'll be hearing more about what we call the EEP, or the Enhanced Energy Plan, as we go into 2020. So that's been really significant. One major feature of the Enhanced Energy Plan is to have an energy committee, possibly a 5-member energy committee who would be responsible for working with the Planning Commission and with the Select Board on implementing the goals, actions, and policies. So that's a very big, initiative, and it's going to take a lot of people working together. Everything from thermostats to how we think about commuting to how we think about building and so on. It's very exciting, because what it means potentially, not only does it relate to 90% renewable energy use by 2050, that's sort of the big picture, but the smaller and hugely important picture is cost savings for the town, and also cost savings for people in the town, in their homes and in their use of energy, whether it's in their cars or whatever the case may be. So that's very exciting, and having an energy committee that's working closely with you, with us, and reaching out to the townspeople could be significant for a lot of people going forward. So that's the enhanced energy planning. That again has been a lot of the work that we've been doing over the past year. Now, a third initiative is, well, a little bit a lesser, it was brought to us, but we were very excited about it, was and you heard about it too, right? And this was the Green Mountain Conservancy, who has come into, through various means, a large tract of land themselves called the Deer Run Nature Preserve. And they came to our meeting on November 14th, Deborah Luskin and Roger Haydock. And that was great, because they had taken very careful note of our town plan and presented this initiative on the basis of our town plan, which is, also emphasizes the preservation of forest blocks, and so that wildlife can move freely through that area, as well as hiking and recreation. So that's what the Green Mountain Conservancy is up to, and we were very delighted to have them come to a planning commission meeting because of the inherent value of that work, but also the way they were thinking about the town plan as a factor in their own work. So that's something that occurred. The other thing I just wanted to emphasize by way of updates is that we're very much looking forward to being here at select board meetings, going forward. If not every meeting, I myself really enjoyed coming to select board meetings well before I had the planning commission as part of my own work. I just like to come and visit and be with where the action is, So of late, though, I haven't been able to attend because of work schedule. So on Mondays, it just cannot be here. Although now the work schedule is abated for somewhat, and I'm not commuting back and forth, so I can be here tonight. But we're hoping that the other commissioners, can make it part of their task as a commissioner to in fact be here and to provide more timely and much more, vigorous updating so that you have a better sense of what we're doing. So I should say that at this point in time, we are at 3 commissioners and we're looking for 2 more. And I have half of that solution as part of my presentation tonight. But I should say this, our budget request. I gave to Annetta tonight our budget request, which we would like to keep at last year's budget of $2,500. So we're not looking for an increase. We're not looking for a decrease, looking to hold it flat. And I would say that a key aspect of the budget request of $2,500, $1,500 of that is designated as training for new commissioners. And I would also add training for the older commissioners, such as myself, that is to say, even though I've been doing this now going on 3 years, the VLCT, Vermont League of Cities and Towns, has excellent trainings for planners and zoning administrators, and there are other leadership conferences and other types of activities. And that just requires time and mileage, and sometimes, not always, especially with VLCT, but registration costs and so on. So that's going to be really, really important, not only for the older commissioners such as myself, but also for the new commissioners that we hope to bring on board. So I just wanted to highlight that aspect of our budget request. Very, very important to us. And so now I'd like to turn it over to you if you have any questions or comments about what we're doing.
I do. So I'm not quite sure, but how are you tasked with deciding what projects you would be doing within the town plan?
How are we tasked?
Yeah.
Right.
And how do you make that decision? Do you come to the board and ask us where our thoughts are? Or do you just in the committee decide where you're going to go?
Right. So as you'll see when you look at the town plan, in fact, I had to bring it with me. Here it is, the town plan. In every section of the town plan, there are action steps.
Mm-hmm.
And so at that point in time, this was approved by the Planning Commission and sent on to the Select Board. So now it's the document of the town. This is not really anymore, the Planning Commission. This is all of ours.
Right, yeah.
We have this one together.
But within that town plan, there's initiatives.
Many of them.
So how do you decide? Who
Right.
decides
Right.
to tackle it? Because one of my concerns is housing.
Yes.
And water, rural,
Yeah, please.
access, for water to economic development.
Exactly.
The other projects are okay, but they take time up.
They sure do. And they sure
And what's
do.
the priority? For housing and water, I think are main priorities.
Mhm.
So where does that all come into the town plan?
Yes, well, the town plan didn't explicitly say the order in which these things would be tackled.
Yeah, so who decides?
Right, so it's, at this point, it's the commissioners. As we sit and deliberate, okay, what can we take on next? Now, to be, perfectly clear, the priority of late has been the natural burial grounds. We've taken that one on because we were presented, for instance, with a petition from people here in town to take this off. So that took on precedent.
So I guess a petition by the town
A petition by the town.
would facilitate the movement into a certain area.
Well, and this, yes, and that, well, it was, I know, this was a petition that we had to take on. In other words, that we were required by law that when we're faced with a petition on a bylaw amendment, we absolutely had to take that on at that time, regardless of anything else.
Right.
And so therefore we did. So that took up time.
Yes.
For instance, with the enhanced energy planning, that was part of the town plan, is to take on energy planning, and we were presented by the Wyndham Regional Commission with that initiative, say, will you take this on? And we said, yes, we will.
But
now,
when?
And we did.
What's the question? The other question would be, well, when do I have to take that on?
We decided to take it on at the beginning of the year. I wasn't the
Initiating.
Right, we were responding to that. I wasn't the chair of the commission at that point, so we took it on. Now, as far as going forward, what we do this coming year, that's really the stuff of the meeting that we're going to have on January 23rd. I believe that's the fourth Thursday in January, where we actively decide, okay, what will be the priorities?
Is that your regular board meeting? So you're saying you decide, your committee decides what you're going to tackle?
That's right.
And that's how it goes?
That's right. And which is not to say that if the select board were reading, if you were reading the town plan and you said to us, this is part of the town plan, would like you to look at this carefully.
Yeah.
Then
would it take a vote for the board to initiate that?
I don't think, that would be up to you how you would want to, if you wanted to direct us in that fashion, I suppose you could do that, but I don't think you have to do that. I mean, it would be up to you how you would like to.
So there's nothing written down or anything that you know of?
No, I mean, Lynn, in last year's Planning Commission annual report, outlined some of the priorities that we identified at the end of last year for the work of the Planning Commission.
But it truly comes from your committee then?
I would say so, but it doesn't mean that the select board can't take initiative. It doesn't mean that town people really, because this is the town's plan. So if the town feels, whether it's an individual member or whether it's you as a select board, feel that an area of our town plan is being neglected, that's you say, hey, look, here's the town plan. How come you're not working on this?
Doesn't sound like it's a formative process, a formal process.
No, and understand that there are 14 different sections.
Yes, I understand
of the town plan with like multiple steps in each of those sections. Totaling well over 100 different kinds of action steps. And this town plan is now in year one of an 8-year long, lifespan. And so thinking carefully about how we actually
move forward,
and so that this is not merely paper, but actually
put it into
has
action.
Yes, that
Again, as a committee, you guys will have to decide what the priorities are. And for me, I feel the priorities are housing and water.
Yeah, well then, duly noted. Duly noted. Yes.
I think a lot of people that would be high on their list.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have resources, natural resources, trails, things, et cetera. But, I think the priority should be looking down the road now for our population to be able to thrive here with water and housing.
Certainly, and as one of the authors of the housing section, you know, I too share that concern about affordable housing and economic development, because without affordable housing, you know, what does that mean for the people who live here and what their prospects are?
Right, and new families coming in and continuing the growth and the future of Newfane is really important.
That's correct.
Water sources, you've got to have good water in order to have economic development. And it doesn't mean that you're building commercial buildings left and right. It's housing options too.
That's
Senior
right.
citizens that might want to have a senior residence in town somewhere. They've got to have a public water source and septic system.
If I might,
Yes.
Please.
I would suggest your suggestion go to the planning commission.
Yeah, but it's a discussion in front of the public. I think that the public needs to have that kind of conversation.
Well, that's why the planning commission exists.
Yes.
They are there to listen and so. And one very quick minor explanation. All of this is in chapter 117 of Title 24. Relatively readable. So if you want to know why there's a planning commission, how there is, how many are in it, so forth, so that's there. Point number two, that again, picky. The Wyndham Regional doesn't say, hey, do this. Wyndham Regional says, hey, if you'd like to do this, we'll help you. And very often, you want to do this because there's pressure from the state. I don't want to
No, that's true.
let it go without pointing an accusing finger at the state of Vermont. Thank you.
Well, we're delighted to work with the Wyndham Regional Commission, to be sure, and they're, you know, John Bennett and his team, an excellent resource for us, you know, through all of our work. So the chance to do enhanced energy planning was definitely, you know, a great opportunity for us to jump at and to work together with them. And that's been something in the works for quite some time. I should also add, and I would be remiss to neglect, yet another aspect of our work by way of update. The issue of short-term rentals is a key issue that we'll be tackling going into 2020. You know, Merle and the Development Review Board were presented with, long story short, various, you know, in differing a variety of different kinds of short-term rental situations here in town, and the question is, we don't have any provision in the bylaws right now about short-term rentals. Other towns do, and they're working with that in their own way. But for lack in our bylaws of any mention whatsoever of short-term rentals, we don't have the ability really to work with those who were engaged in short-term rentals in a consistent and in a consistent way. It's just not there. So
Which is different than bed and breakfast.
That's right.
Airbnb.
Bed and breakfast is a short-term rental.
Well, yeah, and this is and this is exactly what we have to work out. You know, is our definitions and how we understand those definitions and how we work with those definitions here in Newfane. We just don't have that yet. I would be very remiss. Maybe I left it out of my initial presentation because of the complexity of the task, you know, and the enormity of what we need to take on. And very much the Planning Commission absolutely needs the public to be involved in this. We cannot do this by ourselves on our own and spring it on the town. The town should be profoundly engaged with this question of short-term rentals, because that is all about questions about housing and fairness and equity.
And resources
And for resources, both for those who wish to have short-term rentals and for those who wish to offer them. Everybody has got to be profoundly involved in this, what I think would be a very vibrant and excellent discussion. And again, you know, when you ask about priorities, how do we decide on our priorities? Well, this one came by way of being invited to go to a Development Review Board meeting in which people who have short-term rentals were invited to talk about their rentals, their situation. But it was difficult to do that for lack of the language in our bylaws about short-term rentals. So we were alerted very much as a planning commission to the fact that we need to update our zoning bylaw to account for this.
So there's a difference between a bed and breakfast and a short-term rental.
Well, as Pete alluded to, for some, they are seen as one, and for others, they are not seen as the same thing. But I have to be extremely careful not to answer that question directly, because that's the question we need to deal with as a planning commission to try to figure that out. Because for some places, they could be, in some towns, they could be the same thing, and other towns decide, well, they're not really the same thing.
Yeah.
And we have to decide whether they're the same or whether they are in fact different.
And put it in black and white.
That's right. So the Development Review Board and, excuse me, so that Merle Tessier and the Development Review Board can deal with it, you know, consistently, fairly, and adequately. Are there other questions or comments?
I'll throw my usual plea out into the open. Wyndham Regional, the town has 2 representatives to Wyndham Regional. It is allowed to. It has 1. That one begs that someone else come forward.
Who might that person be? That actually. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I won't ask again. So, well, if there are no other comments or questions, I'd like to then. Well, it's your agenda, but maybe this is part of my report.
Okay. You have it.
Yes. So I'd like to introduce then my colleague Tim Shortell, who would like to join the Planning Commission, and so I'll turn it over to Tim to introduce himself and to have the discussion.
Sure, thank you. Well, as Ken said, I'm Tim Shortell. I live in Wilmsville. I have lived there for the last couple of years. I've been attending Planning Commission meetings, I think since the beginning of September, maybe end of August, to get a sense of the work that the Commission does. Had a chance to listen in on some of the conversations that Ken mentioned to you in his report. I feel like it would be a way for me to contribute to the town. I have a skill set that I think would be relevant to the work of the committee, and feels like be a good opportunity for me to be able to contribute to the town. I have a similar schedule with Ken, so I'm a professor in New York City, and so typically I'm in the city Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, and then home here the rest of the week, which is why it's been hard for me to make an appearance. I know that you were interested in meeting me before, but for work reasons, I haven't been able to get to a board meeting until now. And in fact, I started thinking about this at the last town meeting, because I remember you had mentioned about the Wyndham Regional Commission, and I was interested in that, and looked it up, trying to see when the committee and its working bodies were meeting, and unfortunately it happens to correspond with the time that I'm in New York, so I couldn't sign on, but it remains an interest of mine, and as my work schedule changes, it might be something that I would be able to pick up at some point, but be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I know you always look at me because I always have all the questions, but
I felt the vibrations.
Let's see, the question I had was, there was something I was going to ask you. I can't remember what it is. It was interrupted, my thought train.
So what's the term going for?
Oh, I know what it is.
Yes, that's the term. Right, that is also a question looking at the annual report. For instance, Bob McCandless is listed as 2019. I'm listed as 2020. and Lynn is listed as 2021. And it's not clear what, if Tim were to be approved by you as the select board, whether
That's
Tim
the
would
question.
slot into Marcia Highlands or Angela Sanborn's,
Oh, remaining term,
right, for instance.
yeah.
And actually, I have to confess, I'm unclear what 2019 means with respect to Bob McCandless, actually. Whether that term was up as of
On what date?
town meeting or, and so Bob has been,
No, it would be the date that he was appointed by the select board,
good point.
I think.
So maybe
Look at
letters
minutes.
exist, minutes or.
Yeah, and any appointment made in 2019 could be made such that it had to be revisited in 2020, so don't worry.
That was my question, was whether or not we have to appoint, we make the final decision?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Right, hence.
Yeah.
So, oh, good, thank you. Which is to say that we've been, while Tim has been in attendance, we are a planning commission of 3.
Yeah.
So he's a member of the public and acts in that capacity at our meetings, even as a regular attendee.
Yeah.
When we vote, of course, it's only the 3 members of the planning commission, which is, that's good that there are 3 of us, better that there are 4, and even excellent that there will be 5 soon, I hope.
Ken, do you have another meeting in 2019 scheduled?
We do not.
Okay. I would suggest at this particular point, we now have your recommendation, your nomination.
Yes.
I would suggest that we put it on an early 2020 agenda, and then that detail is taken care of.
That would be excellent
He
because.
could continue, if you were to pull a special meeting or something like that, certainly continue to go. And as can any citizen, go to a meeting at any time and speak up, make a suggestion, question, whatever.
Right, and just to say that we would be very eager to have Tim officially seated by the January 23rd meeting, given the schedule of the other commissioners who are in and out of town for the spring. And so our ability to have quorum.
Yeah.
Now, that's not why I'm interested in Tim joining the commission, just so we can have quorum.
Right.
I'm interested in his vital contributions. However, his vital contributions also come with our ability to have quorum then.
Sure.
So, right, and to conduct the business.
Good idea, needs backing.
Tim, how's your schedule going to be? Does he need to come to the board meeting for the appointment?
No.
No, I think like anything else, he would receive a letter if the board would appoint him. He would receive a letter, he would agree to accept the letters.
Yeah, what I am suggesting is that, and I think you've made a note to this effect, that one of our first January agenda will have appointment to the planning commission on it. Any member of this board can say, I move to approve the appointment of, and away we go.
I'm here in town through all of January, if needed.
You're on break.
Yeah.
J-term, we used to call it.
Yeah, break from one kind of work to do another kind of work.
I have a bit of grading to do, but yeah, I will be here.
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah, to thank the select board for the work that you do in partnership with the planning commission. I think the planning commission is a deep and abiding privilege to work on this because we're talking about the town and our townspeople and this place that we all deeply love and care about together. And we get to be part of that with you and with the town as they participate in the town meetings. So it's a really exciting, energizing opportunity, and I say that with full conviction, and it's why I'm doing the work, because I love this place, and I want other people to love it as much, and I know they do, for all of you who have been here for so long. And I'm a newcomer, really. I mean, 4 years and counting.
I think I've
But-
been here 8 years.
So,
I'm a newcomer.
yeah. And taking great heart from those who've been here for a long time to, as young people or as
And
older
also for new
people.
people coming in.
Right, for everybody.
I have one final question. I hope it doesn't bore the board, but I think it's important for the public to understand. But the DRB, the Development Review Board, how does that work? Is that a separate entity or is that under your committee?
Well, it is a separate entity.
Okay.
Some towns have combined planning commission and DRBs. In other places, I know of one town in Connecticut that has a joint, operation. But the Development Review Board, as they work with the bylaws, the Planning Commission is the body that puts together bylaws on the basis of the town plan.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do it on our own, of course.
Mhm.
We can do nothing on our own, but we do it as per the process that I just described with respect to the natural burial grounds.
Mhm.
But the DRB acts in concert with the zoning bylaw that we're all responsible for, but we're primarily the ones who put that together or shepherd that in coordination with the town plan.
And then they kind of define it more, the DRB?
Well, they have to, if not necessarily define it, they have to apply it.
Oh, okay.
So they're confronted with a situation, and if they can make a determination that that situation is covered by the language in that zoning bylaw, then they act.
Of course.
Someone goes to the zoning administrator
Mhm.
with a permit application. And the zoning administrator looks at the zoning bylaw. And in some cases, if you read the bylaw, he can't approve certain things. They have to go to the Development Review Board for
Okay.
them to have a meeting
Mhm.
to see if it conforms to the bylaw. And then their decision goes back to the zoning administrator if they approve or disapprove. There might be conditions and so forth, but that's how it goes.
And if they can't find anything, then they come to the planning commission and say the zoning bylaws
Needs fixing.
needs fixing.
Okay.
And that's where we are at with the short-term rental
Right,
Yeah.
right.
situation. Is that there were situations that were short-term rental related for which there was no language in the zoning bylaw. So,
Right. Yeah.
In essence, the DRB is the appeal body in zoning.
and can act in a quasi-judicial
Well,
fashion if necessary.
Absolutely, yeah. It is a quasi-judicial body.
Right. As you are, my understanding, a legislative body.
I guess. Not tonight.
Yeah, so we're learning as we go as well, for sure.
Well, I'd like to wrap this up and say thank you and don't be bashful.
Well, thank you.
Both doors are always open.
Thank you.
Good to see you both.
Thank you for coming.
Unscheduled members of the public. Anything from anybody, any old business? VLCT, resolution supporting municipal authority regarding commercial cannabis. I know we all have paperwork on this, and I don't know where mine is. It is relative to the town's ability to regulate basically anything that has to do with cannabis. And there's a bill before the Senate at this point, and it will be coming up in January. They're asking that all towns consider and support and circulate to representatives and senators before the 2020 legislative session begins in And this is the resolution that they, I could read it, but you can guess. No.
You want me to read it?
Love to.
See if I get all the words right. Town of Newfane, resolution supporting municipal authority in the commercial cannabis system. Whereas a regulated and taxed recreational cannabis marketplace will affect communities across Vermont. Whereas the 2019-2020 BLCT municipal policy calls for any legislation legalizing commercial cannabis to address the impacts on the municipalities, school populations, first responders, municipal regulations, and budgets. Whereas states that currently have a commercial cannabis market have guaranteed municipal governments, local regulatory, taxation authority, and revenue sharing, and Vermont cities and towns need, at a minimum, those same guaranteed powers. Whereas all cannabis establishments that cultivate, process, manufacture, or sell cannabis will be wholly located in our cities and towns, and voters in cities and towns must be granted the right to opt in to hosting cannabis establishments within their community. Whereas all duly adopted ordinances and land use policies and regulations adopted by municipalities pursuant to 24 VSA Chapter 117 and 24 VSA 2291 must be upheld in any commercial cannabis system. Whereas local cannabis control commissions must be given the same level of authority as local control commissions that administer licenses and permits for the establishments that furnish alcohol. Whereas cities and towns must be granted authority to assess licensing and permitting fees for cannabis establishments. And whereas all cities and towns that host the cannabis establishments should share in a local cannabis tax, not just those with retail establishments, generating tax revenues, now and therefore be it resolved by the town of Newfane that the town only supports legislation legalizing a taxed and regulated cannabis market that adequately addresses all aforementioned local considerations and concerns. 2, that the town supports a local cannabis tax of 5%, with 75% of the revenues derived from the local cannabis tax retained by the host community of a retail establishment, and 30% pooled and redistributed to municipalities that do not host retail establishments. And that the town calls upon the state administration and legislature to provide communities adequate time and clarity in law for local officials and community members to discuss the local implications of such a market and to update, clarify, and establish local regulations and policies accordingly.
Thank you very much. It's kind of hard to sit here and try to figure out whether Paul Dutton's going to sell weed or not, but
I think anybody can, can't they?
Shouldn't have
or grow or both. But to me, it's a kind of a tough question at this early stage. At the same time, I think that probably our signing on to that particular document would not be a mistake. I'd like to hear from other members of the public and or board members.
So they want us to sign that there then, is that what you're saying?
Yep, we don't have to do it tonight.
I just don't sign it. You know, the whole thing is, I've always thought it's kind of dumb anyways. They legalize the damn thing, they can't sell it to collect any tax out of it in the state, you know? Doesn't make much sense, you know?
Does it sound like we have to take the control of regulating and taxing it?
I don't think that has been determined. I don't believe so. I don't know. how
Within
that-
your town?
I don't know how that works.
And then 30% of the tax gets redistributed out?
But my question is, who does it?
That's a business.
Zoning administrator suddenly get rich?
Or it's a private entity? I'll take it, I'll
It's
do
gonna
it.
be part of the liquor control.
Yeah, it'd be liquor control, it'd be.
The same as-
Oh, liquor
the same-
control board.
The same as what you do for the liquor licenses.
That sounds,
That's what it sounded
Probably.
like there.
Um,
Your licensing and permits.
the town has to control it. It's not a private entity. You can grow it and sell it as a private person.
Let me revisit this sentence. Resolution, we are asking all cities, towns, and villages to consider, support, and circulate to representatives and senators in their district before the 2020 legislative session begins, can be found here. So in other words, what you just read, they want us to approve and send it on to representatives and senators before the House, before the legislature reconvenes. So
And
what's your pleasure?
This is coming from VLPC as a recommendation.
VLC.
I recommend signing it.
I say we get on the happy bus.
Make a motion to sign it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to sign and forward the resolution as stated. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there discussion? I'm sorry. Anyone have any thoughts, questions? Yeah?
Well, just say, as a member of the planning commission, this is of intense interest to us because of the implications of such a facility, you know, as it pertains to the town plan. So I'm not saying I'm for or against, but just noting that even just being here tonight and learning of this, it's like very fascinating and definitely has a relationship to the kind of work that we do on the planning commission.
Yeah.
To be sure.
Okay, I think we have a motion. Is there any other discussion, any other questions? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion to sign the resolution, please say aye.
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 Instead of hot houses, we're gonna have pot houses.
And water.
Oh, horse farm down there is looking better all the time. Hell of a facility.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I should have noted this before. I'll ask for a new motion. The resolution has a place for the chair of the select board to sign, so if I can have a new motion authorizing the chair to sign the resolution, I would appreciate it.
Yeah. I'll make a motion for the chair to sign it.
He said, yeah.
Well, that
I'll
works-
second it.
Works for me.
Okay.
Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Abstentions?
Are you asking for samples?
Shh, later. Thank you.
Has a lot of implications.
Yeah.
Maybe farming will come back.
Agriculture. Thank you.
Cut those trees down and farm and, you know, grow it on the hills.
New business.
Green mountains.
Um,
Okay.
Do you have anything that you want to sneak in here under new business? We have, that's correspondence, I think. I believe we have no new business. I do have, I apologize, I do have a piece of what might be called old business. I think I provided you with a draft of a letter to Karen Freeman of the Conservation Programs and Vermont Housing Conservation Board that I put together relative to the Deer Run Nature Preserve. Have you had a chance to read it? If not, please do. And
Yeah, I need a second to read it.
You probably want to read that into the minutes if you're supporting it.
We read it first. Yeah.
The only one thing I'd like to see change is where it says resource uses as a timber harvesting. I wouldn't mind be able to see that, like I said on one of our other meetings.
What?
As a gravel source for the town.
Oh, yeah, we've been talking about that.
I mean,
Yes.
it wouldn't hurt nothing even for what they're using it for conservation, whatever, you know. And there's gonna be a time that towns are gonna need gravel, and there's a lot of gravel on that property. And they could take certain sections of it, you know, there's a plateau at the end of the field that goes up and then plateaus onto the mountain. They could, you know, take out little sections of it, and I'd like to have some sort of thing, if we ever could put it in there as a gravel resource for the towns, for future use. Because it's getting scarcer and scarcer. It's a thing the town's always gonna need.
okay,
I like that.
I mean, you could throw it on there and then just see what they. It's nothing that would ever affect your hiking or anything. You know, the towns that ever be in there during the summer months to get it, and then you'd have to go across the river anyways to forage it because there's no bridge. So you stone the rivers and stuff. I mean.
okay,
I want to make a suggestion at the end of it. So the last sentence, nobody understands it from out in the public, but I would add in comma and other natural resource cultivation approved by the town. That's a general term
Okay,
versus
yeah.
gravel. Naturally, because it could be timber harvesting, could be gravel, it could be rock collecting.
Well, it's like I said before, if it's not something you put into it
all right,
now,
well,
later on, it's never gonna come up. If you put it in now and they're trying to put it all together and we're back in it.
I was trying to sneak it in.
Everyone's sneaking.
Let me read it so you people know what we're saying. This is to Karen Freeman, Director of Conservation Programs, VHCB. Dear Ms. Freeman, I'm writing to notify you the Newfane Select Board has voted in support of a proposal to include approximately 241 acres of land in the southeast section of town in the recently established Deer Run Nature Preserve. In addition to being aligned with and reinforcing many elements of the Newfane Town Plan, the proposal appears to have the positive effect of protecting the aesthetic value of the forested hillsides as they are viewed by people driving along Route 30. Of particular interest to board members was the statement that the preserve's intent is to continue historic use of the land, notably agriculture on the flat areas along the West River, and hunting, hiking, sugaring, and resource uses such as timber harvesting. And my use of the term resource uses such as timber harvesting was my intention, my hope was that would be open-ended and inclusive. I have no problem with putting it in there. I just, we'll see how far it bounces.
Well, it could also be, you know, grown pot, it could be, you know, the gravel pit, it could.
That's not historic use.
Agriculture, it's a plant.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I think adding in something like cultivation, you know, natural resource cultivation kind of covers, you know, the gravel pit, pot, some other things I can't think of at the moment. It's cultivation versus, you know, harvesting. It's a different, the word cultivation is different than harvesting.
Yeah, no, cultivation is typically growing and harvesting.
Well, we got the gravel pit guy down at the end. What do you think is a good word, Mike?
I'd point blank tell them what I'm looking for.
He's looking for gravel.
Well, no, I'm not looking for, I'm talking, I mean, it's not gonna happen in my lifetime probably, but later on down the road, if, like I said, you put it on a piece of paper, everybody agrees to it, it's in there for the kids, whoever else later on down the road, you know, and I mean, it's getting scarce, and the state's not letting you open up a lot of places, and if you had something like that, I think the towns could get it approved and do a little section at a time and take it in and reclaim it and keep moving on.
Just FYI, the town of Putney just bought a pit over in Dummerston.
But this is
That's
Brooklyn.
No,
This
I
is
know, but I
Brooklyn,
mean,
New
because they were running out of gravel
Mhm.
options.
All right,
FYI.
let me throw this out for your reaction. The introduction to that sentence, notably agriculture on flat areas along the West River, and hunting, hiking, sugaring, and resource uses such as gravel extraction and timber harvesting.
There you go.
That's good. Yeah.
Extraction, that's the word.
For municipal use. That way you don't think a private guy's gonna go in and just tear it up. That's fine. That's great what you did, just like that. At least you got the word out there.
Yeah, an extraction is a good one.
With that addition of those two words, is the draft letter approved for?
Yeah.
I make a motion to accept the letter with the changes that Hendrik W. Van Loon wrote for us.
Okay, I think I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Puts me in a spot, doesn't it?
That might be the
That's
conversation.
it, I'll take care of it. Yeah, we can hear a little.
That's all right.
That's good.
But you know, maybe once they hear what the whole deal is, they might like it too, you know?
Yeah.
It's not gonna hurt the land, that's for sure.
Was that a third silent approval?
Sorry?
Was that a third silent approval?
I will.
Thank you.
Damn fool doesn't sign his own letter. Hope Mike didn't pick that up, but he probably did. Okay, under correspondence, unless anyone has any other new business, or there's a letter from Letitia Ashmore on behalf of the estate of
The estate of whom?
there's a letter to Winetta. Per our conversation, at the suggestion of Mike Fitzpatrick, I'm sending some information about our property on Radway Hill. Mike thought the town might be interested in purchasing the property for gravel and sand operations. I know you have the lister's card, but here's a little info on the property. Radway Hill subdivision asking $195,000. 21.67 acres, also referred to as the Peterson property. It was purchased as a 3-lot state subdivision with an exempt 4th lot of 10 acres. Parcel was subject to a 25-year right of first refusal to A.S. Clark & Sons, which was offered and refused. It's almost certain that the non-permitted lot would be able to support a wastewater disposal system suitable for single-family residents. So effectively, it is a 4-lot subdivision. There have been surveys created to possibly expand this to additional lots, but it has not been approved as an amended subdivision. Please let me know if there's anything else you would need.
No, I did. I recommended them to
Yep.
sign that.
That's
To,
perfectly legitimate.
No, it's like I talked to
Thank
Jay
you.
and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of, there's gravel on it. I mean, quite a lot of gravel, and sitting there, you could take it down, and there'd be a low-income housing lot when he was all done taking it out. But
is that across, which lot is that?
right there, as you go down Radway Hill and turn onto River Road,
To the right,
that right to the right.
up into the hillside
Yeah.
there? That would be cool.
It has an Act 250 permit, just to make you aware.
What I would like to do, what I'd like to suggest would be that we table consideration of this until we have a full board.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you. We have a piece of correspondence here from Scott McFarland as New England representative of an organization that, as far as I can tell, is called GovDeals, Online Government Surplus Auctions.
He came in the office early last week to introduce himself. And his point making was that any equipment that we have to offer, we can use his service at no charge and put it out there for any municipality, from filing cabinets up to equipment,
Okay.
and
But
vice versa.
it's,
That's good.
but it's two-way. He makes,
He
makes
makes
material available as well as.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a description here attached to this, that there's a note here that suggests that Barry, Burlington, Milton, Pittsford, Virgins, and Winooski, Brattleboro Union High School, the Addison County Sheriff's Department, and the West Rutland Water Plant have already used him, or used the organization. Again, I'd like to suggest we put this one off until we have full board. Okay, anything else to come before us under the business section of the meeting?
Oh,
Ah, ooh,
oh, I think you have some there.
oh,
Oh, right here, yeah.
sorry.
There's 2 copies there. Want to give him one?
A couple of them,
Yeah.
all right.
That's
Hogging it. From the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District, dear Select Board, as November 14th meeting, WSMD of Supervisors voted to recommend the attached 21 budget and town assessments for review by member towns prior to the public hearing on December 12th. Oh. At the public hearing on the proposed budget and assessments, there were no members of the public present, therefore there were no changes to the approved budget. As noted at the bottom of the assessment page, fiscal 21 assessment is 4% less than the 20 assessment and 24% less than fiscal 2019. Doris is our representative.
And Mike's the alternate.
It's due primarily to increased revenues from solar lease, renewable energy credits, tip fees, organics, and compost sales. If you have any questions or would like me to meet with the board to discuss the district, please contact me, etc., etc.
So they're making some money.
Yes, they are. It's
Good.
in much better shape than it's.
Good to hear.
been.
So, as highlighted on the last page, assessment for fiscal 21 is $11,358.49.
It's a reduction of, from last year, it says on there, what is it,
Keeps going down.
is it?
$504 to the good.
I guess across the board too for everyone else too.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Yep. Appreciate that. Thank you for,
They are, at the discussion the other night, they talked about, the household hazardous waste days, they only have 2 a year,
yeah.
and they have them in different places. And I think the whole state is relooking at that whole process, and they're gonna try to do a permanent site so that people would have the opportunity to go.
Good idea.
Say like from May to, they're not sure of the schedule, how it's gonna be. But it'll be a couple of years before that happens, but it just makes a lot of sense, and it costs less, because it costs probably, for each household hazardous waste day, it probably costs $14,000, and they get some money from a grant, but the whole thing isn't working out. The last one that they had was in Brattleboro and Stratton. Stratton only had 7 people come.
Really? Well,
Yeah, and
they all dumped it on 91.
if that's the thing that I brought up. I said I'm glad that they're thinking about having this a permanent site. It wouldn't be open. I think they were talking about May to October, but it's like if you know when it's open, you're going to take it instead of dumping it somewhere where it shouldn't be. They'll have to have a place to store the different things, and they've got room to do that, but it'll take a couple of years through the state to get the permit even together, how that goes.
Would it be at the site down in
Yes.
Brattleboro? Yes, okay.
Because they have the space.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be more feasible.
Thank you, Jake. All right, we will move to pay orders. Means that the fun part's over.
Yeah.
You don't mind if we leave you to that, do you?
Oh, thanks very much for coming tonight. Thanks very much for coming tonight, Doris.
Oh, exciting.
welcome to today's Select Board regular meeting of December 17th, 2019. Has the meeting been properly warned, Jan?
Yes, it has.
Got started a little quickly, I apologize. It's okay, I'm taking the fall. And we're going to start with approval of minutes of November 26th and December 3rd in this case. Do I have a motion to approve? So moved. All right, and all those in favor of approving the minutes of this November 26th and December 3rd, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And aye, thank you, and that's 4-0. We are missing one today. Well, I've suddenly found myself thrown into chair, so I think the remarks I'm going to say are slightly personal, but I think they're a little personal to almost everybody around us and to our community. We lost a very young man in our community, little Michael, and I got to know this little boy over the summer, and he was a joy, and our hearts go out to his family and our whole community, really. So many people that we know and love here are involved with the family, and we're just pulling for him, and he just didn't make it. But it's holiday season, and this is our last board meeting before a lot of holidays coming up and our bit of a break that we take. So I just ask you all to count your blessings and hug your kids close. Thank you. Thank you. Manager's comments?
Yes. I have an exciting announcement for town government that Stephen Dotson will be the town's first sustainability coordinator. He'll be beginning work on our team on February 3rd. He was one of over 75 applicants for this position. I can state unequivocally that during my time with the town, this was the largest, strongest applicant pool that we had for any of the openings that have come up in the last 5 years. Lots of interest in the position, lots of well-qualified people, and a difficult selection process, which is a great place for us to be. We had lots of help in this, so both Liz McLaughlin and Dave Scholes participated in the process, along with HR Director Sally Nix and Public Works Director Steve Barrett. Sue Fillion, the Planning Services Director, was on the selection committee, and she and I together did the final review of 2 really well-qualified finalists, because Stephen will be working within the Planning Services Department and reporting directly to Sue. He'll also be a member of our management team, working together with the department heads. And also participating in the screening and interviewing process were Oscar Heller, Chair of the Energy Committee and a very active member of the community in promoting the sustainability position when we were considering whether or not to create that. And Elizabeth Bridgewater, the Executive Director for the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. We really appreciated the time that they volunteered to this effort to help us make sure that we had a broad perspective in the selection process. I think a lot of people know Stephen. He's done a lot of work on sustainability issues and social action issues around the area and in his prior career elsewhere. One thing about him is, in addition to being an employee of a few different organizations locally over the years, he has provided lots of services, some leadership services as well as assistance as a contractor and a consultant to a variety of organizations. So I'm going to take a minute, just for those who don't know Stephen, to understand the breadth of what he's done already in our area and why we think that he stood out as being particularly the best person for this job. He's been Director of Communications and Marketing for the Northeast Sustainable Energy Association, Corporate Sustainability Operations Associate for One Report Incorporated, an Associate Director at the Rich Earth Institute. He's been on the Wyndham Regional Commission as a commissioner representing Westminster. He's a board member at the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies leadership team, a member of the leadership team for the Ecovation Hub, was one of the initial co-creators of Hermit Thrush Brewery, and has provided assistance and service to the Brattleboro Savings and Loan, Retreat Farm, Friends of the West River Trail, Resilient Design Institute, and the Strolling of the Heifers Slow Living Summit. He's a person who has been deep into this work in a variety of ways over the years, and will now be leading our town effort around sustainability, both internally and out in the community.
Great.
Congratulations, Stephen Dodson.
Wonderful. Exciting to have such a well-qualified and a local person who's already very familiar with what we're going through. Thank you, Peter. The next item on our agenda is fellow select board member comments and/or committee reports. Does anybody have anything they'd like to throw out?
No committee report. I did on the way in notice it's a really beautiful night. And people, and I noticed this afternoon and then again this evening because I had to be out, that people are being remarkably considerate and careful driving in these conditions. So it's a nice reminder that people actually know how to do it.
That's nice. A nice comment. Anyone else?
No, thank you.
And your comment actually makes me think. Breaking protocol here, but I did see a note from our fire department that they would like everybody, if you are near a fire hydrant, to please clear out around 3 feet around, all the way around. It really does help us out in times like these. And I think I'll just roll right into public participation, and this is the time when we invite members of the public to come up and say their piece. Just try to limit it to 2 minutes. We have a huge audience tonight, but anyone here would like to say anything? This is for anything that's not on tonight's agenda. Just throw it out. Hi, Franz.
Hi, Franz Reichsman, District 2. I'm going to comment on 2 things that are on the agenda because I have to leave. And they are the budget and municipal broadband. And I just want to, speaking strictly for myself here, want to say that, as I said last week, I think, that I would like to see a budget item on municipal broadband go into the fiscal year 2021 budget. I think it's, I know you'll be talking about this some more. I just wanted to register my opinion right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for starting off with an unorthodox comment. Anyone else?
Continuing your pattern.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Anyone else with any comments they'd like to say or questions? Jokes? No? Okay. We are moving on because we are not required tonight to do liquor commissioners or water and sewer commissioners. So our first order of business is an unfinished business item where we will discuss consideration of municipal broadband. I believe this is the third time that this has come before us.
Yes. May I give a quick update about
Certainly.
that?
I wasn't sure which way to go.
Yeah, I think that Dave should lead off substantively, but I'd like to just ground the public in the knowledge that this was considered a couple of times previously, earlier in the fall by the select board. The action that the board took on the second evening of consideration was twofold: for the town to monitor and be engaged in the regional effort to create a communications union district, a CUD, for southeastern Vermont, and to write a letter to several state officials who were comprised a committee that was looking into the question of whether municipalities ought to be allowed to use general obligation bonds to fund municipal communications, telecommunications facilities. And we took a strong position, the town did, at select board direction, a strong position in favor of that being allowed, that utilization of general obligation bonding authority being allowed, on the principle that it represents self-governance and that communities ought to decide whether to use general obligation bonds rather than the state deciding whether or not it's okay for communities to use general obligation bonds. Those are the two directed actions. We did those two things. We are engaged with the regional effort that's getting underway. We wrote the letter, we received a response, and received consideration to the town's opinion in the report that that committee wrote to the legislature, but the committee decided not to recommend general obligation bonding authority. That report was distributed to all of you, and Select Board Member Dave Scholes responded to that distribution by asking for some further consideration this evening. Here we are.
Yeah, it seemed like, well, the letter from the DPS came, was distributed to us, but we didn't ever talk about it. We just got that information. And so I thought we should talk about it. That seemed like that was the next sort of signpost along the way toward our conversations about how to pursue broadband. And their conclusion was, I think it's fair to say, is to wait and see. And initially, I was thinking, well, that's terrible because we'd have a lot more options if we could do the general obligation bond and just spread it over the whole community. And I kind of thought that, as I often do when I have a thought, I think I'm right. And I'm not quite so sure about that now because I talked to somebody from, I'm going to forget his name, but it'll come back to me, from who's the Norwich representative on the EC Fiber Communication Union District, which is Norwich, Barnard, and a few other towns around there. And he pointed out that he actually supported it. And I said, well, I got nothing more to say to this guy. But his perspective is that it would mean that only towns that had a lot of money would be able to do this. And other towns wouldn't be able to do it. And or it would be much harder. And a lot of people who maybe don't have any use for the service would wind up having to pay for it. And although that's true of a lot of things in the world, you may not use every service that the town provides. You still have to, or for instance, schools, but you certainly get a benefit from it. So, but he talked a lot about the Union District and and the advantages of that. But the primary one is that they started, and this is almost 20 years ago now that they started doing this, and they wound up not getting it. They were ready. No, it was in 2008, and they were ready to go, and they had investors lined up, and then the banks exploded, and Lehman went out of business, and all the investors, that all went away. So they started over, and they found some individuals who would contribute, I think, up to about $90,000, and they did a stretch through town. And then the point of all this is that they took a really diverse approach. They got some users to invest in shorter-term bonds, no-interest bonds that would gradually get paid back for the revenues. They created their own model, and so that made the Communications Union District seem more appealing to me, because my context is the Waste Management District and the merged school district, and things, the issues that the towns have where interests don't align get really contentious and sometimes just bring things to a halt. And I still want this to move a lot faster. So but I've continued to look around. A couple of the articles, this one came late. I just found out about this on Sunday. That Bristol, New Hampshire, which is a town of not a few thousand people, and it's in the article here somewhere, did their own. They got $98,000. The town approved spending $98,000, and they got $132,000 grant, and they did a 3-mile stretch of Main Street, and now they're bit by bit trying to roll it out into the other communities. So that's another model. The Chesterfield, obviously they can do those bonds, and they did it. And one of the people, Brad Roscoe, I think I'm remembering his name right. He was going to come to the meeting, but unless you're Brad, you're not. He decided not to come because of the weather to talk about Chesterfield. And the other example was the excerpts that I sent in the link, although it's a link on paper, it's not very easy to link to, from Kentucky, where they did wire this very rural county, and in a few years they created 300 jobs, and many of them went to people that were making $5 an hour in an auto parts store or somewhere like that, and were able to get much better jobs, telecommuting, and so. What the conclusion of all that is that there are a bunch of different ways that we could proceed, And so I wanted to find, I'm sorry Patrick's not here because I suspect he has some, or maybe you do have information about, you mentioned that we are engaged in the CUD process. Maybe you can talk about some of the progress that is going on there.
Sure.
That would be great. But basically my question is, well, first question is, do we want to proceed? Because there was some resistance, some hesitant. Liz obviously doesn't, she's shaking her head no. So I need to find that out before I try to get us to determine how we want to do it.
Okay.
So,
well, I'm going to let you steer a little bit. You threw a question to our town manager.
Yeah.
So.
Sure. So the way I would characterize what's happened so far is there has been preparation to launch the CUD process. A fair amount of it, lots of communication among the parties who intend to participate in it, as well as some coordination among those who are organizing it and bringing in resources to assist. And it will launch all but immediately after the holidays. I don't know the exact date of the meeting in January, but there's a meeting that has been scheduled to be held in January where the group will assemble and begin to identify the steps they're going to take to move forward. They will be receiving advice from the individuals who created, the ones who created EC Fiber will be speaking from their direct experience with the creation of a district similar to what is being envisioned for southeastern Vermont. And there's funding that's been provided by the state that's being provided to the Wyndham Regional Commission to assist in this effort. I don't know the details of that, and I don't know whether or not it's coming with technical assistance from the state. But I do know that there's that they've engaged individuals who had participated in the organization around EC Fiber to bring that experience here.
and the state also funded a position for a person to provide support for exactly what you're talking about.
Right, and that's the part. I don't know whether or not that person is already, engaged in providing that support around the state, and whether they are part of what's going to be the launch here, or whether it's just state funding that's going to help in terms of paying for the expertise that's coming in from the EC Fiber folks and perhaps others. But Patrick will be representing the town in that. He unfortunately wasn't able to be here for this evening's meeting, but he certainly will, go to that first meeting and be able to provide a further update to us in January about what he learns there and how it's intended to move forward from here.
Before throwing it out to some other comments, I thought I might just ask for a couple clarifications on what you're actually looking for as far as a discussion. When you talk about broadband, and we talked about this twice before in sort of broad terms about high-speed internet, and I think a lot of the time there's a confusion around the term because the term is rather broad, quite literally. Because often when people are speaking of broadband, they're speaking about fiber. And I assume that's kind of what gets you excited.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a good clarification, at least for me. But I'm kind of curious, what, if you want something to be, you're advocating for something to be on our town meeting, what would that look like?
Well, that's what I thought that the way to proceed was to put some money in for a study to explore all the different options. And I don't know if we don't do that, and the CUD looks like it's going to take ages, then it'll be a whole year before we can put anything in the budget again, because that's not even going to start until January.
Right.
So where I am now is wondering whether to pursue that or not. And I think what I'd like to do is talk to Patrick and maybe the people of the district and find out a little bit more about what the prospects are for that. And if there's, I think that money has to be raised for the work. And if it's the initial money from the state is for exploring, but it's not going to get anything done. So I don't know exactly what to ask for. But I want to we'll find out more before we're done with the budget, if possible.
If you recall at the last meeting, I think it was October 15th, we generally had, at least three of us, I believe Brandy was also absent at that meeting as well. So there was only four of us at that meeting as well.
No, Brandy was there, because she had issues with the company that was doing the work in Chesterfield. I remember that really distinctly.
Daniel, were you here?
Oh,
Daniel was
I
here.
recall Brandy not being here, but
Okay,
that's
well, it
fine.
might have been another meeting.
Yeah, since there were two earlier. So I'm just wondering, see, I remember Liz saying a couple of comments that I agreed with, which were why, if there's so many steps that could be taken in the community and exploring some background on this and gauging our community of whether or not people are really interested in this, pursuing this, however we might pursue it, why wouldn't we do that work first? And you actually volunteered to get the ball rolling, speaking to people, and it seemed...
And having people come in and talk with the snow.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know even, I don't want to call it Franz because he's not a member of this board, but a comment that Franz made was that there wasn't, he personally didn't support going towards the study until there were numbers attached to it. So I guess I'm just wondering, I feel like you are kind of feeling your way a little bit, which is fine, but in order for us to make a decision on actually putting something on the agenda, it would have to be a little more concrete.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe it should wait for petition if it was something that you really needed to see.
Well, it depends. I think that the part that I absolutely agree with is we need to get a broader sense from the community whether they would support it or not. And a petition and a conversation at town meeting would certainly indicate that interest. And that may be, the way to pursue. I would like us to talk about it at town meeting. I'm just not sure how to go about that. I'd like to get a consensus from the meeting about how vigorously we should proceed in this direction. I think it's really urgent, and that's the reason that I'm anxious to get things moving.
I have a comment.
Please.
So 3 weeks ago, I'd say, or I don't know exactly how long ago, we voted on a measure, didn't we not?
I don't, well, you mean, do you remember we had that sort of menu of options
Right.
to take? We went
Yes.
to 1 and 2, but I don't
Yes.
think we actually took a vote.
Okay.
I think it was consensus.
Well, so we had
3
a
out of 4.
consensus, and that consensus was to go with the CUD, to gain knowledge from them of what they were doing in lieu of spending money on a study, because they were getting state resources, they were getting state personnel, they were discussing this, and frankly, the more rural towns have a greater interest in better service than Brattleboro has. So I am content to stick with the decision or consensus that we made just a short while ago and gained, whatever knowledge we can from that. It's interesting because, Peter talked about that there were 2 steps, and the one step was the CUD and the second step was the letter. So we got an answer to our letter, and I understand that you're eager, Johnny on the spot, to discuss it. But I think we need time for the CUD to learn, and we learn from that process. And we haven't had that time yet because it hasn't really started. So I think it's premature, and I am content with the decision that we made, and I want to let that bear fruit.
Just a couple of responses. One is that the decision included me finding people to come in and talk about the advantages of different systems, so that's what I'm doing. The other thing, I don't think, from the responses that I've seen, and they're small, but the number of responses I've seen, I've heard more people say, well, the rural places don't need it, the downtown needs it because that's where the businesses are concentrated. So I don't think there's a conclusion that the rural communities are more interested in it or not. And we're rural and urban, so it really doesn't matter. The fact that it's been 3 months and so far the CUD is prepared to launch indicates that it's going to be a very slow, tedious process, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a better process. And so I'm looking to keep as many different options going as possible. And obviously you can support what you feel comfortable supporting. I'm still going to do that. I'm still going to promote whatever we can. And I will participate more actively and communicate with Patrick about the CUD. But I have heard nothing about it since it was initially in paper. And so obviously there's not much to report. But at this point, I don't really have an action that I want us to take until I get a better sense of whether that's going to proceed. It is a really good model. The way EC Fiber rolled it out, it's a really flexible model. And but it may mean that we still have to pay for ours all on our own anyway. So we'll see.
Daniel?
I remain fairly agnostic about this. I guess the one thing I want to kind of point out for folks who might be following along at home, like, so some of the communities that we've been compared to here are really small. So Leverett, Massachusetts has a population of, or at least from the 2010 census, had a population of 1,876 people compared to our nearly 13,000. And they had 813 households. We have 5,421. The amount of money that they raised in bonds for that project was $3.6 million for 813 households, of which 667 of them ended up becoming subscribers. And what I don't want us to go too far down the road is to kind of envision this project that is presumably at least a couple of times larger than that. You know, maybe it's in the tens of millions of dollars. And Leverett, Massachusetts was also a place that did not have access to any meaningful broadband of any sort. So there was no competitors there. We've already heard from Patrick's report that where towns have tried to do this where there are competitors, those competitors compete. And that means that they're able to offer deals that they wouldn't typically. And, you know, I'm not saying that I'm in love with our local internet providers as things stand. I would love for a better deal. But if what it meant was I got a better deal and then the town was left holding all this infrastructure without subscribers to actually support it, that's bad for our taxpayers. So those are my concerns about it. I mean, like I say, I'm agnostic. If somebody can show me a way that this is financially viable for a town our size with the number of house sites and with the number of miles, right? Because we're also talking about laying cable. I mean, I guess in like the biggest vision would be laying cable to every single house site in Brattleboro. So how many miles of cable are we talking? It sounds to me like it would be a heck of a lot of money. And we know that we can't use general obligation bonds, so we can't raise money without having to worry whether it'll make money, right? We have to raise money through, and you can correct me if I get this wrong. Please do. So revenue bonds means that it has to like be kind of something that is able to make money.
Exactly. It's called a revenue bond because it has to be attached to a specific revenue stream that will pay off the bond.
So that would be subscribers for this service, which we would be competing with.
But it can be for a very long period of time.
Yeah, exactly. It could be for a really long period of time. And in the report from the state, it says here, a 2017 financial assessment conducted by the Center for Technology, Innovation and Competition at the University of Pennsylvania School of Law found that 11 of 20 projects assessed were cash flow negative during the assessment period. 5 projects had an estimated repayment period of 100 years. 2 projects were pegged at over 60 years, and only 2 were slated to break even. And so I don't often find myself in the fiscal conservative role on this board, but I think that, you know, our taxpayers need to be getting their money's worth, and I worry about going too far down a road for like a tens of millions of dollars vision, unless there was something that, you know, and I understand why we would study it, right? Because like we don't know. I'm not an expert in this. I'm taking opinions from folks that know more than I do, and so there's something to be said for a study. But even if a study is $80,000 and it looks like we're going to end up with a project that's $20 million and we really don't know if it's going to work, I don't know if I even want to spend that $80,000. When there are other things in Brattleboro right now that $80,000 would do a lot to help with. So that's where I'm at.
A couple of responses, and I'm happy to move on.
Oh, sure.
obviously, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain something like this on its own. That's one of the things I want to make sure that we find out.
Dave,
I have
could you
no
speak
idea.
up, please?
Sorry?
Speak up, please.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain this kind of a thing, even if we paid it off over 100 years. And that's why the CUD might be a more viable option. And so that's entirely possible. I think the important thing about the competitors competing, at least in the examples that are in place now, Chattanooga, Tennessee is one of them. There's several others, a couple in North Carolina, I think Greenville, a couple other much larger towns than us that have done municipal fiber. And they found that what they did basically is resist and try and keep them from using the poles and try and keep them from having access and not cooperating with the backloading, because that has to go through those kinds of providers. But the deals that they offered were the typical deal that you get from a place like Comcast. Sign up and we'll give you all of it for $20 this year, and next year it's $180. And so that hasn't changed. That model didn't change, and people are continually paying more than they need to. It's also important that places like Korea and Singapore have the entire nation, and they have lots of rural areas in Korea. The entire nation is wired, and the effect on the economy is really astonishing. There's no question about what happens when you have that degree of broadband. And that's the primary reason that we're looking at this in terms of the potential economic growth.
Yeah, I'm sure that it would have a benefit to our economic development. Whether the benefit would match our outlay and continued like operation of a municipal utility is the big question mark.
Yeah, clearly. And it has to be answered.
Maybe.
Just like it can be answered sooner rather than later. And again, if the CUD process is moving and has some, time, some milestones and some goals and some time frames involved with it, then I'm perfectly content to let that play out. I just don't want to have it take forever. Those initiatives have not had a lot of success when towns are trying to work together and things. So, and the state obviously doesn't always help.
I think, before I throw it out, if maybe there's a couple of people that might want to say something, I just want to point out that I think Patrick, because he's not here, he did caution us in putting a lot of hopes in the CUD, just because there was something described such as the donut hole, which is to this effect that the larger populated communities in these areas actually don't see the benefit that the least populated communities.
I have an update on the donut hole.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, just that I mentioned that to the gentleman from Norwich, and he pointed out that it's not as bad as it seems or as it was described. It's not really it's not, well, you may have some better information just generally, but he said that it's really not accurate to think that a place like Brattleboro wouldn't be served by a CUD.
Maybe you could
It's one of the things that
describe
changed my
what
So I think it's actually more nuanced than would Brattleboro be served or would it not be served, and it's because Brattleboro itself has some land use diversity. So what we have come to understand, and I would say our understanding is still really in the early stages, right? The thing is in the process of launching, and we'll know a lot more a month from now, 2 months from now, about where it seems to be headed. But one of the things that Patrick learned and shared with me is the CUD could have a benefit for Brattleboro, broadly defined, because of the communities that are outside of Brattleboro being adjacent to parts of Brattleboro that are currently not served by the major carriers. And so there still would in fact be a donut hole, or in our case sort of the cavity in a sea.
Amoeba hole.
Well, it would be circled, but the downtown Brattleboro area and the developed residential area immediately around that is well served right now, actually, by competitive providers. And so that's the area where it would be hard for us to present ourselves as a public alternative to that in a way that would compete favorably, because they've got such tremendous resources internationally. So they could afford to undercut us. But that's within the developed part of Brattleboro. And so out in the area of Brattleboro that is currently underserved or unserved, that is adjacent to Dummerston and to Marlborough and to Guilford. There is at least a possibility, I think probably a likelihood, that if a southeastern Vermont CUD gets going, that those parts of Brattleboro could in fact benefit significantly from the regional CUD.
And then we'd be in the happy position of having a reverse HUD situation where we take advantage of the resources and the infrastructure that the surrounding towns have rather than the other way around.
That's interesting. Interesting.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but.
Oh, well?
Yeah, does anybody in the public, do you mind if I throw it out to anyone who might be
Well, I
here?
just wanted to mention that Daniel made a slightly different point than David's in saying that the benefit was to very small communities. And so David mentioned maybe we're not big enough. That's not the case. We may be too big.
Relatively.
Relatively too big.
To get aid from the state.
Enough, right?
Yeah.
Or of that Goldilocks effect.
Yes.
Or anti-Goldilocks.
Yes.
I mean, I had a couple comments too, but I was just going to throw it out. Anybody who wanted to speak to it who's here tonight, or no? Chris? My only comment was it's still, and I said this at the last meeting, it still feels like a bit of a solution in search of a problem to me. We have, according to Patrick's good report that he gave us a few meetings ago, 95% broadband, which is defined broadly, already in Brattleboro. We do have some outskirts that don't get very good service, and it's something certainly to work on. But we have fiber to this building, and we have fiber to, I just confirmed with somebody who helps me with my computers, Patrick Byrne, out on Burge Street. There's 200 up, 200 down, which was a nice number that I've heard about being thrown about in fiber, and that's just the beginning. You can get 1,000 up and 1,000 down, and I won't go into all of what that means. But that's fast internet, that's super fast fiber, but it's already available. Now, I don't know the coverage, and that's part of the homework too, I think, to make sure that we have a problem. In my mind, let's make sure we have a real problem that is slowing us down, either from an economic development standpoint or from an equity standpoint, and we're not really sure where we are, I don't think, yet, before we can go forward with solving the problem, in my opinion. The Chesterfield partnership with Consolidated Communications is brand new, so as swimmingly as it seems to be going so far, I've heard some good things. That doesn't mean it's going to go really well. And they're also a model that we can't replicate here at this time, by my understanding, the way that they handled it. So right now, the general obligation bond is off the table. A lot of us are uncomfortable. Daniel, you spoke to the problem with revenue bonds, and at the last meeting, I think you mentioned equity and how that really just goes towards serving people who can afford it often, because the town would be forced to make money from the deal. So I just don't quite get the urgency at the moment. I'd love to see evidence that the lack of cohesive municipal broadband is slowing us down somehow, or impacting our economic development. Because I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that so far from businesses who need fast internet. Anyway, that's my...
Just one thing I think I can clear up. Again, the gentleman from EC Fiber I mentioned that we have fiber going through town. I remember when Sabnet put it in, they put one of their junctions up at Academy School, and the school gets a little discount because it hosts that site.
I'm sorry, did you say Sovernet?
Did I say Sovernet? I said Sovernet, yeah, when it was Sovernet.
Okay, I get confused. Is that now First Light?
I don't know whether it was sold and changed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it was
And you
Sovernet
said
when they
it's
did
at
that.
Academy School?
Yes.
Is that what, I just didn't hear you.
And Gosh, I'm not talking well. I don't know. It seems like I'm fine. I've got new hearing aids, so maybe I'm
got the
whispering.
heat going as well.
But it
It's
sounds
this-
loud to me. Let me turn it
noisy
down a
over
bit.
here.
It's the fans, probably.
The fiber that we have, it's a point-to-point fiber. It's not as designed to have branches going off. So if someone's having access to it, they are somehow related to that point. It's a different design that they're doing in Norwich and Barnard, and in that EC fiber district. You didn't hear that.
All right, well then, you're not requesting we take an action?
Not yet.
Okay. Unless anyone else has any other comments, I guess we'll move on to new business. And we have, I need to cough. Sorry. We have a financial report to go over.
We do. So the monthly financial report for the first 5 months of the fiscal year, 41.7% of the fiscal year is complete. The prorated rate of expenditure in the general fund is 40.0. We're in good shape there. In fact, good shape across the board in this report, particularly in the parking fund. Of course, the parking fund is a little distorted because our capital expenditures from the parking fund are not in a separate capital fund. They're expended from the annual budget that you approve for the parking fund. So this is a number that will increase in the spring, but still, we've expended only 35.2% of the parking fund allocation in this 41.7% so far of the fiscal year. And the utilities fund, again, using a proration because of the fact that we make a couple of very large payments early in the year for annual interest and sludge removal. The prorated rate of expenditure is 40.5% in the utilities fund against that 41.7% marker. So good shape in all the major areas of operation. We have just shy of $4.2 million in outstanding loans that are being repaid to the town. There are, as there have been for many months now, 2 loans that are overdue, but still where payments are being made. 1 loan that's in default and fully reserved. And there's a notation in this month's report, closure, unhappy closure, but not unexpected closure on the cultural intrigue matter, where we knew that there was a default, that the town was not going to receive the remaining funds. We did file a court action attempting to get some leverage there, and the court has ordered that cultural intrigue is free of paying back the debt of $67,837 to the town. And so that has been written off the books. That loan balance has been written off. The program income report shows that there are $492,000 or so available for loans and grants. That's a number, of course, that fluctuates some from month to month. We're always receiving repayments into that fund, and we're occasionally making disbursements from the fund. But we're right now just shy of $500,000 of available funding there. We currently have 40 active grants that the town is implementing and 5 grants that you have authorized us to apply for. We're still in the application process. Have any questions?
Nope.
I just to see we're on the other side of the where we're supposed to be at this time, even though the surplus and the general fund. Nice to see.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
You mentioned that there was a loan late. How, when loans become late,
Yes.
what's the process that is taken to?
So there's communication ongoing between the finance department and the folks who owe these loans virtually as soon as anybody becomes late. And what we typically find is that somebody might have run into some cash flow issues at the business that was funded through the grant, or through their loan rather, I'm sorry, or that there's some other circumstance where folks just need a little bit of time and then they continue to make some payments while they're behind and then they get back current. That is the normal course of action. There are times when it becomes a more extreme situation like that. There was one that came before this board sometime last year, not in this fiscal year, but in the prior fiscal year, that we redid some restructuring. There was a loan that had been a 10-year loan. We were about halfway through the repayment period, and a local person who was really committed to repaying the funds had fallen far enough behind that they weren't going to be able to repay the funds on the original schedule, but made a very large payment, sold a piece of property, made a very large payment against that outstanding balance, and then we restructured the remainder of what was owed to the town for a new 10-year period. So that'll happen from time to time. It's very rare that we actually have somebody who just walks away and where the debt has to be written off. That did happen, unfortunately, in the cultural entry. That happened.
Thank you. Sure. I have an observation from the parking fund. I see that parking meter revenue is at 46%, right,
Yes.
ahead of the curve, and parking fines are down at 33%, which might suggest that the new parking meter system is working well, because there are fewer fines than you would have expected and more payments.
Might be
but it also could not. Yeah. Anyway, it's money in the bank.
Absolutely. And the fund overall is doing well.
Yeah.
We do have some repair costs coming up though, because somebody hit the last one on the west side of Main Street before you get to Elliott, and it's looking like the Tower of Pisa now.
But when we know who that somebody is, we recover.
do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's an insurance claim usually, but yeah.
I hope it wasn't one of our plans.
I don't know the particulars of that instance, but a lot of times when there is damage, particularly street side damage to town infrastructure, we're able to recover those funds.
That's why Cool Hand Luke was in prison, by the way.
Really? And there's a running over
That's a valuable piece of culture.
Anytime I can help.
Some cultural interest.
There's a movie I'd like to watch.
Failure
again.
to communicate.
That's right. That's what we have here.
Hopefully not too often.
So, thank you, Peter, for the report. Next is we have errors and omissions to the grand list, and we might be hearing from Jennifer.
We will.
Welcome. And would you like to just let us know our process, just for the viewing public?
So, I have something written down, so.
Yeah.
If it is discovered an error or omission in the listing of real or personal property after it became the grand list, the approval of the select board is necessary to make a correction. Such errors or omissions of property listings may be corrected on or before December 31st. The grand list was lodged June 26, 2019 with the town clerk. From this date until today, the assessors have identified changes. And if you could please examine the attached spreadsheets from the material you were provided, detailing the errors and omissions to the 2019 grand list, which are being submitted for your review and approval. I'll continue. There were 5 changes to the value of real properties. 2 were the result of BCA hearings. 1 corrected an error in the sale of 2 contiguous parcels. 1 was the result of lister voted exemption. And 1 is an exemption per state statute. There were 4 changes of value of business personal property due to late filings or filings that were corrected after the grand list was lodged in June. There were 3 changes in tax stabilization. 1 participant in the farm tax stabilization program didn't submit the required paperwork, so the property has been removed from the farm tax stabilization list. The other 2 involved a correction in the methodology used to calculate value of tax stabilization applied to the real property and personal property at Commonwealth area. Commonwealth area adjustments warrant a more detailed explanation. While the assessed value of Commonwealth's business personal property has been materially reduced per the outcome of a grievance, the tax value of Commonwealth's real estate and personal property both have increased. This is due to a correction in the methodology of calculating the amount of tax stabilization that Commonwealth is entitled to under its 2011 agreement with the town. The calculations related to that complex set of adjustments is included in the bottom of the schedule of the attached sheet entitled Errors Omission Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization. When the adjustment is made to reflect the increase in Commonwealth's taxable value despite the decrease in Commonwealth's assessed value, the net change in the total taxable value townwide for both real estate and business personal property is an increase in taxable value of $905,705. And I can help answer any questions you might have.
Okay, before we go into further discussion, I'd like to just amplify two pieces of what Jen just described. Select board members who've been involved in this over the years and close observers to town finances will recognize that this is a really unusual moment in what is a really standard, frankly, sort of kind of boring but necessary, statutorily required procedure where we do small corrections each year to the grand list for the reasons that Jen described. What's different this year is the adjustment is much more complicated because of the Commonwealth Dairy situation, and because of that and the particular aspects of that, the grand list is actually increasing. The total taxable value based on this errors and omissions report is increasing by almost $1 million. And what we normally see at this time of year is a decrease because normally in a less complicated errors and omissions report, what we have is the report on adjustments that have been made because of the grievance process. So we lodge a grand list in June, property owners can contest their values, that process goes on through the summer and fall to make whatever adjustments might be made, and most often at this moment in time, we have a less complicated list that ends up with news that we're a little disappointed with. It's not usually a big decline, but it's usually a decline. And instead, this year we have an increase and a much more complicated report. Just wanted to note that for the record.
I must say, I'm confused because of this Commonwealth Dairy line. The old value was $16 million and the new value was $5 million changed. So we lost $10 million?
That's the personal property valuation that Jen referred to in the report as the assessed value went down, but the taxable value has actually gone up because the formula by which the amount of the assessment, so they are in a tax stabilization agreement for another 2 more years, this year and next year?
Yes.
And under that tax stabilization agreement, so much of that $16 million was being stabilized, so that reduced their tax obligation, that we're actually seeing this year an adjustment where the value, the assessed value went down, but the proportion of that that's taxable has gone up so significantly that we're going to have an increase in the taxable value.
So it went from the original taxable value of almost $4 million
Yes.
to the total corrected of five.
Over five. Five and a half about.
5.5.
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Could you say more about business personal property? What is that?
Business personal property.
Yeah.
So we require businesses to send in an asset report of their equipment and any assets that they use to run their business. It can be desks, file cabinets, and the such. We do not require inventory, but we do have a tax on the depreciated value of your equipment. The equipment may be fully depreciated, but however, we assess that at 10% of its original cost. So there's always a value placed on the equipment.
And so if I'm reading this correctly, Commonwealth's business personal property went down, our assessment of that went down quite significantly.
Correct.
But their assessed value for their real estate increased.
So they grieved their value.
I'm trying to not muddy the waters, but I'm trying to just
No,
make sure.
yep, it's a very complicated question, and far more complicated than usual. So what happened was they grieved their value, and they won their grievance. So their assessed value was reduced very significantly. But Jen discovered that the amount of whatever that value is, whether it had been the original number or this revised number or something else at the outcome of the grievance process, whatever that number was, that it should be the proportion of it that should be taxed versus the proportion that where the tax is forgiven under the stabilization agreement, that taxable portion should have been far greater. And so there was a dialogue that went on with Commonwealth where the resolution of the matter was that because they won their grievance, the value is changed to that value. But because the town substantiated that the formula that should be applied to that value would require a far greater amount of taxation percentage, they accepted that, and that's where we've landed. And that adjustment, the adjusted methodology will apply again to next year. And after that, they'll be just in the system like everybody else because we will have reached the end of their tax stabilization agreement.
Great. And this is all within the business personal property assessments?
Well, the Commonwealth matter affected both their business personal property numbers and their real estate numbers. So again, I apologize for the degree to which this is convoluted. It is convoluted. There was appeal of the values. That was one part of this, and there was the adjustment of the methodology that was the other part of this. The two work to different effect on the numbers. So this year it's very complicated and very confusing, but we end up in the good place of almost $1 million of additional value on the books for taxable value, so we'll actually yield some additional revenue to the town. Going forward, the report, both next year, because we won't be making all these different adjustments related to a complicated owner of property, and in years beyond that, because they won't be in tax stabilization any longer, it should be a simpler report again.
I just have a question about some of the language used. Why do we call it business personal property tax? I've always found that confusing.
So I believe the state calls it that in the
really?
statutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
because when I see
awkward.
Business and personal next to each other, it feels
totally agree.
Right. Okay, keep them
Yeah.
separate.
Unless it's your
Why it's
personal
not an
business.
equipment tax or something else like that is a good question.
Yeah.
I totally agree with the confusion it creates by being business personal property.
Right, okay. My other question is, we always call this the errors and omissions report. Is it really errors, omissions, and adjustments? Because most of the changes tend to come from grievance, right? Or most of the detailed changes.
No, not all. The BCA level.
Board of Civil Authority.
Correct, thank you. Board of Civil Authority level would warrant a change if it was reduced from the decision. Late filings for business personal property, they are adjustments, but there can be an error. An example of one where there was a sale of 2 parcels, each parcel separate parcels. They were contiguous, so in the state's mind, they were taxed on one tax bill, and they were sold off to separate parties. Each parcel had a house. The one house had not been removed from the main parcel, so it's called the parent parcel. So if you have 2 parcels, you have one parcel that's the parent parcel. That was an error on our part. There can, or it could be looked at as an omission.
Okay.
So,
It's also the terminology, just like how the business personal property tax is terminology that's required under state statutes, so is the errors and omissions report.
it is, and it's.
So other nomenclature might feel more logical or common sense, but the report we have to file, there's a certificate you will sign tonight after you take this action. That is the errors and omissions certificate that's required for the town to submit to the state of Vermont.
Great. So we got to do it. We can't clarify it to our liking.
No.
Necessarily. Well, unless we have anybody else that wants to chime in, I'd be open to taking a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on the reports entitled Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Grand List, and Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization from Town Assessor Jennifer Brunel.
Great, thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve the changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on those two reports aforementioned. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. In the fear of losing our audience to that conversation, I think...
I was interested.
Good. I think I'll go on to item C, which is also confusing and strange. No, it's not. I'm
Less so,
less
I think.
confusing. The Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust 2016 Six Scattered Site Grant closeout. Right. Public hearing.
Yes, so I would ask that you please open a public hearing.
Yes.
And then I will explain what we're doing here. And Bruce Whitney is here from the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust to speak to some of the details.
Yes, I will now officially open a public hearing.
Thank you. So each time we finish administering a community development block grant project, we are required by the rules of the program to hold a public hearing where you hear the results of the work under that grant, and the public has an opportunity to tell you what they thought about it. The results in this particular case are not just here in Brattleboro, but actually to a broader geographic area that Mr. Whitney will describe here in a moment about the sort of full impact of this. And that's the result of this being one of a series of grants where because the town has maintained a good working relationship with the state, and because the state knows that Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust is a very reliable administrator of these programs, there are other counties now outside of Wyndham and Windsor's usual jurisdiction, certainly outside of Brattleboro, that are beneficiaries of grant funds that come from the state to the town to the agency and are then implemented through the programming for whatever that particular grant is. And Bruce will tell us about this particular grant.
Yes, and I'm Bruce Whitney. I'm the Director of Home Ownership with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. And because of errors, I gave you an updated report. And really the updates are on the numbers on the second page, the chart. Due to my travel schedule and communication with Patrick, I'd given him historic numbers, but the numbers here are just for this grant period, and that's what we need to report on for this closeout. So you'll see the numbers in the updated report are October 1st, 17 through actually yesterday. We've got the most up-to-date numbers. We thank Brattleboro once again. The town of Brattleboro has sponsored this particular grant since 2014. We've been running this program for about 12 years. In the lingo of the state and CDBG, it's called the Scattered Site Grant because we are working throughout at this point, 5 counties. We did start in the Wyndham and Windsor counties, and in the grant period that started with this period, we are partnering with Down Street Housing and Community Development, which is a sister agency to ours, and they cover the 3 counties of Lamoille, Orange, and Washington counties. So we're doing back office administration for that program. And the services we're providing are home repair loans to income eligible people. We can loan up to $25,000 for necessary health and safety repairs. We do housing counseling advocacy. We work with people who want to buy homes. We provide free one-on-one counseling, and we also provide an 8-hour education course that is in person, and we also have an online version. And those are offered in our location and also up in at Mount Ascutney Hospital in Windsor. And then through this, through that service, we're helping people buy homes, and they're leveraging our assistance and our down payment assistance to get mortgages. So on the back side, you'll see the results through these 2 years, almost 2+ years. We've done 40 home repair loans, 6 in Brattleboro, and that's so 15% of the loans have been in Brattleboro, and Brattleboro is a much smaller per capita population-wise. It would be much smaller than 15%. So Brattleboro continues to see an increased effect there. We've counseled 429 people over the period. 116 of those are in Brattleboro, and we helped 173 people buy homes, and 33 of those were in Brattleboro. So with that, we are closing out this grant. Brattleboro also sponsored the next grant, which will start January 1st. We will be spending this particular money through December 31st, and so we have 6 to 8 more home repair projects that we expect to be complete, and 10 in our construction pipeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just need to throw out there, if people would be interested in getting more info, and how would they do that? If anybody watching is interested in.
Yes, they can go to homemattershere.org. Our main line is, let me see if I can remember, 254-4604. That gets you right to the front office, and you'll be directed to our program coordinator.
Thank you.
Jim?
Questions? Listen.
I just wanted to congratulate you, Bruce, and your organization. And I think the most significant number is this 33 first-time home buyers in Brattleboro. That's great. Thank you.
In a similar vein, I just heard on the radio that Lamoille County is looking at a new low-income housing project, 25-unit project. I assume you're helping with that, and I hope you are. And one of the things that's unique about it is that they raise the income level to, I think it's 125% of poverty. A family could have an income up to $70,000 and still qualify for the housing assistance.
Well, Down Street is still running their own housing development program without assistance from us, other than collegial support. And yeah, that sounds like that money might be the state bond money, and the Snow Block also has, I think, 5 units that are up to 120% AMI. So we are housing people in that middle income right here in Snow Block.
I have a clarification question.
Yeah.
On the sheet you just gave, it lists home ownership assistance, but on the December 3rd letter we've got, it only mentions under the final hearing site grant provided home repair and housing counseling services. I'm wondering why the home ownership assistance wasn't.
I'm not sure why Patrick might have left that out. This is the report I provided him. The housing counseling is the service that helps people buy home ownership. buy homes. So maybe he just didn't maybe see it as a service,
It's
more
on the
as a
next
result.
page.
Yeah, it is in the detailed report. I think it was just an oversight that it wasn't mentioned in that paragraph that summarized what's in the detailed report.
Great. I have a question about the home repair program. How do you guys do outreach for that program? You know, it seems like I work at SEVCA part-time and have a little bit of inside knowledge on this. And you know, there are a lot of homes in this county that they're in need of repair. Are you guys actively looking for projects, or are you at capacity with what just kind of comes to you passively?
We are actively looking for projects. Our outreach includes working with partner agencies such as SEVCA, the Council on Aging. Those two tend to be our biggest referral sources, but we do media advertising from time to time. We are doing Facebook, we are doing Google AdWords. We've done some radio ads here in town through the radio stations, and actually radio is pretty interesting these days in that they're big companies that have lots of different stations. So we found that we got a good bang for the buck in doing some radio that actually was spread around the state. So.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
We're spreading cookies around.
Would you like a cookie? Elizabeth
No,
made cookies.
thank you. A colleague brought in Christmas cookies today, so I'm
Very nice. Well, the purpose of this obviously is to take any comments from the public, but it looks like, unless Russ has a comment there, or Chris, I don't think we have anybody here to ask any questions. So I can, if everyone's satisfied, I can close out the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again for the work.
Yeah.
Where are we? Okay.
Budget.
All right.
How could you forget?
So,
I'm sorry to leave you with no audience, but I'm gonna have.
oh, that's
Well, there are
quite
thousands of people watching at home because of the weather.
Get home safe, though.
Yeah, otherwise they'd be here.
Oh, they're watching on your shoulder.
I know.
That's good. Our town manager has stepped out, but we are about to enter item D, which is discussion of the FY21 proposed budget. We've had quite a few discussions, and how many meetings in a row? Does anybody remember?
Lots.
This is
Way too many.
yeah, I bet you know.
6.
Yeah,
this is
starting
6th.
November 5, then 12, 19, 26, December 3, 10, and 17.
I wasn't counting. That's
1,
8 in a
2,
row.
3, 4, 5, 6. We're on 7 right now.
And if anybody's wondering, that's probably was one of the factors influencing us not to postpone this meeting due to the weather. Because, wow, it was.
Because if
been a
it's
long haul.
Tuesday, we're meeting.
Yeah, exactly. No, but pushing it to
And the
next
next
Tuesday.
2 we won't be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We
If
will
you
not
wanna
be
let the
here.
public.
But I was stalling a little bit for our town manager because I know that he wants to give us a little info on the current status of our budget talks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, so if it's okay with the board, you've had an opportunity to review this, but I'd like to take just a minute. There's quite a number of different pending matters. I think it would be helpful to the public while on a stormy night we no longer have a public here in the room. We certainly hopefully have plenty of people watching at home, and I think it would be helpful to them to know what is pending, and then you can decide at that point. Tell me if there's anything else that ought to have been on this list. But quickly, there were no changes made to the proposed revenues during your initial review through the budget. And again, for the benefit of the public, I'll say we've been through a series of 6 or 7 meetings where the board has looked at every single part of the town's budget, every line item within every component piece of the budget for the general fund for FY21. And along the way, you talked about some things, made very few changes, but identified quite a number of issues that you still wish to address further in January. So there were no changes made to revenues. There were a couple of very minor changes made on the expenditure side based on information that came to you from others. So the Human Services Committee of the Representative Town Meeting recommended an amount of funding that was $4,510 higher than what we had put into the budget, which would have been level funding from last year. And you accepted that for the purposes of including that higher figure in the budget that you intend to recommend for this year's Representative Town Meeting to consider, so that your number will match the Human Services Committee's recommendation. And you also heard a request from the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for an increase of just $1,629 to the amount of funding for the Community Marketing Initiative that was funded at $42,119 in the current year's budget. That was 10% of the receipts through the rooms and meals tax from the prior year. They asked that instead of that $42,119 being the figure again, that you increase it to make it 10% of the prior year's receipts as a matter of policy going forward. You conceded agreed to that. Thank you. Yeah. You agreed to do that, sort of reserving judgment about future years, but for this year's budget, you intend to increase this number so that it reflects 10% of the prior year's receipts. So we have made that change as well. But beyond that, there's a number of matters that might have a substantially greater impact to the budget as it has been proposed and as you will ultimately recommend it to Representative Town Meeting. And those topics include the potential for a pool house renovation or replacement at Living Memorial Park. Staff has been collecting some additional information that we will bring forward to you for your consideration as to whether to add that to the capital plan. You asked for some additional information regarding the fund balance guideline so that you can look at the 10% standard that we've been applying now for about a decade or so in Brattleboro to see how that relates to best practices and the policies that exist in other towns. When we identified the line item of $10,000 of funding for porta potties and other sanitary actions of the town to maintain public health and provide a place for folks to go to the bathroom in the summer months when there's more people living outdoors in Brattleboro, you responded to that by saying that was fine as far as it went. You thought that there were a couple of aspects of that that required more review. One, that you'd like to see some information about what a more permanent installation might look like. We are prepared to show that to you, although I don't anticipate you're going to want to pursue any of that for this particular budget because there's some very high price tags attached to those, unfortunately. But we will be able to at least provide that information and perhaps talk about what we might pursue in the future.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Are there grants available for things like that?
We are looking for that as well. We're hopeful, but we haven't found one yet. So if we can find a grant that we could bring to you in January together with the information about the systems we've identified, you know, maybe there's an opportunity to move forward more assertively on this. If not, our expectation is that at least, you know, there'll be some initial information. We all can sort of look towards what we might want to achieve going forward, and we'll continue to be looking for a way forward to achieve that. But the least expensive units that we've seen so far are $150,000 to buy the unit, and the cost of getting it shipped here and installed with water and sewer service and so on is on top of that. So it'd be a very substantial investment versus the approximately $10,000 a summer cost of putting out the 3 porta potties. You also, my understanding of your concern that you raised was when you talked about more permanent solutions, I understood you to mean not just more permanent bathrooms in public spaces, but actually other ways in which the town might invest in things that help people not just cope with the situation, but you know, improve their living conditions and, you know, ways in which we as a community can better support people who are living in vulnerable conditions in our community. And so there is a very specific piece of this report that addresses Project CARE. You asked for that information very specifically, and we are happy to provide, if you want to take that into a broader conversation, we'll be happy to provide additional information that may support that that particular consideration. We've been asked to provide more visual budget information to make the information more accessible to a broader group of people throughout the community, for people to be able to see at a glance graphically the most important information about the budget. And what we advised you before and reiterated in this report is we're happy to do that in a sort of relatively more rudimentary way, using tools that already exist for us. Basically taking the Excel spreadsheet programs that we use to create the budget and applying the graphical tools that are part of that program, so that we can show you some pie charts and some bar charts and some things that do help make that information pop a little better. But for something that is more sophisticated than that and a bigger step forward, we'll be eager to talk with you more and talk with people in the community who have identified that they have some expertise in that area, and see what we might do in a more significant way forward on that for next year and beyond. The CEVEDS funding, once again, CEVEDS requested $3,000 per resident, or $36,000 worth of funding. You gave some consideration to that and to our report to you from staff that routinely now over the years the town has provided $2,000 per resident instead of $3,000.
Is it 3,000 or 3?
Oh my, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
$3.
I know that the total amount is correct,
They would like
but I just don't want anybody to be thinking.
Yep, nope,
we're
I
paying $3
wrote it
each.
wrong and said it wrong. I apologize. $3 per resident, 12,000 residents, $36,000 for a year. Sorry about that. And so the funding we provided has been at $2 per resident, at around $24,000, $25,000 per year. For several years now. You gave some consideration to that, but decided that you wanted to wait and make a decision about it in January when you're making your final budget decisions. In any event, whatever you decide about the amount, staff would continue to recommend that that funding come from program income rather than from general fund funding, because it is economic development related. It's an appropriate expense from that source of funding that comes from the CDBG loans that are made through the federal money, through the state to the town, that comes back into program income and can be reused for economic development purposes and housing purposes. And so we think that's an appropriate expense from that fund rather than what would be at $25,000 would be about a fifth of a penny on the tax rate. For Project CARE, you asked particularly what if the pay for recovery coaches was, first of all, recovery coaches have been providing their services as volunteers up until now. We did propose to you that there be funding provided, but we proposed it at a rate that would supply $12 per hour funding to the recovery coaches. And you asked us what would it take to make that $15 per hour, and also what would it take to fund transportation services to help the clients get to the appointments for their services. And we've run some numbers on that and would be prepared to add to the budget, if you approve this in January, $16,000 that would pay $12,000 to the recovery coaches and $4,000 to the providers of transportation. That $16,000 is equivalent to 14/100ths of a cent on the property tax rate. You indicated in our finale last week, in the first review, the first time through all the different line items, one of the items we looked at was the general services part of the budget, and in that, that one of the line items there is the salaries for select board members. That has been a source of much consideration at town meeting over recent years. We confirmed that the rate of pay for select board members has not been increased since 2012, and prior to 2012, the last time was 1996. So this has been very static over time, and you showed some interest in considering that. If you want us to bring you any additional information, I'll need to know what it is that would be helpful to you in that consideration.
What other select boards receive throughout the state?
Sure.
I know some of that.
It would be good to know what it was in 96 and what it was in 2012?
Sure.
I know what it was in 2012.
Yeah. Do you remember it?
Yeah, it was 2 and 3, so it was each member getting 2,000 per year and the chair getting 3, and then in 2012 it was raised to 3 and 5. So that's quite a jump when you look at the.
Yeah, at that moment it was quite a jump. Yeah, sure.
And we'll find out what it was
Yeah.
before 1996, if we can. I think we can.
I think on my research back when I was a town meeting rep, we are like well paid, funnily enough, for select boards throughout the state.
Yeah.
I think the discussion at town meeting is if the stipend were higher, more people might be interested.
Yeah, and I'll
We'll
remind
have-
everybody that, oh, sorry, that just for a point of order, it is always on as a article. So it invites the discussion we don't have to place it on the article because it has to be on the article to see what the town will pay its select board.
Okay.
So it's
Yes.
all automatically ripe for discussion, which is why it's almost always discussed.
That's what I was gonna say.
Sorry, tangent.
You also asked last week, and I should say these are being listed in the order in which you raised them during our first review, which is why this one, which otherwise probably should have been first, has appeared here in the middle of the list. You wish to review the select board's annual goals and our progress in pursuing those over the last 9 months for how well they're aligned with the proposed FY21 budget. And so what we'll plan to do is for the January 7th meeting, this is a fairly significant workload for January, and the schedule calls for meeting each of the 4 Tuesdays in January. And so what we'll plan to do at the outset of that to help you decide, make some choices about where you go from there in the further review of these other items, is we'll provide that quarterly update that we do regarding your the progress, I should say. Some of it's yours and some of it's staff working on behalf of the things that you've directed. But our collective progress towards your annual goals will be reported at the January 7th meeting, so you can give that consideration to the relationship between the goals and the budget as you work through the rest of the pending budget items. When we were discussing the savings that the HRA has provided within the town's health insurance program, the health reimbursement arrangement, we talked about the fact that in the early years of that, we protected ourselves with cautious budgeting because we were concerned that the actuarial information we had received about where we would likely end up is, by the very nature of actuarial estimates, an average and an expectation, and there could be a bad year where it could have significantly negatively affected the budget. We now have several years of administering the program under our belts, and while there is always the potential, and there will someday be a bad year, we're seeing really significant consistency from year to year, even though the individual claims vary and the number of claims and the severity of claims varies. As a group, we're large enough that the impact to the HRA portion of our budget has been really consistent. And so we feel comfortable bringing that down, which freed up some money to be available to be either a lower tax rate or invested in other services and programs, depending on your perspective. And so you asked us to confirm for your understanding and for you to be able to independently gauge the level of risk we're taking on here, what portion the funding for the HRA, the proposed funding for the HRA, what proportion of the overall exposure that the town has is represented in that funding. The answer is that the actuaries, based on our current plan design, the actuaries forecast that we should expect to spend 50% of our total exposure. And our total exposure is $415,000. If we did expend that 50%, it would be $207,500. The proposed FY21 budget includes $215,000, so still just slightly above the actuarial estimate. No longer a significant cushion, but sort of a rounding cushion. The $215,000 represents 51.8% of our total exposure. which is 103.6% of the actuarial estimate. There are 3 different organizations that you asked to come in and appear before you so that you could have some interaction with them about their parts of our budget during your January meetings. And so if you continue to want that, if you don't give us different direction tonight, we'll go ahead and work with these 3 to schedule them to come in. And we'll do that for the first 2 evenings. We'll shoot for January 7th and January 14th for these appearances, with the hope and expectation that most of the additional work you're going to do substantively on this is going to be on the 7th and the 14th, so that by the time we get to the 21st, we're narrowed down to just the final issues, where maybe in the 7th and the 14th you've asked for some additional information or that sort of thing, so that by the time we're done on the 21st, you know what you want 100%, and we're able to put before you and the public on the 28th a budget where you're able to just look at it and say, yes, that's our budget. That's the goal of the January evolution of the final stage of this process. And the 3 organizations that you're asking to come in are the Windham Regional Commission, the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee, and the Southeastern Vermont Transportation, which is the bus service that provides the current and mover services in Brattleboro. You also identified a 4th organization you'd like to hear from, but indicated that you didn't need to hear from them during the budget process. And because January is going to be such a full plate of business, we'd suggest that this occur in the spring, at least after you put your budget to bed, maybe after town meeting. That's Rescue Inc. We'll invite them to come in sometime in the few months ahead. That's the list, I believe. Let me double check the next page. There is one more, sorry. There is one more item, and it's the cost of the additional storage for the body-worn cameras. There was a concern that was raised because it sounded like a lot of money compared to what people know they can buy storage for personal use. We've confirmed that, yes, that's true. The contractual relationship with Axon, who provides the storage and related services, which retrieval and in some cases actually editing the material so that the proper things are redacted when they're being prepared to go to court and that sort of thing, for the body-worn camera footage that is collected by police officers as they respond to different incidents. In amending the contract with Axon to add additional storage within that, the context of those services that are provided, the cost for 2 additional terabytes is $3,000. The overall contract is on the order of $15,000 to $20,000. I don't remember the exact figure, but we can confirm that again for you if that's important. The question you asked us last week was to confirm that it really is $3,000 for the additional 2 terabytes of storage, and the answer to that is yes. Finally, you identified as articles for which, or topics for which you intend to place separate articles on the town meeting warning, separate and apart from just being included in the select board's proposed budget. Would include the SEVEDS funding, the Human Services funding, and the Community Marketing Initiative funding. And so as we prepare the draft warning for your review, which you'll also be looking at on January 21st and January 28th, we'll include those items as separate warning items.
Now, 2 out of 3 of those is traditional.
That's correct. In fact, I believe Human Services is required by state statute to be a separate item. And SEVEDS has traditionally been a separate item. The Community Marketing Initiative, of course, is new. So, but you indicated last week you'd like that to be presented to town meeting as a separate article.
Well, I think it's complete. Does anyone have something that Peter forgot to add to the list?
I think this is plenty. Actually, I'm not sure what, I don't know that we can become, I can't remember the words you used, Peter, but experts on HRA funding. I think I'm not sure what we can decide or what would be, where we would go even for a conversation about that. Other than
my understanding was that you just wanted to satisfy yourselves when we talked about it generally as being, we had approached it conservatively, and now we've sort of brought that back in, but we believe still to a prudent place, not to a reckless place. I think you wanted to understand what did that mean in numbers. If this is sufficient that that's not an item we need to come back to as we go through the January process, then that'd be great.
Feels to me like we could put a check mark by that one unless Brandy, has a question herself.
Okay.
She could always put it back on. We wouldn't mind, probably. But just trying to lighten the load here. I was also looking at the organization appearances. I felt like one of them was certainly needed, and I would just ask the board, whoever else wanted to have the transportation folks come before us. Do you think it's necessary for the budget discussions?
I think it's necessary for the advancement of our goals, because that was an item on our goals.
Okay. I guess just in the budget crunch is what I was suggesting, that maybe it would be something that we might push like we are doing with rescue.
Right.
Unless it's tied to funding for you in your...
No, I mean, I think that's a good point. Like, out of the conversation we're going to have with the bus folks, do we imagine that we're going to say, hey, wait a second?
Well, they've already been approved for the year or something like that. You negotiated that?
No, it's been a standard amount for quite a few years now of $50,000. If as part of your communication around the services that are provided, you decided that that feels like too much or too little, that could be adjusted in your recommended budget to the representative town meeting. Or you could approach this as $50,000 is the amount that we've been allocating for this purpose. We've got some things we'd like to accomplish in the way the service is delivered. For now, it's not a budget matter, it's an operational matter. And
I think my
go from
concerns
there.
are more operational, and I would be happy to defer. But one of my goals in the select board roster is to have those operational changes to make bus usage more feasible and more likely.
Yeah, and better understanding as to how we might make that happen.
The presentation that they do is full of information.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth doing. I would rather put it off too and really delve into it. It's
Okay, so there you go.
Do you want to have them in February?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Since it's part of this board's goals for the year
Yes.
to improve that service, we could have them come in February when this board is still the board, and we could have rescue be later in the spring when many of you, maybe all of you, will still be here. But
who knows?
Just in case you're not, since rescue's operation hasn't been part of our annual goals this year, we'll have that come secondary.
That
makes
works.
sense?
And just while we're asking questions about this, why was the regional commission, why are we asking them to come at this point? To talk about why we give them so much money, was it?
Well, you could say the same thing about the bus company, right? I mean, like, I think that was the impetus in part.
Is Wyndham Regional's allocation it's part of the budget?
Yeah.
It is part of the budget. In that case, it's more like rescue in that it's part of a regionally applied formula, and our number comes out of that formula, and they say, here's what you owe.
Yes, it's regionally applied formula, but is it mandated? Or is it more like CEVEDS, where we have some flexibility, because that CEVEDS amount is just a construct?
That's a good question.
I don't know if it is statutorily required or not. I would say the CEVEDS one is explicitly voluntary and is a process that's sort of evolved in recent years. And the Wyndham Regional Commission one has been applied much more like
Religiously,
dues.
yeah.
Whether it actually is statutorily dues or not, I don't know the answer to. I know that it's been for decades applied in the manner that it has been applied, and unlike CEVEDS, where individual communities make a decision from year to year about whether or not to pay their allocated share, it's paid more like the county tax allocation, where the power at B makes its decision, tells you what your share is, and you pay it.
Well, maybe I just have an inquiry whether that's mandated or voluntary.
Sure. Yeah, I for one, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I recall asking that question the first time I saw it too, and I don't remember. The impression was, well, we just have to, but I don't know. Let's find out.
I mean, I guess like the spirit was like, are we getting value for money, right? What does this money represent? How does this benefit the people of Brattleboro?
Well, and particularly,
I mean, those are my big questions.
particularly the per capita number,
Right.
because I feel that these groups that ask for money per capita may not give Brattleboro a commensurate service that outlying towns who pay significantly less might be the focus of their efforts.
Are you thinking with the regional commission that we already have a really good planning department and we don't require the regional commission help as much as other places? I'm thinking about Liz's experience.
No communications district done.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just say that I think that this kind of got mixed in with the whole county tax situation because
Yes,
it
it did.
appeared right next
Yeah.
to each other. I, for one, am very happy with the services the Wyndham Regional Commission provides, and I think they do excellent work. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah, no, they're great.
No, my question really
Oh, and I know
is
that
whether
you're-
that formula is statutory.
Sure.
or
So
flexible.
perhaps it's more of a staff response.
Sure.
Than a
And, you know,
bring them
kind
before
of
us.
what are we getting for that money?
I'm more interested in the county side. What are we getting for the money?
Yeah, for real.
So how about if we provide that required versus voluntary answer? That's a really clear, is it in the statute or is it not? Or is it in something that got adopted within the region that's a
Yes.
legal document or not? And then if we provide that to you for consideration on January 7th, you could tell us on January 7th whether you want them to visit on either the 14th or the 21st.
Yeah, they
Or later.
also regularly send us a letter saying what they did for us in the year. And Sue
In the
must
town
have that.
report, there's usually.
Yes.
Yeah. So comparing those things together, I think would be handy for us to do on the 7th.
Okay. They might not be ready.
Well,
without
I
little
think
notice,
we could
but
have whatever
yeah.
the last one was, whatever the last reporting is.
Oh.
No, I think we have a report for this year.
Yeah.
So I have like a newbie question. It feels like I've been here a while.
You
still
can
being
get away
newbie,
with it
but-
for another few months,
Yeah.
and no more.
So let me just understand the process here. So this was sort of like an overview of the things we're still thinking about.
Correct.
And at our next meeting, on January 7th, we'll come back to this list of things and get into it a little bit more, or
So
is this the time to be getting
what we'll
into
try to do, or what we will do to try to be helpful, is divide these into manageable pieces for the next 2 meetings. So approximately half of this load will be on the 7th, and approximately half of this load will be on the 14th, with the intent that it helps you decide what you're satisfied with. You might make some decisions on the 7th and be done with certain things. You might find that there's some things you still want some more information about, so we would go get that for you. But by the time we get to close of business on the 14th, hopefully you're nearly done, right? You're down to just the last few things that you are still grappling with. So that on the 21st, you can be done, make your final decisions. And then on the 28th, what would be before you, and then we'll also have, on the 21st, we'll review the draft warning for representative town meeting. So then on the 28th, what happens is you have a short special meeting, you come together, you look at the warning as it may have been revised based on your direction from the week before, and the budget in what is hopefully its final form, and you say, yep, that's our warning and that's our budget. Or you do final tweaking if necessary. But if we don't get to where we're nearly done or substantively done on the 21st, it makes the 28th chaotic. We've got to, on the 28th, in order to meet the statutory requirements for the window of time within which the warning needs to be approved, and then everything needs to be final and ready to go into the town report, we need to have you make your final decisions on the evening of the 28th.
Okay.
This moment in time, I want to be really clear, is not meant to say, here's your list, this is what we're going to do. It's meant to say, here's what I understand your list to be. And if there's something missing or something that needs to be modified in some way, and we've been just doing that, right? You've been clarifying your intent on a couple of things. But if there is something that you think is missing from this that needs to be on the list, now's the time to say so that we're well prepared for our work in January.
Okay.
Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in at least the past couple of years that I've been on the board, we've had those 4 meetings in January in case there was more that came up. And I'm also kind of wondering if there's a chance we could get it down to 3 meetings. If one of them does become the 28th and we keep the 2 regulars, perhaps that 14th could be eliminated.
So,
yeah, it does depend on that. You're correct. But I'm looking for consensus on the board if we think it might be possible. Slightly longer
Peter
meetings.
probably knows best.
I'd like to make an unpleasant or an unwelcome observation. I'd love to say, yeah, that's better. I know you've met every week now for 8 or 9 weeks. I'm going to get a little break either these next couple of weeks, and then it's 4 more in a row. I get that that's onerous. This particular list is longer than we often have at this moment in time. Sometimes what we have is more change that has already occurred in the budget and fewer pending items. This year, I think quite appropriately, as you encountered some things where there was some difference of opinion, you said, yeah, let's get through the first review, and then we're going to come back and learn more about those things and resolve those things. And the result of that is, I think you've got a really full plate here, even for 2 meetings. And trying to put it all onto the 7th is ambitious.
Thought I'd throw it
We
out
can
there.
do it if that's what you prefer.
We did successfully push one of the presentations off.
You did push one of the
Maybe two,
preservation off.
Maybe 2.
One of the presentations off.
And we know about the police storage, so we have to do
Yeah.
that again.
Yep.
And the HRA.
If it's your pleasure that we have a really full list, this entire list of pending matters on the 7th, and see if we can get through all of it, we'll do that. We'll be happy to provide that. And then, if you don't get through all of it, you roll some of it over to the 14th.
So the 7th is a regular meeting?
7th is
So
a
there'll
regular
be
meeting.
Other stuff to do beyond the budget?
There will be, as of right now, it's not a heavy agenda, but it's still early yet for the 7th. But it's also going to be a holiday period where there's not likely to be a lot of things generated to go onto that agenda. Right. We could take a shot at getting it all done on the 7th if that's what the board would like to do.
Tim?
Oh, yes.
I wonder if we could also set aside the conversation about the $3 per resident, since the town is going to decide that anyway. The Seved's $3.
Oh, no.
You need to decide what you're recommending.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
On that one?
Okay.
We have to have a number in there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And that's always a fun discussion, anyway.
Well, I'm looking at the fund balance in the past can take a whole meeting by itself. There's incredibly a lot of philosophical stuff in there, and a lot of fiscal stuff as well. And Sebeds, again, it's going to be decided by the town, by the representatives. So
I wouldn't we do have the power to recommend.
Otherwise, yeah, I'm suggesting that we just leave it as it is. Take their request, or let the town decide.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
You are? That's what you're
Well, let's
suggesting?
not launch into that discussion.
Okay.
Hasn't been warned.
Oh, well, it's actually on our agenda right here.
Well, this is kind of a check-in. I'm not sure we should start debating it.
No, fine.
I think knowing this board, that we need every single one of these meetings.
Yep.
And if some of those meetings we get to go home half an hour earlier than we thought we might, then so be it.
Daniel, I'm concerned that you're going to want more money if we meet this many times.
I couldn't possibly comment. I didn't at all prepare some talking points around that.
It's not on the agenda.
Exactly. But it's sort of is. Yeah, I think we
That
need
for
all. I
committee.
think we need all those meetings. Maybe we get done a bit early some nights. I don't know,
Okay.
but I think it would be
For me, it
unless
all
that
depends
January
on if-
7th meeting has almost nothing else for us to do, and it would be mostly budget.
It doesn't have almost nothing else. It's
Yeah.
light,
Yeah.
but it doesn't have almost nothing else. I don't recall right now. I recall one very specific item. I don't recall what the others are, and I believe there's like 3 or 4 substantive matters right now on that agenda.
All right.
As long as all this is okay with Jan, I'm
It's good by me.
What is Jan's pleasure?
Power behind the throne.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Daniel. It would be very heavy to have a January 7 meeting with 2 holidays in between to try to prepare for that and make it the only
And it might
meeting.
snow.
If it
Well,
snows,
we don't
we're
have
having
to
the meeting.
decide
Doesn't
until
make any
January
difference.
7 whether things roll over to the next week.
Yeah.
Nobody
So
knows.
we're gonna divvy these up then. We're not gonna put them all on for the 7th. We're gonna do some on the 7th, some on the 14th. If that's the place you've landed, I'd suggest that the Human Services Committee visit be on the 14th. I think it's important that the goals discussion happen on the 7th. And I also think that if you have a robust discussion of the fund balance guideline, I think David's right that that is something that could take a while. Heads up foreshadowing to that, I would suggest that if you decide that as a group you think that there's room to maybe do something different, that deciding that in one evening in the midst of all the rest of this is not the best way to change a guideline. That the guideline is long-term planning, best practice. How are we trying to manage town finances as opposed to a decision you're making this year about this year's finances? So I would just urge you to be really cautious. I'm telling you, once we report back to you about that, we're going to give you the information you've asked for. And I have full respect for the fact that you might take it to a place where that guideline gets in play, but I think you should be really careful about changing the guideline in the middle of a budget process in order to free up some cash for that budget process. So with that caveat, that might be an item that takes an hour or 2 to discuss, or it might be an item that takes 5 or 10 minutes.
I vote for the 5 or 10 minutes.
I understand your point, and thank you for making it. That's exactly what I want you to say. The conversation generally strays into, well, if we did 9.5%, we could do a 2-cent tax increase instead of 3.5. That's where the conversation often goes. So, which means that we change it. We don't necessarily change the guideline, but that year we decide we're going to take a chance and make it 9.5. So anyway, I just wanted people should be ready for that to develop, if history is any indicator. The other thing is that as far as using all of these times and talking about all these things, I think it's really important, because we need to know what we're talking about. And a lot of these are complicated. This is first time for 2 people. And it's just, Daniel keeps saying, well, a newbie question, but it's
Oh, no, I'm
actually,
good.
it's
I did my
actually, I'll finish. Okay. It's actually a due diligence question every time. It's something that we need to understand. So,
Yeah,
as much as
well,
I'd like to
well.
go home at 6:30 every night,
I was.
it doesn't work that way.
Wasn't advocating for leaving anything off
Oh, I know.
or incomplete discussions. I was advocating for fuller meetings. That's all.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because it's really important. I don't have as many questions because I already asked them all. Poor John. Every budget I had something new that I didn't understand, and it was another 10 minutes off his life. No wonder he retired.
Okay, let's see. Where are we then?
I think we're at the place where you've done some modifying to this. I could go through it if you want, but I don't think that's necessary, especially since it's just the list and not actions on the list. But I can list those things, the things you've modified tonight if you want. Otherwise, I just need to know whether you think anything's missing. You've made that sort of more material decision that you are going to meet on both the 7th and the 14th. So we're going to divvy this up into, probably like a 60-40. Take a bigger bite out of it that first night, but
makes
have
sense.
still a fair amount of business on for the second night. And we'll go from there.
Do Do you have any sense of whether the staff will have a cost estimate for the pool house on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
I can tell you, we've
there are
actually,
pool people that want to come.
we've got a more solid number now than I knew we had. So what I told you when we discussed that was we'd be bringing you a thumbnail number. We're actually going to have more of an engineer's cost estimate. It's still just that.
An estimate,
it's
yeah.
not any kind of a design. But it's a range of costs and some information around that. We just don't have it packaged for you yet.
Great.
But we definitely will have that for the first meeting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to call out that often we have our number 11 is correspondence, and that always includes the department monthly reports. And I just want to say that I always appreciate them. And this time, that's where I got my comment about the fire hydrants. But this time there's also a report from BCTV, which is interesting and informational. And a nice reminder that the Recreation and Parks Department has some great things happening for families around the holidays and for last night, we call it here. So
Yeah, they're great.
check it out on brattleboro.org. You can find links to the PDF of their event schedule.
And all the communications that we get are all there on the website.
True. All right. Anyone have a motion to close out the evening?
What time is it? Is there anything else we can talk about?
I move that we adjourn.
All right. Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thanks, BCTV.
Thank you.
Did it. Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Yes. I should have said that.
Oh, that's what I should have talked about. Yeah, there's a
see you next
Shine a
year.
Light series of events to do with Hanukkah. The BAG.
It is on. Good evening. I am Commissioner Chris Cole. I'm the Commissioner of the Vermont Buildings and General Services. It is the highlight of my particular position each year to come out here at 4:30 for the lighting of the tree. I would like to introduce to you the BGS Family Singers. They are straight from a tour in Eastern Europe where they sang at all the finest opera houses, and they're going to entertain you with a holiday song. Take it away, BGS Family Singers.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to remind everybody that you'll all be warmer if you sing along with us. And I still wanted to remind you that while we do take requests, we just play whatever we want. Take it away, Bill. Outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since there's no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Till it doesn't show signs of stopping, and the frogs are born for popping, but the lights are burned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Though the fire is slowly dying, but my dear, we're still goodbying. 'Cause as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Thank you, BGS Family Chorus. Don't worry, folks, they're not going anywhere. They'll be here for another couple of songs. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Governor Scott to the podium to say a few words. Governor.
Good evening. Well, it's great to see all of you here tonight. All the kids, all the dogs as well, always add to the excitement. I also want to welcome, we have many dignitaries here, a lot of our secretaries and commissioners, part of my cabinet here, as well as the lieutenant governor is here tonight as well. Thank you very much, David, for coming. So, I always look forward to this time of year and the tree lighting as we kick off the holiday season. This tree is really a wonderful example of the generosity and dedication of a couple of our state employees. First, I'd like to thank Ira Moser. Ira has served as our State House grounds supervisor for almost 20 years, and he has a responsibility for finding us a tree that is suitable for this beautiful State House. So while Ira was driving in Calais on his way home to and from work, he saw this perfect tree next to a home every day. So he decided to talk with the owner, Nancy Hill. Now Nancy has been a state employee for 30 years. So a couple months ago, Ira spotted Nancy walking across the State House lawn and jumped off his mower and asked her if she'd be willing to donate the tree to the State House. Now, Nancy thought it over and called Ira the next day to tell him she'd be honored to do so. So I personally want to thank both Ira and Nancy for getting us this beautiful tree and your contribution to tonight's ceremony. Thank you very much. I'd also like to take the time to recognize Dave and Cheryl Warner of Warner Tree Farm. You have a beautiful farm providing many Vermonters with great quality trees. In fact, they were so good that I not only cut down 2 for the pavilion office in my both my 5th floor office and in the lobby, but I cut down the perfect one for my own home as well. And again, I want to thank the BGS chorus for performing for us tonight. I know you have a big, huge schedule, and to fit us in has been truly, truly special for all of us. You know, as we light the tree this year, it's a perfect time to take a moment and reflect on how fortunate we are to live in this great state and all the good things that are happening around us. And while it may not always feel like it, there's always so much more that unites us as Vermonters than divides us. I believe the things we have in common as mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, daughters and sons, friends and neighbors are what inspires us to do good. Vermonters are known for our deep sense of community and our commitment to the most vulnerable. We help each other out. We go the extra mile in times of need. We believe in each other and the value of each and every person. For example, I want to recognize the Ludlow Fire Department. Now, on Thanksgiving morning, they answered a call for an oven fire. which thankfully smothered itself out before any real damage was done. But remember, this was Thanksgiving Day. So once the responders arrived on the scene, they unplugged the stove and informed the mother of 3 she couldn't use it again until it was inspected. But instead of moving on, the responders decided to take things into their own hands and go the extra mile and help this fellow Vermonter in her time of need. They ended up taking all the food back to their station. They cooked it all up for her and delivered it back in time for dinner. This is just one example of the sense of community Vermonters share, and in part of what makes our state so special. So while we kick off the holiday season tonight, let's all commit to doing good, focusing on what unites us instead of what divides us, and be part of something bigger than ourselves. Let's remember the golden rule: do unto others as they would do unto you. In other words, treat each other the way you want to be treated, with respect and civility. So again, I thank you very much for being here tonight, and I hope you enjoy this wonderful holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you for those inspiring words, Governor. At this time, we are going to hand out some certificates of appreciation. The first certificate of appreciation and recognition is to Nancy Hill. Nancy is a state employee the governor mentioned in his remarks. And this certificate of recognition is for her generous contribution to the 2019 Governor's Tree Lighting Ceremony. Thank you on behalf of the state of Vermont.
Thank you. Have a picture here. Thank you very much.
Our second certificate of appreciation goes to Ira Moser. This certificate recognizes Ira Moser for his generous contribution, his agility to jump off a lawnmower to the 2019 Governor's Tree Lighting Ceremony. Thank you on behalf of the state of Vermont.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. And our last is to Werner's Tree Farm, and these were the farms the governor mentioned in his remarks that donated the trees for his office. And accepting on behalf of Werner Tree Farm, who could not make it because it is their busy time of season. Who is? Yes, Allison Eastman, Deputy Commissioner for Agriculture.
Sorry, Chris, I thought you had that all written down.
Oh, we did.
Oh,
I just, it wasn't written down,
sorry.
so I forgot.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. We'll make sure it gets to him. Thank you.
I'd like to now at this time invite the BGS Family Singers to entertain us with another song. Take it away.
Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen, who do you recall? The most famous reindeer of all.
Everybody join in.
Those reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would say it was all of the other reindeers used to have to call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games.
At this time, I would like to invite Governor Scott, Nancy Hill, and any children that would like to participate in the lighting of the tree. Put you over here so you won't get trampled.
Understand how this all works?
All you need to do is put one finger on that thing.
Wait a second. Which way are we going to go with this? You're right. You're right. We got to wait. Don't pull yet.
We're gonna, Governor, you want a countdown?
Oh, why don't we all count down? Will you count down from 10?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Standing next to the tree with lights on.
I know, it's like,
Oh, that's awesome.
Awesome. Thank you, Nancy.
At this time, I am going to ask the BGS Family Singers to entertain us with one final song. Take it away, BGS Family Singers.
Oh, we'll get it. We'll get it.
Thank you very much, BGS Family Singers, and good luck on your next European tour. At this time, I would like to invite the children over to the Pavilion building, which is that large building right there in the corner. And if you walk up the front steps, everyone is invited. Walk up the front steps, there are cookies and hot cider inside the room, and the governor is going to be reading a Christmas story to the children. So if you would make your way over there at this time, the festivities will continue.
Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules to order. And the first item on the agenda is the review minutes of our last meeting.
And I will move approval.
Representative Myers moves that the minutes of the last meeting be approved. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. And the minutes have been approved. First item on the agenda. Department of Public Service, Commercial Buildings, Energy Standards. And speaking for the department, Barry Murphy, Department of Public Service, Energy Planning and Resources Division. Mr. Murphy, while you're taking your seat, the committee will please identify yourself.
Barry Murphy with the Department of Public Service.
And I'm Allison Bates-Lana with the Department of Public Service. Sorry I was not on the list.
I'm Senator Joe Benning from Caledonia County.
Representative Linda Myers from Essex Town.
Betsy and Russ, Legislative Council.
Mark McDonald, Senator from Orange County, filling in for the chair, Chester Cashman, who is yet to arrive.
Representative Marcia Gardner from Richmond.
Representative Trevor Squirrel, Jericho and Underhill.
Thank you for coming this morning. The floor is yours to
Thank you for having us. As I previously mentioned, Allison Bates-Lana on behalf of the Department of Public Service. I present the revised proposed commercial building energy standards, or CBs as we call it, on proposed rule 19-P42. As the committee likely recalls, the committee objected to the department's previously proposed CBS rule on a limited grounds due to a copyright notice contained in that rule. The prior rule contained copyrighted material, the International Energy Conservation Code, or IECC, integrated with non-copyrighted Vermont-specific changes to the IECC. The committee objected to the copyright notice in the rule as it had in 2011 and 2014 as being inconsistent with federal case law. The department examined LCAR's objection and reviewed the law on this issue. The department determined that the public interest was best served by resolving LCAR's grounds for objection. The department did so by removing, or attempted to do so, by removing the copyright material from the rule. The rule now contains only the Vermont-specific changes to the IECC and incorporates copyrighted material by reference. This is consistent with case law in the Second Circuit, of which Vermont is a part. The revised final proposed rule thus contains no copyrighted material and no copyright notice. This was the same method employed with the residential building energy standards, which on November 14th, LCAR voted to withdraw its objection and approve that rule. So the revised CBES, upon being adopted, will be available on the Secretary of State's website, which was a previously identified concern of LCAR, and the public will have the same level of access to the rule as it did previously, meaning that there will be a free viewable copy of the Vermont-specific changes fully integrated with the IECC available online, and the public can obtain free copies by contacting the department. I also should follow up about the letter that we sent yesterday. Apologies that we were not able to get it in by Tuesday, but the issue was only shortly identified to us, or at least one of them. So the letter that we sent yesterday identified 2 additional changes to make to the proposed rule. The first, which if you have questions I will defer to Mary on, is regarding clarifying that one option for compliance is available. And the second is changes certain language on the cover page of the rule so that the rule could track any changes to the IECC, which will be forthcoming. We recently learned that there is a methodological error in the IECC that was created by the International Code Council, and the International Code Council is working to fix that error, and we want our rule to incorporate the material as it may be changed to remedy that error.
Let's offer the case, the technical do's and don'ts of rules often take more time and explanation than the substance. Are there any questions for the witness?
let's, our council, do you have any comments to make on the presentation?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. To reiterate what Ms. Wannab already stated, the CB's rule as revised or proposed to be revised by DPS does remove the copyright issue that was the sole grounds for this committee objecting last time. Now, as she has already stated, there is no purported copyright on this rule. Instead, the CB's incorporates by reference a separately copyrighted material. So I do believe this addresses the copyright issue that was objected to before.
So we already approved the rule in balance. All we're doing now is removing our own language that suggested we objected to that portion that's now been approved.
If you believe that the issue has been addressed, legally I do think it has been addressed like you did with Arby's. The first motion would be to withdraw your objection. And then if you did want to move forward and approve the rule in its entirety, the second motion would be to approve the rule as modified, if you do want to incorporate these modifications.
But in our previous approval, it's an awkward way because we didn't really approve, we had language in there that said we object to this particular coverage.
That's correct.
So we have to remove that piece of language from what we did before.
You would withdraw your original objection.
So moved.
It's been moved that the original objection to the rule, that the committee withdraw the objection. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. And the council will tell us what we might do next, which is to approve the rule as unnecessary and double protection, or we could simply remain silent. What's the committee's pleasure?
Well, I think we had a footnote, if I read all this correctly, that said although LCAR approved these rules, that explanatory language about what we were thinking was not appropriate, we need to remove that now.
That is correct, but that's for the letters of to the committees of jurisdiction. You still have this rule pending in front of you with the department's proposed modifications today. So the second motion, if one wants to make it, would be to move to approve the rule with the modifications proposed by the department.
So moved.
Everybody has moved to approve the rule now that it's been gussied up in a proper fashion. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay, and the rule has been approved as thanks to the hard work of the department who has solved the problem. Let us do this. Thank you very much.
Well, and thank you to Elgar and particularly to Legislative Council for her gracious help and support.
It's usually a team effort, and such things come resolved. Thank you, Council. Representative Chesney Tangent, welcome.
Thank you.
To address the memo to the committees of jurisdiction now instead of the vending that was bringing up.
Yes. So did we?
Thank you very much.
Council's prepared a letter.
Would you like me to address this?
Yes, please.
So you have in your packet the draft letter to the committees of jurisdiction that sets forth the issues that were raised during testimony on the RBs and CBs. And as Senator Benning had already brought up, this current draft memo was the one that you had already seen, which at the time, at the state of those rules, you had objected to those copyright portions. So as I indicated in my email to you, and thank you to Charlene for providing that, now you have withdrawn both objections and you've approved both of the rules. So as I noted in my email, now that you've done that, you could amend this memo to say, although LCAR approved these rules, LCAR's review rules has a limited scope, so that highlighted text in the first paragraph of that memo could be revised to read, although LCAR approved these rules, instead of although LCAR approved the majority of these rules. And also, you would delete the footnote that referred to your objection.
So moved.
Is there any?
Go ahead, Robin.
I think council has stated it eloquently. Any discussion? Not, then
entertain a motion to revise our letter to committees of jurisdiction as indicated.
And to send to them?
And to send to them, okay.
So,
Motion to approve modification of the letter to committees of jurisdiction of sending. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It reminds me of those cowboy movies where the horseman overtakes the railroad train and deftly jumps off onto the moving cars and goes about his business.
Welcome aboard. I got a text from Senator Gray that he was delayed, but will be arriving around 10:30. The next rule up is 19P64, Department of Health, rules of the Board of Medical Practice.
No? Let me get it. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me. I'm Sheila Livingston with the Health Department. The rule in front of you, you actually saw the emergency rule that we brought to you that looked similar. However, you gave us some great feedback on that rule, and so this does look slightly different. Just to refresh everybody's memory, the purpose of this rule is to update the way in which we approve the credentials of individuals seeking a medical license in Vermont if they were foreign trained. And what happened was we were basing that on a list compiled by the Board of Medical Practice in California, and they stopped updating that. And so now we needed a new methodology to ensure that individuals seeking licensure in Vermont who were properly trained could get a license and practice here. I'll explain the modification that was made since you last saw this. There was also a list of unapproved schools that was maintained by California, and we had as Senator Benning pointed out, confusing way of having that included in the emergency rule. Upon review and discussion with other states and with practitioners, we removed that. So now it's very straightforward. It's just that it has to have been on the California list or on the new list. And so we changed the grammatical structure of the paragraph so that it was more straightforward.
Imagine.
I know.
I just
it
want
was
to
fun.
record the moment. Was I right? Is that what you're saying?
Do I have to say that?
No. I got the
You made an excellent point.
Can we put that in the minutes?
I think that's the substance of the minutes. I have a question. In your letter, the section in the rules would be 2.6.3. And it's the last sentence. Someone who meets all eligibility requirements for such certification and is only lacking current licensure.
Yes.
And I guess I'm assuming that implicit in that is that they will then get the licensure
Correct.
that's missing.
You got it.
It probably doesn't need spelling out.
Yeah, but that's exactly what that means.
Yeah. That was my only point. That if people have questions, concerns.
I'll move approval.
Senator Benning, have a question?
I do.
Okay.
You had indicated that California is no longer holds a list or produces a list. Did I understand that correctly?
Right.
Because the annotated text version on page 1 has definitions of a board-approved medical school means a medical school that, and then 2.6.1 says appears on the official California recognized medical schools list. Is there still a list that's kept?
So let me clarify that. There is still a list that exists it is not being updated. Right. And some of the newer lists didn't exist when somebody might have gone to school. You got it.
Following that particular rabbit hole, if a medical school drops out of accreditation, are they removed? If the list is not maintained, are they removed from that list?
So the California list would not change. So if I went to school in 1985 and that school was accredited and on the California list that time, then I would be fine. If that school then subsequently dropped off and my grandson went to school, that same school, and it was no longer accredited and it wasn't on the new list at the time of accreditation, then it would not count.
But if the
It's
list
temporal.
is not maintained, will it be removed from the list?
So it's temporal. So the lists give you the timing, right? So you know when the person graduated or got their diploma or whatever. I think that's what you get from medical school. Your diploma. When you graduate, that is the time at which it's important that that school was accredited. So we don't want to take off the California list.
No, I
because
understand
the
that.
other lists don't have that
But
temporality.
if your grandson graduates from a school 5 years from now, from a school that is on the list now, but in 5 years no longer meets those guidelines, that's my understanding is that because the list is not maintained, that school would not be removed from the list. And therefore, all they have to do is graduate from a school that's on the list.
Right, but
it's not no longer an accurate.
But we wouldn't use the California list for somebody graduating today.
Okay.
Right, so somebody graduating today would use the maintained lists, the lists that are current. But those current lists didn't exist in '85. The California list, or I don't think it was the California list, but the California list existed at that point. And so it is a temporal issue, right?
But the only way for you to determine whether they are valid or not is to ask the question, what school did you go to? And you refer to the California list that is not currently being maintained. And if that school subsequently does not meet the criteria, how would you know that the individual graduating from said school is actually eligible under our criteria now if what you're doing is enabling them to come in under this particular rule as it's written?
Hold on, I'm not explaining it well. Let me think about it. I don't want me to explain it. So,
Can I take a shot at it? See if I understand?
Go ahead.
So looking at someone who is graduated from a foreign medical school in 2022, you would not refer to the California list.
Right.
Because that list was only maintained up until 2020.
Right.
So going forward, you refer to the other lists. The California list is only prior to this date.
Right. But it might be somebody who's, who's applying for a Vermont license today who graduated in '85, and then we would use the California list to verify. Yeah. So we need it there still, even though that's annoying because it'd be great if we could just take it off altogether. But the reason we didn't want to keep the point that you had made was we don't want to keep the unapproved list because that was so confusing because it could have been on an unapproved list and now it's approved, and that just muddied the waters in a way that wasn't
Well,
helpful.
the only question is it not then wise to have a statement to the effect that they appear on the official California recognized medical schools list as of X date, whatever that is?
We could put that in there, but that's not. So
the trouble in
when
either-
we talk to other states, that's not how they have done it, and then that's not when we talk to the provider groups and the medical practice board. The concern was another issue that you find is that somebody went to a school and it wasn't accredited while they were there. Then it got accredited right before they graduated. And so you want to be able to leave these rooms so that there is flexibility for the board to recognize somebody who is truly qualified and trained. The cut date for exactly when California did or didn't stop doing their, their updating is less critical than knowing that the school was actually accredited at that time. And that's something that, while I understand this committee has been grappling with the best way to word, in practice is very straightforward. It's not a complicated, like, I graduated at this date, and you look at the list, you say, great, that school was approved at that period.
Representative Gardner.
So let me see if I understand this.
Yes.
So, you not only ask the person, what school did you graduate from? You also ask what year.
Correct.
And that's what you look at. Was that school accredited and
at that time?
At that time. Thank you.
Got it.
Can I ask how you learn that?
It's in the application.
No, I mean, once you have decided what school they went to and what year, does the board actually go into the history of the school to determine at that year that they were actually
Yes.
accredited? Okay.
The staff do, but yes, but yes, they do.
Yeah. So,
and we don't have, the other thing for the committee, no, we don't have hundreds of these, it's not like this is some huge workload. It's not, it's not.
so Legislative Council just pointed out that that is addressed in 15.2.5.
Then that was another comment from Senator Ben last time around. No, it was a while ago, but. I actually asked David Herlihy if we could show you the application. I mean, you have to have a login, whatever. Not being too much of a hassle, but it would be fun.
Okay, with that, Mr. Chair, I'll move approval.
Is there any further discussion? We have a motion to approve the rules of board of medical practice as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, this we're right on schedule. Next rule is 19P67, Department of Health, the Vital Records Rule.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brendan Atwood. I'm a policy advisor with the Department of Health. And with this rulemaking, the department is proposing to amend the Vital Records Rule. The purpose of the Vital Records Rule is to establish the requirements for creating, obtaining, storing, and disposing of birth and death certificates in Vermont. And with this rulemaking, the department is improving access to these records for those who need them in the following ways. First, this rulemaking would incorporate the changes made in the existing emergency rule that expand the list of alternate means of identification in order to make it easier for inmates and former inmates to apply for a certified copy of a birth certificate. And this will help these folks more easily obtain a driver's license or employment. And this change was made in accordance with Act 80 of 2019. This rulemaking will also allow Vermont state employees to use their state employee identification to request and obtain birth and death certificates when conducting official business. This was a change made at the request of DCF and DEVA, whose employees need access to these records for issues related to custody, adoption, and the provision of benefits. And this essentially reestablishes what had been the status quo prior to Act 46 of 2017. And then this rulemaking would also establish a process through which an individual experiencing homelessness can work with a homeless services provider to apply for a certified copy of a birth certificate. Again, this will make it easier for these folks to obtain a driver's license or employment. And this was an issue that was brought to our attention by a number of town clerks and a state representative. And then finally, a number of formatting and citation revisions have been made. And in drafting this rulemaking, the department worked with the Department of Corrections, the Vermont Municipal Clerks and Treasurers Association, as well as the Vermont Coalition to End Homelessness. So they've all reviewed these changes and provided support throughout the rulemaking process. And so with that, I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have.
I want to note that we have a letter from Senator White enthusiastically stating that this meets legislative intent, or statutory intent. I do have one question. It's if you look at the annotated rule, it's the first definition, 3.1, about the affidavit of homelessness status.
Yes.
And it so it's used to verify an individual status for the purpose of obtaining a birth certificate. So is that a temporary designation? How long does it last? How long? When is someone not a homeless person?
It really is just used essentially as another form of identification, whereby a homeless services provider is essentially verifying that person's both their identity and their status as homeless. And so one of the requirements of the identification is that it establishes an address. And so these folks, in most cases, don't have an address unless they're at a shelter. So it would only be for the purposes of that single request for that certified copy of a birth certificate.
So it's not like an ID card?
No, it's not. No, and actually, I do have a copy if it would be helpful to see what the affidavit looks like.
I'm curious, but I think it's not necessary. I've got to examine it. Representative Gordon.
You may not know this, but I'll throw this question out anyway. How is the Department of Health coming along with the database as far as a statewide accessible database of all births and deaths?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know there were a few hiccups along the way, and
yeah, and if you have specific questions, I'll be happy to get them to the right people and get answers for you.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, entertain a motion to approve the rule.
So moved. I thought I'd throw that out there once.
Yeah, I don't think it's an exclusive.
Right. Yeah, right.
Unless there are further questions, there's a motion to approve the rule as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up is 19P71, Department of Financial Regulation, Teachers Regulatory Sandbox, Innovation Waiver Regulation.
A little early there.
Yeah.
Sandbox become a term of art.
That was my only question. Come up with that.
That's one of my questions. Okay. So we'll object to that rule. In the meantime, folks from the Department of Health, Substance Use Disorder and Jail, again. 19P68, Use Disorder Treatment Certification.
So, hello again. It's Chair Livingston from Health Department. Lots of us today. I was part of some of that testimony, not related to the sandbox specifically, but in that bill last year, and I had all of those same questions when I walked into that committee. All right. So what you have in front of you is almost exclusively a cleanup. Department head updated this rule, and we're doing it again to try to really simplify it and make it easier to follow for those seeking, for those in the alcohol and drug abuse treatment programs. So this is how we certify treatment at the health department in order for them to receive state and federal dollars. So this is not a licensure. You can still operate as a substance abuse treatment provider in Vermont without this certification. This certification is simply if you are seeking taxpayer funding for your work. The one substantive change that I will note is that we are doing a similar thing that we did in our IDRIP rule, the impaired driving rule, where we are changing the requirements for the individuals who can supervise for substance abuse treatment. to make it uniform across the system. Before it was very narrow and it was only for licensed alcohol and drug abuse providers, and now you can have other licenses as long as, of course, your specialty is still substance abuse treatment. So that now mirrors what's in IDRIP. It mirrors the practices in many of the designated agencies, and it's a move to really try to address the workforce challenges that we're facing in Vermont without in any way compromising any of the treatment to be received by Vermonters seeking care. So that's the only thing that would change practice in this rule.
So it appears to me that this revision bifurcated the existing rule, so there's certification and operation as separate. Well, looking at annotated text,
yes.
Or I guess either one, but the 2.0, the purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Yes. This rule provides substance use disorder treatment certification for preferred providers. It previously used to say certification and operational requirements. So where are those operational requirements?
Yeah, so they are still in here. That the program, we talked about the purpose and trying to clean it up. Many of the operational requirements before this change, I mean in current practice, and after are in the guidance documents and the grant requirements that they receive. And so it seemed a little misleading to say that they were in this rule specifically, because they are not. They're in the guidance documents and the grants and contracts that those providers get. Some of those operations specific things. It's again not actually changing what the rule itself was directing in terms of operations. Does that make sense?
Largely.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's no operational rule. There's a certification rule, and then operations are guidelines and
right. And always have been. And I think I don't know why that was in there before, I'll be honest.
Other questions, concerns? Representative Gardner.
Was there a public hearing?
Oh, yes.
I know it says in here that there was going to be. Were there any comments from that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we didn't receive comments. Again, we also sent it proactively out to the providers. And we didn't receive any public comment during the public comment process. I did want to just mention that Legislative Council caught our mistakes as they do, which is wonderful. And so I hope you do have this brief memo with those minor changes. They were, one of them actually is more than totally tiny minor, but that was that we wanted, they pointed out that the definition that we were using for substance use disorder, wanted that to be consistent with statute and other rules, which of course we did too, and so we updated that. Again, it won't change practice on the ground, but for consistency, that was important. So thank you to Ledge Council for this.
Senator Benning.
Sure, I'd like to go back to the chair's question.
Yeah.
I understood you to say that the operational requirements are not in the rule. It may just be the vernacular that I'm not used to, but on page 5 of the annotated version, the old Rule 3.0 had requirements for certification, which included organizational capacity and accountability. That's being struck. To me,
sorry, can you just
sure. I'm on page 5 of the annotated version.
Yep.
3.0 requirements for certification. The language for certification being struck.
Got it.
What follows thereafter appears to me to be an operational governance of some kind in the application process. Does that still exist somewhere else?
Okay, so that's a great question. So one of the reasons these were struck from this section is, and I'm just going to use 3.1.1 as my example, if that's acceptable. That is, it's restating what is true regardless. And one of the things that we've heard from, just generally, not about this rule specifically, but when we're trying to update these rules, is to try to make them as streamlined and specific as possible so that those reading them don't get sort of mired in a lot of text. And we struck that section because it is required in a different section, and it's, hold on, find out. It's required that they abide by the guidelines already in the rule, and so this is repetitive of that, and that they also abide by regulations is law, and again repetitive. So that's a lot of the wording that you see struck. It's not that it's no longer true, it's that it is the law, or it is the fact of how you have to operate in order to meet requirements. So an example of that would be sometimes in some rules we had like, you have to follow all DEC regulations, or you have to follow all, and we've tried to really hone that down to say, in order to get a license, for example, if it's a licensing rule, you have to follow all other state and local laws and regulations, and kind of trying to cut out all of this extra language around, so that we're not confusing the applicants where they're like, well, you said I had to follow DEC's regs and I did, but it turns out that you weren't following whatever Fish and Wildlife's regs too, and they can get nitpicky there about listing versus trying to be more inclusive and more comprehensive. That's the big, but I mean, I guess the substance there, the piece that's substantive there is those service guidelines, and that is still required in the current rule for operations. Yeah, and that's where the operations are.
I think I know where you're going. You're streamlining and removing the chair's question, the operational section in your 2.0 for purpose, but the rule technically does still have operational requirements. It's just that they're umbrellaed under the word certification.
You got it.
Thank you for that clarification.
Should have had more coffee before I came here this morning.
Are there any other questions, clarifications, concerns? If not,
The purpose was to provide more people in the workforce.
Yeah, so the main, right, so going back to why do this rule now, it was about specifically making it clear who can be a supervisor and opening that up to more individuals. For example, somebody with an MSW with a specialization in substance use disorder, even if they did not have an LADC license specifically, we want those people to be able to work there. And as we do every time, of course, we could have made that tiny change and nothing else, but we'll try to clean it up.
Always in favor of streamlining, making it concise.
Make that look like a mess.
If there is no further discussion, I entertain a motion to approve the rule. Second.
I make a motion to approve Rule 19P68.
Oh, yes. As modified.
As modified.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, all those in favor of approving the rule as modified, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Thank you very much.
So Chair, if anybody's interested, you might Google McNamara's 100,000.
Which relates to?
Footnote to that comment?
He was Secretary of Defense during the Vietnam War and initiated a policy of making more soldiers available to fight.
Did you ever read his book?
Yes, quite powerful. Also a book about his death. I haven't read it.
Is this related to the 5 o'clock follies? I'm here to ask that.
It would be in the same syllabus.
Do we have folks from Department of Financial Regulations here? I know we're running ahead of schedule.
Yeah, I emailed Sebastian.
Okay.
And told him that.
And so there's one rule. The other thing is the discussion on the racetracks. And for that, I don't see the deputy secretary here. So again, we're way ahead of schedule. I'd like to. I should be late more often. I'd like to raise the question of the next meeting, the 19th. We have 2 rules scheduled. I don't know what we're looking, how busy it's looking for the 9th, January 9th.
I don't have that.
So I will be away at the time, and I'd like to propose that we, if we can, postpone both of those rules until January 9th, regular meeting. And if anyone has concerns about that, we require an extension to do that.
Yeah.
You'd have to request an extension from the administration?
Yeah.
For both or one?
No, just for one, right. The first one, P66 ends on 1/4.
Right.
Or would they have to make the...
What do you want to extension?
The administration would have to voluntarily
We can
extend.
request an extension, see if they are willing to do that. Senator Bratt.
Just to make sure I'm understanding, are you proposing canceling the meeting and moving, or just that postponing the date because you won't be able to be here for the discussion?
I'm proposing, because those are the only 2 rules on the agenda, I'm proposing to cancel that meeting.
And ask for an extension.
And ask for an extension, yes.
Got it. Just want to make sure.
So
Yes, Senator.
perhaps we'd ask council, but would that mean that we would move to send a letter requesting the extension and then ask for them to make a decision by a certain time, so we know whether or not we were still obliged to do it on the 19th, or we have to be freed from that obligation?
Yes, we would. Charlene.
I will call them today.
Yeah. Charlene's normal practice, she even has a memo that would be ready to go if they'd be willing to extend your review period and say, I'm going to say to the 11th like the other one. If our meeting's on the next meeting's on January 9th.
The next meeting's on January 9th.
So I would move that we schedule the next meeting for January 9th with the provision that depends upon the administration sending us a letter to
Well, their 8-month adoption period
requesting an
ends on
extension,
May.
and that if, in the event that they don't, we would find ourselves pledged to come back on the 19th.
Just a question, what's our schedule look like otherwise for the meeting?
Charlene said she's received no rules for the night.
No rules.
Good.
The deadline isn't until, I don't have the deadline. The deadline for the rules for the January 9th is December 31st, so I still have plenty of time for rules to come in.
Well, the only reason I'm nervous for my benefit is my first committee starts at 8:30.
And in general, during session, we're supposed to do 1-hour meetings instead of 2 hour meetings. I don't know if you'll feel safer to address, to hold the meeting on the 19th as scheduled. Of course, you will throw the dice and hope the 19th isn't, or the 9th isn't jammed.
Throw the dice, Rob. Do we need a motion to do that?
So Senator McDonald
Oh, he did, okay.
made a motion to send a letter requesting for extension for that, as necessary for that rule. And can't be a
Should we receive one, we would not meet until the 9th. Or should we be assured by legislative council that that's resolved, we would not meet before the 9th?
I thought that was you going.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to most likely cancel the meeting on the 19th. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Thank you for consideration of this and accommodation.
Just means I have to start my Christmas shopping earlier.
Yeah, you have a morning to do it. So, in terms of the rules remaining,
Only one.
the rule remaining, right? So are we still waiting for?
We are. I can't get into, oh, here it is. Let's see if he sent me something. He hasn't. Let me go downstairs and call him.
Okay.
We got a typo, Mr. Chair, on the agenda about the last subject for discussion being at 1:55.
I hope it is.
Did I do that? Yep, I did. The single one, huh?
So we missed that.
We were thinking it might be very long.
I have to tell you, Veronica, that I'm very bad with names, but remember names, but your name triggers the song. And so, they call the Lenore.
I hear that a lot.
I'm sure they
I'm
do.
actually named after a different song, but I hear that a lot.
It's my daughter's middle name, Nora. What's your song?
The song is from the movie Eddie and the Cruisers 2. It's Mariah by Joan Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band.
Don't know that.
Oh, yeah, right. I don't either. They tell you how old I am when I know the other one.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, can I ask a question or two of council? So on the this section 5.1 of the rule we're looking at, 5.1 and 5.2, the highlighted highlighted material is things that have brought up questions that we're going to be discussing, correct? But the language overall has not changed. It's just a question of interpretation and enforcement, but there's no change to the rule. Right?
That's my understanding. I didn't provide this document. I actually don't know where this came from.
Okay.
Senator Benning, did you provide this document? Okay. And it's just highlighting the parts of the rule that raise concern.
Right, right. Okay.
Looking at 5. 5.1.9, does anyone know the definition of civil twilight?
Interesting.
Maybe that's in Title 1?
Is it, I don't think it's a defined term. It's the common use term.
Well, so far, that particular language hasn't been an issue for anybody thus far.
Those three can expand the list if you just really like.
Well, if it's a demolition derby, would that be uncivil twilight?
Interesting question.
Thank you.
Yep.
Actually, I probably would have said event areas shall be illuminated as opposed to lighted. Lighted could have a different definition.
Would you like to Google definition?
Yes.
Civil twilight is a scientific term, and we define it as the period after sunset or before sunrise, ending or beginning when the sun is about 6 degrees below the horizon, and during which, on clear days, there is enough light for ordinary outdoor occupation.
How do you know 6 degrees if it's below the horizon?
Yeah, that's very special. You have a very tall ladder.
Only giraffes.
Too much in the weeds. But it is a scientific term, so interesting.
Because we've reached a point where somebody can call up on their computer or their telephone and get that information. It's really scary when you go to give a presentation to a group of school kids and they're all sitting there with their laptops. They know more about you before you open your mouth, and it's pretty frightening. Wait a minute, you voted this way on that question.
That's called transparency.
Is that what it is?
Actually, while we're waiting, she's not here, we could discuss the schedule, which is also on our actual schedule for this year.
Probably wait till Charlotte. Betsy, what were you planning?
Oh, I was just wondering if the committee just wants a refresher on what your authority is in regard to reviewing existing rules.
I was going to ask
Okay.
that question. What are our options?
So LCAR has the authority to review existing rules. It's set forth in the APA under 3 VSA 817 subsection D. And it's saying, in addition to your powers under 842 of the APA, which is your authority to object to proposed rules, the statute provides the committee may, in similar manner, conduct public hearings, object, and file objections concerning existing rules. And so your authority is the same. You don't have the authority to amend a rule, for example, like you don't have the authority to do so for proposed rules unless the agency consents. But you could object to an existing rule under your same objection standards that you have for proposed rules. And that doesn't mean that the rule goes away. That just means that if the rule is subsequently challenged, then the burden shifts to the agency to prove that the rule does not meet any of the grounds for objection, that it's not arbitrary or contrary to legislative intent, for example. This statute goes on to say that a rule reviewed under this subsection remains in effect until amended or repealed, in accordance with that same principle that the rule, you can't stop a rule from applying unless the agency takes another step to propose an amendment to it or repeal it.
I think this is an important discussion to have, but I'm a little uncomfortable not having Chris Winter here during the explanation.
And I see that while I was speaking, Sebastian is here now for the sandbox rule.
Do you know what the guiding authorizing legislation is for this?
So I would like the Secretary of State's office to confirm, but I am looking at the racing statute. And I'm seeing this is in Title 26, where many of our professional regulation statutes are. And in 26 VSA, Section 4811, under the racing statute, this statute, 4811, is safety standards. And in subdivision 1, it provides that the outside portion of all tracks shall be a reasonable distance from spectators. So I think that is the applicable language from which these rules are derived, but I would like the Secretary of State's office to confirm that there's no more specific language for demolition derbies. I haven't been able to find more specific language yet, but I'm continuing to search through this enabling statutory language.
Thank you. As we now have the counsel from Department of Financial Regulation here.
Yes.
Would you join us at the table, and we can take up Rule 19T71? Please introduce yourself and give us a brief overview.
My name is Sebastian Arguenga, and I represent the Department of Financial Regulation. And I'm here this morning to present to you our proposed Rule I-2019-03, the Insurance Regulatory Sandbox Innovation Waiver Regulation. And this regulation is being adopted under 8 VSA 15a, which was added during the last legislative session. And it allows the Commissioner of Financial Regulation to grant waivers to entities with respect to certain areas of Vermont's insurance laws for entities who can demonstrate that the application of the law would inhibit the entity's ability to bring innovative products or services to market, that the public policy goals of the law or regulation that's being waived could be effectively achieved by other means, and that the waiver won't substantially or unreasonably increase the risk to consumers. And finally, the Commissioner has to find that the waiver is in the public interest. So our regulation allows entities to apply to the Commissioner for a waiver, and incorporates a process by which the Commissioner has a period of time to review the waiver application and any supporting documents provided by the entity, and to take public input prior to either granting the waiver or denying it. This regulation is very much a temporary measure, as was envisioned by statute. In 2023, our ability to grant waivers sunsets, and any new entities that want to receive waivers will not be able to after that time, and any entities that want to renew a waiver won't be able to. And my understanding from the committee process last year is that the committees of jurisdiction after 2023 hope to review the waiver process and see if this regulation actually did succeed in bringing new and innovative insurance products into Vermont that could potentially offer small businesses different coverages at lower prices than what is currently available.
What is the range of insurance products that this covers? Does that include health?
No, it doesn't include health. This is for property, casualty, and limited lines. And just to give you an example of the sort of products that are being contemplated in the UK, which has had a waiver process for so-called insurance technology and financial technology products. There are insurance companies that in the life market target riskier populations, such as older smokers, and then gives them an app by which they can report back to the insurer on their progress with respect to quitting smoking or adopting healthier habits. And through the app, the insurer dynamically lowers the insured's premiums, which wouldn't be allowed under our current insurance law, which requires a set premium for a set amount of time.
Does that also allow raising the premiums if the apps indicate some increased risky behavior?
Right. That's that was also part of their product. The idea behind that particular product is by gamifying healthier habits and tying that to premiums, that they would encourage insureds to be healthier and thus enjoy lower premiums if they succeeded, and there's the stick also of higher premiums if they smoke more or are less healthy in their lifestyle. But that's just one example of the kind of product that could be brought to market under this regulation. And of course the commissioner would have a full process for reviewing those products before they came to market.
Other questions? I just have Senator McDonald.
This is for the technology used in delivering the product.
Right.
Not the behavior or nature of the policy holder.
That's right. And the technology that's being used to bring these products varies pretty significantly. For example, Tesla has looked into offering car insurance that's based off of the telemetry data they receive from the car, and the idea is they know how fast you drive, when you drive, where you drive. So by incorporating all of that data, they can offer an auto insurance product using a different actuarial method than a traditional car insurer.
Senator Bratt.
Give us a motorcycle.
Has the department received any inquiries about this pending rule? I mean, I'm just wondering if there's been a response to it yet.
We have received positive feedback from industry. We haven't received any applications or any specific interest from insurers that want to bring a specific product to Vermont. but we did receive a letter in support of the regulation from the Property and Casualty Insurance Association.
I'm just noticing between the rules and the underlying statute, no extensions can be granted after July 1 of 2021. And you
I'm sorry, that is correct.
Right. And then you can only get 12 months on your initial. So there's really from January 1 of this year to July 1 of this year.
Yeah.
To put something in that could ever extend beyond, get an extension.
That's right.
Okay. So it's tight guardrails.
Yes. And I think that the underlying statute was enacted with the idea that the committees of jurisdiction would revisit this in 2 years to see if it is working, and if it is, to extend it, and if not, to pull it back. But this is very much meant to be a short-term trial.
I know this is far beyond the scope of this rule and your department, but I'm wondering if there's been any discussion of safeguards on data, collection, sales, use, sharing.
Yes, that will be something that we anticipate looking at when entities apply for waivers. One, as part of the application process, we're going to be requesting all of the technical documents that serve as the background for the insurer's actuarial calculations, or how they price the product and use customer data. And we intend to incorporate safeguards against the use and abuse of customer data in the application process.
Senator Bratt.
When we're done with questions, just to get, I move that we approve Rule 19P71. Is there any further questions or discussion?
Are there further questions? Other than, I'd love to know about the term sandbox.
The term sandbox is it's sort of a term of art to mean that we are creating a space for these products without wholesale change to the rest of our insurance laws. So in effect, it is a sandbox where we can try out new ideas without disrupting the larger market.
And I noticed it's actually in the underlying legislation.
Yes. But it is not as fun as an actual sandbox.
Is it as gritty?
I certainly hope not.
Unless there are further questions, even if there are further questions, we have a motion on the table to approve as presented. Senator McDonald.
I'm on the committee of jurisdiction where this passed, and I had reservations that your individual experiments ought to be authorized by the legislature, not delegated. This has been delegated. It's in statute, and it concerns me. I believe it to be in statute, and I hope the committee I serve on keeps a close eye on it.
If there are no further questions or comments, all those in favor of approving the rule say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So, Mr. McDonald, I share your concern. It seems as though the guardrails are so highly it's so tight and well-defined. that Hopefully no sand gets kicked out of the sandbox.
Don't plan on buying a Tesla.
Yeah.
So while awaiting the Secretary of State's, Deputy Secretary of State, we can look at the proposed schedule, meeting during session. Senator Benning, thank you for catching the town meeting schedule date.
March 5th.
Do you need a motion to approve the schedule as presented today?
Do we have a motion to approve the schedule?
Sure, why not? I support, but not meeting on March 5th, though.
You can say you're in your
So we're not going to meet on March 5th, is that? No, I took that out.
Yeah, there's a revised schedule.
Oh, I must have the old one, sorry.
No.
Oh, here it is.
I have March 5th on here?
Yeah.
Take that out.
I took something out.
So
We will get rid of my.
Okay.
I don't know that we can ever shut down LCAR, but in a period of time, but these May dates just remind me of when we're in those final days in the session and things are so packed that sometimes it's pretty challenging to be holding LCAR meetings at the same time. Because we have an obligation to be available to respond to rules and keep them moving.
Just looking at this, it looks like March 19th.
Yep, that's it. March 9th. So, so it's going to be February 27th, March 12th, March 19th, right? Yes. Okay. I'll send you a revised link. Okay.
And I'll just say, hearing no objection without the meeting schedule. And note that we are generally meeting at room 10.
Yeah.
Unless otherwise noted. That's good.
We discussed that before you arrived.
Go back and I'm getting a senior
And then we
shared world view.
Yeah.
Shall regulate all activities. We're seeing more and more.
Wondering to rule them all.
Okay.
Okay, so moving along. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
For this discussion on demolition derbies, fairs, so I guess in turn, we would like to, if you would also have people representing the fairs here. So how would the committee like to do this? Hear from Secretary of State's office and then hear from Fair Association? Or more squeeze people in a roundtable discussion?
Well, since our first discussion included, focused on concerns coming from the fair community, I'd love to hear the Secretary of State's background information on this before we could get to a discussion with everybody.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Chair, it's also important to start off with what Betsy Ann was reviewing prior, so that now that all sides are in the room, they all understand what the parameters are of our jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, proceed.
So LCAR has the ability to, under the APA, to conduct public hearings, object, and file objections concerning existing rules. This is pursuant to the APA and 3BSA 817D. And essentially, the authority of this committee in reviewing proposed rules is the same as reviewing existing rules. You may object to an existing rule just like you may object to a proposed rule. It doesn't do anything to the actual rule itself, but if you do certify an objection and the rule is thereafter challenged in court, then the agency would have the burden of proving that the rule, for example, is within its authority or not contrary to the intent of the legislature, or not arbitrary, for example.
Thank you. So if you'd like me to open the door to the conversation, the Fair Association knows why the door got open, but Chris, I'll relate this to you now. My understanding is that there has been on the books a rule under the Motor Vehicle Racing Commission, and I'm specifically referring to Rule 5.1, dealing with demolition derbies. Apparently, the rule has never been enforced with respect to the setback requirements until fairly recently. But prior to that, there are 5 fairs, and the Fair Association can correct me on this later if I'm incorrect. My understanding is that there are 5 fairs that do not meet the setback requirements as in the rule. The problem is that the Fair Association's demo derbies are one of the top money earners for fairs. And in the event they are forced to meet the setback requirements, the situation is they will either have to literally pick up their grandstands and move them back, or place the affairs in a different location. But the locations where they currently are prepared grounds for this very purpose, and they would have to start by preparing a different ground and redesigning their spectator areas at great cost. They obviously don't want to be in that position. I understand that the rule may have originally been written for those facilities like Thunder Road, which have a high-speed automotive element to them, and that this setback requirement would make sense in that circumstance. But to those of us who have been to the derbies, we know these cars are moving maybe 5 to 10 miles an hour. And I am not aware of any time that anybody in the audience of these events has been injured at such a facility. I could be wrong, but I'm at least not aware of anybody that has been injured. So the statute in question says that the rule must be reasonable. There's no other language in the statute for that to be defined, unless, Chris, you've got some other offering there. We're not aware of anything else that goes beyond that. And the statute in question is 26 VSA, Section 4811. That calls for a reasonable distance, and no other definition is in the statute. So the rule, we turn to that, and if the rule is suddenly placing these fair associations in the position of spending great expense and or making it virtually impossible for them to accommodate this big money earner, the question is that then reasonable, or is it arbitrary? And that's what has brought us here. Now, I'll let the committee know my thought process here. I am not trying to amend the rule. Our legal proscriptions are that we have the power to object to a rule. You then still have the power to try to enforce the rule, but if it was to be appealed in a court of law, the burden would shift to your agency to have to demonstrate that you meet the burden of the legislative intent and whether or not this is arbitrary or not. That almost forces you folks and the fair associations to have a meeting and come up with something that is agreeable to all sides to make things work correct. And the second part of that, of my intent that is is to have us write a letter of jurisdiction, to the committees of jurisdiction, advising them of the problem and asking them to have witnesses come in and provide testimony as to whether this is reasonable or not, what kinds of accommodations can be met. My own personal feeling is I look at the rule of 30-foot setback requirement. It doesn't even take into account elevation as I see it. So it may be that some of these fairs meet the 30-foot requirement if they are elevated to such an extent, but that's a conversation that should be had in the committees of jurisdiction, not with us. So my intent, Mr. Chair, at the end of this discussion is to move to simply say we object to that portion of the rule which has the 30-foot restriction, leave it at that, and then write a letter to the committees of jurisdiction saying we'd like you to take a look at this and take testimony on this subject to try to reach some consensus. That's my introduction. I'm sure the Fair Association, who brought it to my attention, would like to be able to flesh that out a little bit more as to why it's an impact in that. But I don't care who proceeds first. That's
since you're at the table.
Very good.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chris Winters. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State. Before I was a deputy, I was the Director of the Office of Professional Regulation. And before that, a staff attorney for the Office of Professional Regulation. So I'm very familiar with motor vehicle racing. I won't say very familiar, but it's been a part of my regulatory world for quite a while. I'll just say up front that it's not our intent to put anyone out of business. It's not our intent to create an undue hardship for any of these fairs. And we're very much open to having the conversation that Senator Benning has discussed and has intends to prompt from his motion at the end of this. I'll give you a little bit of background to hopefully help flesh out why I think we're here now and we haven't been here before on this 30-foot rule. Last year, at some point, we made a decision to bring our race inspections in-house. They've been outsourced to our motor vehicle racing commissioners for a long time. These were great guys that I worked with over many years who knew a lot about racing. Most of them were race car drivers themselves. They did a wonderful job for us and brought a lot of knowledge to the table. They were dedicated, they were honest, they were doing a very good job for us, but they really didn't have regulatory experience around inspections, enforcement, due process. We did work with them to try to kind of document what they were doing and make sure that all the tracks were complying with both the statutes and the rules, all the laws that were on the books around motor vehicle racing and around demolition derbies. We were interested in having more predictability, both for us, for the public, for the regulated community, more documentation and more consistency in how they were going to these tracks and doing the inspections and citing violations or not citing violations. We found out that there were times when the tracks were grandfathered or otherwise exempted from the statutes and the rules, and that went back a long ways, and we really don't have any record of how or why some of those practices were allowed to continue. Maybe it was a very reasonable decision at the time. We just don't have the documentation of how that decision was made. So now we're finding ourselves in this conversation. We're having our own inspectors do the inspections with those advisors alongside for their expertise. But we have our inspectors going out. We're doing more documentation. We're trying to be very careful in making sure there's compliance. And our mission is public protection and to make sure that we're protecting the public through the regulation that this legislature has put on the books, this governor has signed, or previous governors, previous legislatures. We're trying to carry that out. And we find ourselves with this 30-foot setback rule and no real explanation as to whether that's the right thing for every track or why some may have been exempted. So we realized that's a problem for some of the tracks. We started kind of running into concerns from them that, like having to move their grandstands, it's going to be impossible, it's going to be very expensive. So that's why we've started the conversation. I'm sorry, I should introduce Lauren Lehman, who is next to me. Lauren is a staff attorney in the Secretary of State's office and provides counsel for many of our professions, including motor vehicle racing. So Lauren and our inspector have started going to, it was the Fair Association meeting. They attended a dinner this fall to try to inform people and say, look, we have these laws on the books. We need to start making sure we're all in compliance. They started the conversation early, hopefully to get some of these issues to the fore before fair season and before, so that people have time to come around and to come into compliance. So that conversation has started, and I think it took some people by surprise, and our new inspection process kind of took some people by surprise. We learned along the way that we needed to give people a lot more notice than we were. And again, I'll say it's not our intention to put any track or demolition derby out of business. We're willing to listen. We want to work with these parties, and we want to help hopefully get people into compliance rather than kind of bring down a hammer and shut people down. We're going to take into account that certain practices have existed over the years. So as Senator Benning pointed out, there are some places with a long track record, excuse the pun there, a track record of no injuries, no deaths, no serious problems. But I'll just say we had an incident just over this last year at a track with no history of any problems, and so it can happen to anyone at any time.
Just for the record, Chris, can we all agree that was at Thunder Road?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So I've just saying that the long history of no injury is not the sole factor that we would use in determining whether the current setbacks are the right setbacks. We are not experts. We are not engineers. We are not physicists. We don't we don't know whether that 30 feet is a reasonable distance or not. That was what was put on the books at the time. Lauren's done some research into other states. Maybe you could speak to that a little bit.
So in kind of taking it back, I think the standard our office works from is there's one in statute in Chapter 57 about any rules that our office issues need to be the minimum necessary to protect the public safety. And so while we don't have the legislative or regulatory history off the top of our head about why this 30-foot setback is in place, we have to assume that at the time these rules were developed, they were established as the minimum necessary to protect public safety. And so if we were to deviate from that 30 feet, which, if you look at the rules as they are set up, there's a motor vehicle section which addresses motor vehicles and doesn't have this 30-foot setback. They have other rules and requirements Thunder Road did for barriers between spectators and the tracks. These rules were developed specifically for demolition derbies and very specific as to the 30-foot setback from the grandstand. And so our office has to make an assumption, especially given the summer, that if these are the minimum for public safety, if that was what was developed at the time, and we're being asked to make an exemption from that, but we don't have any evidence that making an exemption won't increase the risk to the public safety. We've looked at, not a lot of other states alternatively regulate motor vehicle racing and demolition derbies the way our state does. They leave it to insurers, they leave it to third-party accreditors like NASCAR, the National Hot Rod Association. So, but the states that do, New Jersey has a 45-foot setback specifically, or a 50-foot setback specific to demolition derbies. And one insurance policy that I could find was 45 feet setback. Those are current rules drafted in the last, since 2014. And so, well, that's not those are kind of anecdotal pieces of evidence. That is something that kind of says 30 feet is not outside of the ballpark, or outside of the racetrack, if you will. And then also back to anecdotal, we do have videos. There are things online. There are incidents every year in demo derbies where there's a fire, there's some part of the car, which even though the cars are very stripped down, there's mud flying, there's debris flying. So those are things that, from our office's perspective, when we look at the rules, they're the minimum to protect public safety. If we create a waiver, if we change the rule, I personally would feel uncomfortable doing that without evidence that we're not putting public safety at risk.
Does the office have the authority to create a waiver at this point?
We do. The rules specifically create an opportunity if there's a topographic reason,
Perhaps the height that
elevation.
was talking about.
I know Caledonia County Fair their stands are set back and higher up, so that's a possibility. Again, though, it comes down to how we don't have the expertise to evaluate what is
why we grant the waiver.
Right. And so what we have to work from are these rules, which we assume were developed with that standard in mind, that they are the minimum necessary to protect the public safety.
Senator Bennett.
Lauren, could I first ask, do you know of anybody that is currently running a demo derby that has been denied insurance for that?
In Vermont, no. I think we've seen some images from vendor events held at some fairgrounds that were very out of compliance with the rules and did not even seek a permit. So I think there's some of that going on in the state.
Okay, but as far as insurance companies are concerned, are you aware of any fair that was denied coverage?
The only way no, I'm not, so that's direct. But the only way our office would become aware of that is if somebody applied for a permit or a license where we require insurance documentation at that time. So if an event took place without seeking a permit or under another venues or tracks permit, we would not receive the insurance information. But the fairs themselves, as far as I know, and the tracks have all submitted documentation of insurance.
With respect to this rule, Rule 5, it covers demo derbies. You indicated that racetracks, Thunder Road type racetracks, are covered under a separate rule. Do you know what the setback requirement is for racetracks like Thunder Road?
I'm going to ballpark this a little bit with the numbers. I know it's Rule 3. They have to have a 4-foot minimum concrete barrier around the track. They also need a tire fence, a minimum of 8 feet right up the track, and there's different depth requirements as well. Then they need a separate 4-foot spectator fence. It's 25 feet back from the railing fence, and then the actual sitting needs to be 50 feet back. So they have 3 or 4 barriers plus a 50-foot setback.
Okay. And to not conflate this with racetracks in general, I think we all understand and agree that the incident that happened at Thunder Road, the injuries happened despite that rule requirement. Is that correct?
That is not correct. So I think what Chris was speaking about, the grandfathering and inconsistent inspections, that track we had worked with in July because they too had not been, they had been told 20 years, we've been grandfathered, why do we need to be in compliance now? We tried to work with them to establish a timeline for compliance, and then that event took place before they were able to come into compliance. So we had actually granted them the waiver based on that argument of, it's been 20 years, there's been no injuries, so why would we do something now? So that's why I think we come here being a little bit more reluctant to do a waiver, even though there's been no incident in 20 years. And the demo rules were developed specifically for the demos.
You would agree with me, would you not, that at the time the Caledonia County Fair grandstand was built, it was built as a result of an arson that destroyed the previous grandstand, and it was built and operated with a demo derby since that time, even though this rule existed since the mid-1990s?
When was the,
I believe it was 1994 but I'm sure Dick will be able to tell us in a moment.
So that would be 5 years prior to when these rules went into effect.
And I'll just, I think you bring up a great point, Senator Benning, about the insurance. What I think we don't know yet is whether the insurance is relying on that state stamp of approval, is saying, if the state says they're okay, then we can insure them. So it would be really interesting to me to know if they would insure if the state didn't regulate demolition derbies, if the insurance company would do that. I think that's how it works in some other states because there is no regulation. We're open to that conversation as well. I just want to say that we're very open-minded about this. If we can get some evidence from an expert that says that it's safe, that setback distance is fine. Those Caledonia stands, because of the height, no one's in danger of getting hit by debris. There's no way that a car could get up and over into that area. We would definitely listen to that and be willing to take another look at our rule and perhaps a waiver.
Ballpark on how many fairgrounds we're talking about?
Senator Benton said 5. I previously.
That's why Jackie Folsom is here to give us that.
We have 7
information.
of them that have, 7 of our 14 fairs have demolition derbies currently, and 3 of them ran into issues with the inspections this year.
3 are non-compliant with this rule.
So one of the, one of the fairs we worked with this year, and we spoke with our advisors, we have motor vehicle racing advisors, and none of them, they've all very familiar with derbies, they don't participate in them, and they, were comfortable discussing options with elevation as well as distance. Their race car drivers are not engineers, but they were comfortable with me sharing with you guys today that, from their opinion, there should be some setback, that there maybe a catchment fence would be sufficient, maybe clearing the first 2 rows. I think Rutland did that this year at the Vermont State Fair. They cleared the first 2 rows to have that necessary setback. We're willing as an office to look at a lot of options to make this work and to accommodate. We don't want to shut things down, but again, looking at that public safety, what can be done with the system, the infrastructure that's in place.
I take it we all agree that this is a conversation that should be held in front of the committee of jurisdiction to take all this kind of evidence. I don't know how familiar you are with the LCAR process, but our jurisdiction is very limited.
Absolutely.
We could even have this conversation, and we plan to have this conversation with the Fair Association, with the the fair owners, and we might make changes outside of any need for legislative intervention.
Senator Bratt.
Well, yeah, topography has come up a couple times, but also then sometimes the word elevation gets used. So in here, I'm looking at 517 sub D, and it just says topography of the land outside the event area. So I'm not sure where elevation is in anything that we're talking about. And it sounds like topography, it's a shall require deviation. So not so much that people were talking about something that would get you up and higher, but just reading it like an editor saying, we're saying 2 things that are related, but only one of them's in black and white on the page.
Any further questions at this point? We may call you back up, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to hear from our other 2 witnesses. I'll go this way. Sorry for the shuffle.
Musical chairs here. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about Rule 5.1.7. My name is Jackie Folsom. I'm the lobbyist for the Vermont Fairs and Field Days Association. This is Mr. Lawrence, who is on the schedule. He will be speaking, and this is Jason Sicard, who is president of the Orleans County Fair. Mr. Lawrence is president of Caledonia County. We have 14 fairs in our association. Out of them, 7 fairs currently hold demolition derbies: Caledonia, Orleans, Vermont State Fair, Addison, Champlain Valley, Franklin, and Deerfield. Each of these fairs has been under the impression for the past several years their events were in compliance with rules. They had all been visited and inspected, and everyone signed off on allowing the events to occur. This all changed, as you heard from Mr. Winters, this past year when more stricter interpretation and new inspectors visited the fairs and required sometimes significant changes to be made, and sometimes on very short notice. Fairs deemed in compliance were Addison, Champlain Valley, Franklin, and Deerfield, although there were some minor deficiencies noted and easily to be corrected for 2020. Our association requested members of the Secretary of State's office attend our meeting last month, which they did, and we had a great conversation with them. Several issues were addressed, including a visit which resulted in a late start for the event and loss of some income for the Vermont State Fair in Rutland. I've spoken with Chris and with Lauren, and we've agreed to work together and try to resolve many of these issues. But unfortunately, there are 3 fairs directly affected by Rule 5.1.7b, which dictates a fence shall be placed not closer than 30 feet to the barrier required and must refrain spectators. Spectator fences must be properly policed to ensure that spectators do not come inside the fence or come within 30 feet of the barriers at any time. The Vermont State Fair did not meet this guideline when inspected just prior to their demolition derby, and consequently much time and effort was spent on moving Jersey barriers to reach the 30-foot requirement. Their inspection sheet reads, initially Jersey barriers were 16 feet from spectators, then moved to increase that distance. Jersey barriers were still closer than 30 feet to the spectator fencing, but spectator seating was 30 feet from the barriers. Inspection and moving of these barriers took nearly 3 hours and resulted in a delay of their derby. Additionally, the only way for them to meet the inspector's demands was to remove 2 rows of seating in the grandstand, which had already been sold, causing a financial loss of approximately $1,000, as well as the challenge of dealing with angry fairgoers who had purchased separate tickets for the grandstand event. Their event was allowed to occur. However, the Jersey barriers are still around 20 feet from the spectators, and the ring is as narrow as the promoter can get. Going to the full 30 feet buffer would require losing prime seating as well as nearly $4,000 in revenue. Inspectors also told the fair they would have to install a fence at the 30-foot mark, although we are not sure that was requested at Caledonia and Orleans. The Vermont State Fair projects loss of between $10,000 and $15,000 in revenue for the 2 demo derbies they host during the fair, as well as a 4th of July event that brings in almost $25,000 in revenue if all 3 of these events had to be canceled due to inability to make changes to the rule. The loss of revenue from the fair events alone is estimated to be 25% on a total annual revenue of $402,000. They were given the go-ahead to hold their event, and their form currently shows no deficiencies. However, estimates for installing the fence at the 30-foot buffer area is between $15,000 and $20,000. Orleans County Fair in Barton is one of 2 fairs which will have significant issues in attempting to comply with the 30-foot distance required in the rules. Their poured concrete foundation of the grandstand is the innermost retaining wall for the event area, and the opposite area is constrained by a bandstand and judging area. In response to questions, Orleans County Fair noted that their demolition derby accounts for 60% of their annual revenue of $260,000. With gate receipts for that event at $82,500, concessions during the event at $4,200, and sponsorship at $10,000. Their estimated cost to meet the current mandated rules for the demolition derby to continue is projected to be $104,000. This amount includes loading out the gravel on the old racetrack bed and purchasing and laying down clay, buying more Jersey barriers, moving the stage and the judging stand, and permitting costs. The fair has determined that unless there was significant assistance from somewhere, they would not be able to make the changes, and continuance of the fair would be questionable. Caledonia County Fair has some of the same issues with Rule 5.1.7b. Dick Lawrence, president of the fair, will give you a report about the challenges for them, and then we'll continue.
Okay, if I may I just be sure you all have copies of this, the violation? I'm sure you do. The highlighted items are the items that the Office of Professional Regulation have indicated, this is their highlighting, were the problems or the concerns that they had by our whole organization by not meeting those highlighted conditions. Secondly, if I may, Mr. Chair, I have prepared pictures just to try to help you understand our problem. May I pass those around?
Yes.
Okay. And each law is by itself, so take one and pass them on if you'd be so kind. I'd like one for myself. And I have other pictures as well, but I think the important part is you need to understand before we get into much, and I understand your authority, but I think before you make that decision as to what role you might want to take in making a recommendation, you understand what our concern is. So once you all get copies of what I have, and I had 10 copies, did I miss some somewhere? Maybe there we go, okay? So the first picture shows our grandstand, which was rebuilt in 1995 as a result of arson in 1993. And before we built that grandstand, we talked to the Vermont Racing Commission and asked them, at our present location, which was an old wooden grandstand, what setbacks do we have to have? The answer was, you give us what you can do and we'll see what we can accommodate you to. We set the existing grandstand, the new one, back 8 feet further than the wooden one was. Obviously, it still does not meet the setbacks. I won't get into details, but I did have conversations with the Vermont Racing Commission at that point. The information that I got from that was destroyed in a fire that I had at the Agway store because I kept the records there, and that was in 2005. But if you look at that first picture, you can see the barriers by the grandstand. You can see the barriers by the stage. Now, the second picture is exactly the same as the first, but it did not show in good detail, I thought, so I lightened the photograph up so you can see there is some distance between the so-called stage area and the barriers, but it doesn't meet the requirements. Third picture in the is just, if you're not familiar with demo derbies, here's a picture of it actually going on this past year at Caledonia County Fair. It is a clay sand track that has been built over a period of many years to get the right consistency for this event, and we water it down for the event. The last stage is pictures taken from previous years that I just thought might be something to look at and so you could understand how the event might be run. So thank you for allowing me to present that. I hope that gives you a little bit better idea of what a demo derby is if you aren't familiar with it to begin with. So, members of the committee, thank you for allowing us to share our concerns. I am Dick Lawrence, President of Caledonia County Fair and a member of the Vermont State Fair Association. Safety is the utmost concern for all fairs having demo derbies. Derby drivers must meet safety standards by removing all glass in their cars, repositioning fuel tanks, reinforcing the driver's door, and ensuring the car has not lost strength due to rust. Pits are monitored, emergency vehicles must be on site during the event, and fire department personnel must be in attendance. Fair security is a priority to ensure spectator safety. One of the many rules required to present a demo is passing a safety inspection administered by the Vermont Racing Commission. For the past several years, the Commission has recognized Caledonia as a model in meeting all standards. Our fair has served as a training site for new members of the Racing Commission. Our fair manages our own demo, and we have more than 25 volunteers involved. At our annual inspection prior to our event, we were visited by members of the Racing Commission, as well as members of the Office of Regulation, overseen by the Secretary of State. During this inspection, CCF was told we did not meet the 30-foot setback requirement currently outlined in the rules governing Vermont demos, and we would have to meet that requirement prior to the 2020 season. It has been stated by previous testimony presented by Jackie Folsom, the State Fair Association has met with members of the Office of Regulation, and they stated at our meeting that all current new rules will be enforced with no exception. They also openly stated they believe the current rules governing demos were made to apply to racetracks, not demos. I would like to offer this comparison. Demo cars may reach a top speed of 10 miles per hour. Professional racetracks approach 70 miles per hour. Members of the Office of Regulation have stated they will start the process of rulemaking for demos. This will most likely take 2 to 3 years. Members of this committee and the Office of Professional Regulation, please consider the following. I have been involved with the fair business for 34 years. I have no knowledge of any serious spectator injury during that time. I hope that record will continue. There is never a bad weather day for demo derby. They take place rain or shine. This is positive for both the fair and the vendors. There is no consideration in existing setbacks regarding elevated spectator seating. In my view, an elevated seat would be much safer than a seat at ground level. A grandstand provides spectator safety for the event, as well as providing spectator comfort in rain and sunshine. Elimination of the demo at CCF would result in an estimated gate revenue of the day of the demo of $40,000. Vendors would lose the busiest day of the fair. Both are necessary to ensure a fair success. Relocation of Caledonia County Fair grandstand, which was destroyed by fire in '95 and rebuilt at a cost of $450,000, while moving the stage area is not a consideration. Preparing a new demo derby is costly. Preparing a new surface and installing jersey barriers and fence would be in the $50,000 range. In addition, the loss of grandstand seating would discourage spectators from attending. For years, I have been a strong supporter of Vermont agriculture. The 14 fairs and field days in Vermont is an ideal location to promote the importance of agriculture and keep people connected to the rural community. Continuation of the demo derbies will create income that will allow that to happen. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I sincerely thank you for allowing this hearing to be held. I hopefully you will understand the importance of this issue to our organizations. Safety is vitally important. It is a priority. Fair survival is as well. Thank you.
Can I just ask for clarification before Jason takes up the whole here? Dick, you asked if we had a copy of this, and the committee has been provided with that one page. But there is another page that defines the term spectator, and I just wanted to enter on the record for you all to hear. Spectator means any person who holds a general admission ticket, special admission ticket, or other kind of ticket or permit purporting to grant that person entrance to any part of the event area or pit area. With that, Dick, I need to ask you a question about your first picture. On the right-hand side of the picture is the area where I know Reg Lucier is normally calling the event.
Yes.
He is also the person who will stop the event in the event that there is a fire or some problem that needs to be immediately attended to. Is that correct?
That is correct. In addition to him, though, there are several what do we say, people that administer the program that are on the sides of the track. If they see something, they notify Reg, and he officially stops it. But we have horns if a fire occurs or someone looks like he is not holding up well in the pit. Horns will blow. Everything will stop at that point.
And do all of those individuals fall within the definition of spectator as currently interpreted?
Not the way I understand it, but I have not had conversation with anybody in a formal discussion, Joe.
Okay. Would you have any understanding of whether or not the people on that stage, on the right-hand side of the picture, are people who would normally fall within the definition of spectator if the office decides to interpret it that way?
Yes.
And so
there would be people on that stage that would come under the definition of spectator without doubt. And there's also a reason for us, it may be at this point, to say that that should be eliminated. And this might be a position we all might benefit from.
Okay. I'm sorry, what should be eliminated? The definition of
Definition
spectator, or putting those people
we allow sponsors to come up and stand at the rear of the stage.
Yep.
That is still closer than 30 feet to the barriers. It's on an elevated stage. But if people give us sponsorship dollars, we allow them to come up with their families and not be at the front of the stage, at the rear, to observe. This is part of getting money. You've got to give something to get something. Right. And so the only person closer to that would be the announcer. In this case, he mentioned Mr. Lucia, who does the announcing and has control of the event.
Is it better to have him closer to the event as opposed to farther away if he were to be the person who's looking for smoke, for instance?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But he would not, in my mind, would not be called a spectator because he did not pay to get there, okay? That's my interpretation at the moment. Until such time as I'm told differently, I'm going to go on that.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. My name is Jason Seacard. I'm president of Orleans County Fair, and I appreciate the opportunity that's been presented to us and all the other fairs to speak on behalf of this issue as it concerns all of us. The discussions thus far are good to see. Economics are absolutely our survival instinct in this. The true issue here is about safety. None of us want an incident. So we have reviewed our safety record. Research dating back to 2009, OCF has had no record injuries of spectators. Demo derbies at Orleans County Fair date back to 1974. My first attendance to a derby was in 1977, but as yet I've never been a contestant. Now back to economics. This rule adherence drive will be a deterrent to the survival of Orleans County Fair. Please understand we are a truly devoted group providing agricultural fair events, which include proud show persons of all ages to include 4-H programs, educational competitions, maple products, and great community gathering place. In 2019, we saw over 300 head of cattle and over 150 horses, as well as many other animals. Our contestants for the demo average over the last 4 years of 127 participants. And the stands hold 2,500 people and bring us 3,200 community members to the table to watch this event. Economics are very difficult for our facility that has marked 152 years of service. We have 29 buildings. Take a thought of your home maintenance. A new roof, $5,000, that's a lot of money for a home. With 29 buildings and 3 times the size of a home, that would run our expenses up to $400,000 to replace all the roofs in 1 year. We rely heavily on the Vermont stipend and project grants annually of about $30,000. It is not enough to keep up with all our maintenance and vision adjustments. So our burdens are extensive. Adding to our adjustment, our track design and accommodating buildings to move, we estimate $104,000, with annual setup costs increase of $3,200 per year. Many volunteers have consistently run our county fair. Orleans County Fair has 8,000 volunteer hours annually, which in the marketplace, if that was to be spent, would be about $260,000. We have an unbelievable team that provides a super strong safety track record. We want to commend the past generations that have provided these events for the community and the inspectors that have done their work. I think they've done a remarkable job to give us that safety record. To state that we have no validation of is it really safe or not safe is frustrating when we can show proof of our record. This adherence to a 30-foot spectator requirement could be a regulation enforcement without justification. I remind all the demo at our facility has operated for 45 years. Again, no spectator injury for at least 10 years from my research. If you take the opportunity to provide us a waiver, it will be greatly appreciated. But know that if we take that into account and say we're going to remove seating, our seating removal will amount to 990 persons out of a 2,500 seat facility. That's an income of $14,850 just on gate admission, and nothing that would be spent towards the vendors. So we respectfully request an adjustment on paper so we may continue to operate our safely maintained event. We also request to a party of all the process about these matters. We thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I just want to note that we have a minute and a half left of scheduled meeting time. I'm sure committee members will be willing to stay and a little longer to resolve this, but I just want to note that. Senator,
just ask a quick question, Jason. You've provided an aerial view, but not a ground level view, and I'm looking at Dick's example of the height requirement. The height of the stands. Are your stands similar to that? Do you have any idea what your...
Yes, so our stands are actually, I think, higher, but are closer to the track. Our track and our grandstand, when you look at that aerial view, that's the edge line. So when I go up into the grandstand, I have to stand on top of the Jersey barrier and reach the floor to get up in. So what would that be? That would be 3, 8, about 9 feet, 10 feet off the ground. And maybe that is similar to yours.
Very close.
So our 30-foot setback works in all other areas except for the grandstand.
So,
your timer that you were working on.
As you know, the actions that this committee can take are very limited. And
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair, but I did spend some time speaking with motorsports companies that do promote derbies, and I won't read through everything, but what all three of them said, and it was JMM Motorsports, Skyfire Productions, and Sarge Demo Derbies, some of which have accounts here in Vermont. They all said that they know of no industry standards across the nation in regards to demo derbies, and what they do depend on is their insurance companies asking them what they feel is comfortable and safe, and that's what they go on. So our suggestion in regards to this challenge for the three fairs, and actually all of them, would be perhaps instead of having a specific standard that doesn't exist anywhere else, except in New Jersey they do have a 50-foot barrier, as was noted by Lauren, to request that perhaps one of the ideas could be that the insurance companies of the promoters of the demo derbies or the fairs, which promote their own, would have on file their insurance that indicates the safety issues that they require to put on, so that this would give the ability for a little bit more flexibility for the fairs. Barring that, we would ask for waivers, and I know that isn't probably under your purview, and we would have to go back to the committees of jurisdiction, but that's what we're looking for. We do know that the Secretary of State, as Mr. Lawrence mentioned, plans on holding some rule revision discussions over the next 2 or 3 years. Unfortunately, as you've listened to the economic issues that 3 of the fairs will have, that's not going to work for them in 2020. Thank you for your time.
The political remedies, rulemaking, committees of jurisdiction are all drawn out processes.
We understand.
Unfortunately.
Just another quick question, Jackie. Do you have any information of any fair in Vermont that has been denied coverage for their demo derbies?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Our insurance company inspects our grounds and know the events that we have. We have to provide them with numbers of people and attendance, and they're full aware of what they're supporting and their risk.
So, in the interest of time, I just to state the actions available to our committee. One would be to do nothing. Another would be to send letters to the committees of jurisdiction, urging them to promptly take up this issue and provide remedy if they get testimony, provide remedy if they see fit. Third option would be to object to the rule, changing the legal status of the defense of the rule. And I think that those are our remedies. You have ongoing discussions with the Secretary of State's office, which is we would encourage as well, but outside our jurisdiction.
Sure.
So within our limited palette of action,
I'd like to make a motion.
I'm sorry, Senator Benning. I want to clarify one issue in regard to objection, that under statute and your rules, objection is a 2-step process, essentially. There is if you are considering objection, the first step is to object. The next thing that happens is that LCAR alerts the agency of the objection, and the agency is given a chance to respond. And then you consider that response and then determine whether to certify your objection to the Secretary of State's office. It's only after you would vote to choose to certify that the burden would shift to the agency if the rules thereafter challenge. I just want to make sure that is clear.
Mr. Chair, given our limited jurisdiction, let me say first that if this rule were coming to us for the first time as a brand new proposed rule, I think there is legitimate argument to make that this rule would be both arbitrary and overly expensive and not within the legislative intent as far as safety is concerned. My intent here is to simply do 2 things. One is to say that we object to Rule 5.1.7B, which is the paragraph that talks about the 30-foot restriction. I have no desire to eliminate any of the other language in that rule because I think it speaks to the safety question. But that one particular paragraph is what the obstacle is for these particular fairs. In doing that, I do understand that the certification question has to come up, but that's the first step of my two-part motion. The second part would be to immediately send letters to committees of jurisdiction asking them to take this matter up as soon as possible, because I do think that this discussion needs to happen in a place where proper testimony can be taken as to what the impact on the fairs would be. And that's something that would normally have happened had this been brought for the first time. As it happens, it's done backwards. We're facing a rule that's been on the books for quite a while. It has never been enforced. But I don't think at the end of the day it's any different for our perspective. We have the ability to call up the rule and ask whether it meets legislative intent. I don't think it does. I think we need to have it dealt with in the committees of jurisdiction. But Elkhart does have the power to get the ball rolling by moving to say, we object to that particular provision. So my two-part motion is that we object to 5.1.7B. That's the first part of the motion. The second part is that we send letters to the committees of jurisdiction asking that they address this question.
Yes. And may I confirm, Senator Benning, did you state that your objection is based on the idea that the rule is arbitrary and contrary to the intent of the legislature?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator,
This is the rule that's in place now, isn't it?
It is, but it's never been enforced until recently.
Council?
Yes, sir.
Do we object to rules that have been put in place?
You may. 3 VSA Section 817 subsection D of the APA says that in addition to LCAR's powers under 842, which is your standard objection authority to proposed rules, LCAR may, quote, in similar manner, conduct public hearings, object, and file objections concerning existing rules, and that a rule reviewed under this subsection remains in effect until amended or repealed. But the objection, if certified, would have the same effect of shifting the burden to the agency if the rule is thereafter challenged.
so I am in complete agreement with the second part of your motion. The first part makes me very uncomfortable because I don't feel like we have the background information to determine whether the rule is arbitrary or contrary to legislative intent. I feel like we're jumping into the middle of it and there's
I'm happy to divide the question, Mr. Chair, and if I may address your first concern. If this had been brought to us as a brand spanking new rule, we have evidence before us that demonstrates at least 3 fairs would be immediately impacted to a substantial degree, to a great expense. We would normally be looking at a rule and asking ourselves, if the statute says reasonable rules shall be adopted, and that rule that has now been adopted is unreasonable given the history of the conduct of these fairs, I don't think we would hesitate to decide we have a problem with that and want to have it sent back for further conversation. That's the intent of my motion. I'm not seeking at this point to say that we have all the evidence necessary to deal with that issue. I don't think we do. I think that belongs to the committees of jurisdiction. But normally, that kind of conversation would have taken place long before today. It has evidently not ever taken place, because if it had been taken place and the rule had been enforced, these folks would never be in the pickle that they are in. They are in a pickle, and it will substantially impact them. therefore, I come to the conclusion that the rule, now being enforced the way it is not reasonable, which is what the statute asks them to do. So that's my concern. You obviously know where my vote will be on that question. I will be happy to divide the question in two in order to take them to
Senator Bratt, did you have a question?
Well, I was going to ask if we could divide the question. So thank you, Senator Bennett, for making that offer. And for the very reasons you cited, it seems hard to judge after the fact, especially for a rule in operation for many years, that it's unreasonable when we don't know the prior conversations. We've heard some testimony to the fact that other states have greater setbacks. We haven't heard anything about smaller setbacks. So I'm entirely sympathetic.
Or about how...
Right, or elevation, things like that. So I'm entirely sympathetic to the plight. I'd like to see us resolve it, but I don't want to, with so little information, object to a longstanding rule. Doesn't seem like we're... Personally, I couldn't vote yes to object. On the other hand, trying to get find a path forward is, would be happy to work on that in whatever ways we can, including the letters to committees of jurisdiction.
I'd just like to respond, Chris, that I know the rule has been long-standing,
yep.
But as you heard from the Secretary of State's office, it has only recently been enforced, which is why we find ourselves in the pickle that we're in. So I'm looking at this not as something that's been long-standing and is there for a given reason, because it's never been enforced until recently. And that is what really has me falling down to say, this is not reasonable.
Can I, well, so one quick response would just be that there's been enforcement. The degree to which things are enforced and how they've been interpreted, or exemptions, or, I mean, it seems like there's been some shades of gray and exemptions, waivers, grandfathering. I'm just feeling like I'm skating out on thinner and thinner ice to say, oh, we know how it's been regulated in the past, and now we're going to object to the rule.
So, Senator Benning, it seems to me, and I know you'll respond, that objecting to the rule, our goal, and I think it's a shared goal by everybody here, is to find a remedy that works for not just the 3 affected fairs, but going forward for everybody. I think that's a shared goal. I do not see how objecting to the rule provides remedy. It seems to me that it ratchets up pressure a little bit, but it does not provide a remedy.
Robin, the remedy in the short term to me would be, if we end up objecting and certifying our objection, that if the issue were to be forced upon the fairs, and the fairs chose to object and appeal that decision to a court of law, our objection was certified to a reviewing court, and Betsy Ann, you correct me if I'm wrong, that the burden of demonstrating that this is reasonable falls now upon the agency to demonstrate that. That takes some of the, I guess, well, it certainly takes the burden of proof off of the fair associations who are immediately impacted, but they then provide evidence to a reviewing court. And the burden is always at that point on the Secretary of State's office to demonstrate that this has to be enforced this way as reasonable under the statute. That is important in my eyes because we have no idea what the committees of jurisdiction are going to do and when. Assuming everybody works together, that process will take testimony in the committees of jurisdiction, suggestions. I'm hoping that the conversation will go well with the Fair Association and the Secretary of State's office. They will come up with ideas and try to resolve it, but we have no idea when that's going to happen. The concern is immediate because these fairs are going to be having this impact this summer. And if we leave the rule to be enforced in the way it is, I am imagining that your ability to secure insurance for these events under that rule being imposed the way that it is might be problematic and would be a tremendous hardship to the fair associations. So I don't want to leave it that we expect things to work in the right way. I want to have this committee's limited jurisdiction give it the extra push necessary to have that conversation move forward.
Mr. Chair?
Senator McDonald.
I appreciate the Senator's concerns and the goals he's trying to resolve. We do not set policy. And I don't think we bring up rules that have been in place and in one hearing object to them when we have ample time to hear more testimony or to get commitments from committees of jurisdiction. And if this were April or May and committees of jurisdiction, even late February, had ignored what was going on, the decision makers, and they set policy, then this committee might very well follow the guidance of the Senator from Caledonia. But I hope that we would postpone action on this matter until we've had a chance to communicate with our colleagues on the committees of jurisdiction and seek their commitment to resolve it. So I would move that we postpone action on this item now, and I don't believe there's a member of LCAR that wouldn't work to resolve it. And but I wouldn't rush to do something that is not in our traditional jurisdiction unless the time constraints left us with that only option.
Just a quick question. Which committees of jurisdiction would be involved in this issue?
I think it would likely be the GovOps committees because it's an OPR regulation. And GovOps normally handles OPR issues.
How about transportation?
Perhaps.
Or both?
Or both.
Yeah.
And a subsequent meeting, we might check around and give some advice on which committees we thought would be best suited to deal with what the Senator has brought to us.
Asking the fair associations, I would assume that you have already scheduled next summer's events.
Yes, as he spoke, that was something I wanted to speak to. So in a business, we all react to the market and what happens and make our adjustments. So we've already got contract commitments for entertainment. So we're going to have to break contracts or go it. And if this goes south, we're not going to be able to meet those commitments, and it will be the end. I'm sure that the other fairs already have commitments on entertainment as well. And entertainment is not cheap. It's easily hits a marker of $70,000, and we have bookings for even 2021. So it's a lot of investment of time and a hardship and troubling to the volunteerism that supports these fairs to have yet another struggle. And I don't completely understand your processes, but I'm just trying to explain that there's a quite an urgency for us to understand how we're gonna move forward.
So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to clarify. So in terms of legislative action or the remedy, to be blunt, I mean you're screwed now. And
that's why I came.
And in that respect, it doesn't whether relief comes in February or May. It's kind of a matter of degree. You still have to act as though it's coming in order to pull off a successful event. So does it change your actions at all?
I request funding.
I'm sorry?
Funding.
You would request funding.
It's the only way we can do it.
You mean for infrastructure changes?
Yeah, you have to make the infrastructure changes. And we don't have a checking account that supports that. Our community does phenomenal at sponsoring the fair, and I can't see that they're going to provide us enough continued funding to make those adjustments.
Representative Myers.
Representative Lawrence, the fairs are getting money from the institutions bill,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Not a whole lot, if I remember correctly from my years there.
For the fairs, somewhere between 200 and 225 is usually where it goes.
Total.
Total for the 14 fairs and field days. Whereas you break that down for capital improvements, which is where the money comes through the capital bill, we generally get between $20,000 and $22,000 on an annual basis to do capital improvements.
And that's the only portion of funding from the state legislature that the fairs are getting?
No, we also get a stipend fund, which is in the agricultural budget. And that fund, again, has a formula how it's divided. And again, that last year we got $10,000 from that. I assume Jason got a similar figure. And so there's about $100,000 divided by the 14 fairs and field days on a formula that is already set.
So nowhere near what you're anticipating.
No, the stipend money, though, has to be used in support of premiums and that type of thing. It is not meant to go to capital improvements.
Thank you.
Senator McDonald.
I appreciate the problem that we're facing. This committee does not routinely take up areas such as this on one day's notice. I believe that Senator Benning is going to probably work as hard as anyone in this legislature to find a way through this process and to give the fairs the opportunity to know what they're dealing with instead of setting up a possible lawsuit over a rule that we may object to. And I would urge us to postpone action on this today until our next meeting. And at that time, after consulting with Senator Benning, come up with a date by which this should be resolved. And if it isn't, that this committee can take that issue up again and use the resolution that Senator Benning has put forth if we see that our colleagues shrug their shoulders and don't take this up.
If I clarify, is your motion to postpone all action or to send letters of jurisdiction to the committees of jurisdiction? We postpone them.
And tell them that we have been asked to consider the remedy that Senator Benning had suggested, and that we're reluctant to do so until the committees of jurisdiction have spoken out. And we're usually reluctant to do something like that at one single meeting, having listened to one group of witnesses. That's as reasonable as they had presented to us their problem.
Senator Bratt.
So I'm looking at the underlying statute that drove, I guess, the rulemaking. And the outside portion of all tracks shall be a reasonable distance from the spectators. Somehow that got interpreted to mean 30 feet in this case. It could be that the nature of the fencing, if it were far stronger or something like that, might shorten the distance. Who knows what went back and forth to turn into 30 feet. But that seems like something that happens in the rulemaking process, and so it's very hard for me to read that and then this rule and say someone ran afoul and therefore we should object. I'm entirely, again, sympathetic to what we're doing. I'd like Senator McDonald's suggestion. Procedurally, we have a motion on the table. I don't know if Senator Benning is willing to withdraw that so that Senator McDonald's motion should be considered.
I think think that's where we are now, unless there are further points of discussion.
I do have a question, Secretary of State's office. Do you have plans to visit with this group in the near future?
Absolutely. We've started the conversation. We want to continue the conversation. As we've heard today, each demolition derby setup is a little bit different, so they're all kind of unique, and there are a lot of different factors that we have to take into account in figuring out whether that 30 feet is met, or perhaps something less than that 30 feet would be acceptable given height, fencing, topography, whatever it might be. I think we've got a lot of options to work with here, and we hear and understand the urgency that was expressed here today, that they have to plan for fair season. They have to start entering into contracts now, so we'll make this a priority in having those conversations and trying to come up with a solution.
And if I may follow along, yes. Relative to Senator Donald's comment about time frame here, you're going to be scheduling something sooner rather than later in terms of, and can we ask for a report back from that conversation, or ask you to submit some?
I will. We certainly will.
Or you can do the same.
We've had a conversation already. It was,
I understand
yeah.
that, but I think
Oh,
there's
no,
more to be
ongoing, absolutely.
Senator McDonald.
One of the time frame issues I think many of us are thinking of is the length of rulemaking to change the rule. And this is a health and safety issue. And should the legislature direct, and the committees of jurisdiction direct new rules for new outcome, they would be permitted by emergency rule, which are quick and immediate and would not hold up this process. It would be an emergency rule which can be implemented immediately, quickly, in a timely fashion. So I would hope that if we're going to take, we're going to discuss this with the committees of jurisdiction, we will make it clear that it's a time frame issue here, that the emergency rules would apply if our council verify that aspect, and to do it in a way that is that we are our colleagues expect us to do business here, not to make policy, but to conform to statute. And so I'm wholeheartedly in support of Senator Benning's goals, and think that this committee should achieve those goals in a less hurried fashion.
Representative Gordon.
I had a question about process, and I believe Senator McDonald has answered that question for me.
Yes.
Also a process question. If this committee votes to send letters to the committees of jurisdiction, is it possible for the Fairs Association to get a copy of those so that we may also send letters to those same committees with some of our background information and perhaps with some of the discussion that Mr. Winters and I will be having on behalf of this issue, so that we can give them a sense of urgency on this and let them know that this is a top priority for all of us if that's the way that this vote goes?
Committee, a letter to committees of jurisdiction is CC'd to the Fair Association and the Secretary of State's office. So I think that the question looming is, are you willing to withdraw your motion on the table?
From a parliamentary standpoint, I interpreted Senator McDonald's motion as a substitute motion. Let me ask a question. Is it possible to put this discussion back on our January 9th meeting date in order to get a report on where these folks have ended up? Because that may make or break my decision on what I want to do by way of planning.
I would welcome that. I think that would keep productive.
I think an update would be welcome.
Yeah, because if things have gone south there, their immediate problem is much greater than it is today. And I would argue that there's more reason for us to take the motion that I originally made.
So I think we would all like an update at the January 9th meeting.
So could council state then the motion that's before us?
A couple different motions. There was Senator Benning's original motion to object.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to get started. We're a little late, but we now have a quorum to get started. I want to recognize some guests that we have from the village of Buchanan, New York. They are here to kind of observe our Indy Cap as they will begin their own very soon at Indian Point. We're going to introduce everybody that's here today. I'm going to start all the way down to the right and work our way around the table.
David Pearson with North Star.
Corey Daniels with North Star.
June Tierney, Department of Public Service.
I'm Josh Unruh. I'm a governor appointee.
Bob Leach, governor appointee.
Sarah Coffey, appointed by the Speaker of the House.
Derek Jordan, citizen appointee.
Emily Davis, citizen appointee.
Laura Spilia, member of House Energy and Technology.
Great. Let's look at
And we have two people on the phone, don't forget.
Yes, please. Can I get the two people on the phone?
This is Lissa Weinman, citizen appointee from Senate Pro Tem Mass.
And we have one more on the phone?
Yeah, Bobby's still there?
Hi. Is it working?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to move on the wrong direction. Bob Gustafson from New Hampshire. I'm appointee of the governor's office in support of the 6 communities that are in the EPZ for formerly New Vermont Yankee.
Very good. That's all of us. We need to review and approve the October 2019 meeting minutes, please.
I move we approve the minutes.
I second that.
Moved and seconded to approve the meeting minutes. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 One abstention.
2 abstentions.
2 abstentions, sorry. Emily and Sarah. All right, North Star update on recent VY site decommissioning activities.
Bear with me for just a second.
Okay. Thanks, Tony. Next slide, please. All right, good evening. Again, I'm Corey Daniels with VY. I'm the SFISI Senior Manager, and I'd like to keep you up to date on all the items that we're doing at the site, starting with our core values of simple priorities. We have target 0 for the way we perform our work. That means we don't make mistakes, and we try to not have any accidents, and we protect our employees as well as the public health and safety. Next slide. You've seen this slide before. It's a macro of our schedule. It effectively explains that we placed all the fuel in dry storage, that our significant immediate critical path is placing the reactor vessel into packaging and setting it off. And beyond that, the rest of the facility decommissioning and dismantlement will occur. And ancillary to that is the management of the spent fuel, which will occur until the Department of Energy executes on its commitment to remove it from Vermont. Next slide. This slide shows a little more granularity. We've developed some of the large component removals and targets of opportunity. That includes the advanced off-gas building. The cooling towers have already been removed, at least above ground. And we will additionally go after the large warehouse where we used to keep all of our stored components and parts.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
We did not receive this electronically. I'm just wondering if we have printed copies.
We did not provide printed copies just because there was so many slides. We didn't want to bulk up the package, but the electronic copy will be available on the website when this is done.
Okay, I would just note some of us have eyesight challenges. It looks like a lot of us have eyesight challenges, so it is a little challenging to see.
It's hard to see without eyesight.
My apologies, Laura. In fact, I'll pass my one paper copy down so you or whoever else can share it.
Representative Sevilla, could I clarify whether you were making fun of my eyesight? You were, weren't you? Let the record reflect the lack of civility at the left of the bench.
And by all means, if there are any questions, please interrupt me and I'll try to clarify any detail as we go through the slide deck. So this is really just a little bit of an exploded view of that macro schedule and only shows a small amount of detail. Our day-to-day schedule obviously has considerable granularity and it would not be valuable to this presentation. Next slide, please.
Corey?
Yes.
Sorry, you said, mentioned something just before about the containment vessel. Are you in the process of chopping that up and shipping it, or what stage is that at?
Derek, the reactor vessel,
Sorry,
not the containment, but the reactor, yes, we've already pulled the head, we've cut it up and packaged it and shipped it, and it's already been deposited in Texas.
Cool.
And then some of the internals working on the way down have also been removed and shipped, and there are more slides later that show that in greater detail.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Overall performance update, our safety performance has been acceptable. We've worked now 260,000 hours, actually a little greater than that, without a lost time accident. Ultimately, that means that since January 11th, our employees have come through the door in the aggregate of over 31,000 times, and everybody's gone home safely. We pride ourselves on that, and it's very important to our mission. We want to make sure we give everybody the tools and the ability to perform their work safely, and it's part of the way that we measure our success. Additionally, the LARA goal, which means as low as reasonably achievable, has to do with the amount of radiation exposure, which we equate especially to safety, has also been met. Our regulatory performance has also been good. We've had 0 cited and non-cited violations. There's been no issues with the NRC's oversight of our activities. In fact, we just had our 3rd quarter exit today with our inspector, and he again gave us a good performance grade. Production, overall, we're on track. Our reactor vessel segmentation work is behind where we would like to be. Most of that is attributable to our little bit of a slow start due to the transaction date and some of the pre-work activities. But overall, the project is very large, and the amount of bulk activities ancillary to that are well ahead of schedule. And because our commitment with Orano is of a fixed price nature, the reactor disassembly work will be well into the project and will complete it ahead of schedule. Next slide. Some pictures. A little bit of this is new to the panel here. These photos show the turbine deck in its aggregate, starting at the upper left-hand corner. That is the turbine with the casing removed. Just to the right of it is showing the entire turbine building deck. And then you can see all the turbine plating, correct? On the lower left-hand corner, that is the shaft of the turbine connecting to the generator that's been cut into segments for shipment. And then on the bottom right-hand quadrant, those are actually components of the casings for the turbine and turbine components that have been staged with fixative applied so they can be shipped by rail. All those components will be loaded onto rail. Most of those are already gone and sent to Texas. Next slide. So this slide looks a little boring because it's hard to tell what's not there, but what is missing is the entire turbine. And that is a significant accomplishment that has all been removed. Next slide. This is another picture from an elevated view. What is in the right front corner is actually the lower casing of the low pressure turbine that has been actually cut out and removed. That's since been segmented and also shipped. Next slide. Now below the turbine, there are multiple floors inside of the turbine bay. We call this the heater bay. There are a lot of large components in the heater bay and a lot of steam piping. What you can't see here is all the shiny flashing and insulation on all the piping, and that's because all the asbestos-containing material and all the insulation has been removed. That work is required ahead of the dismantlement of the piping, and we have a team that has been working diligently ahead, staging all that equipment ready for the next set of disassembly. Next slide. Like most of the materials that leave the site, it gets special packaging. This is actually what you see is the overhead crane in the turbine building lifting on a large beam, what we call a super sack. That is a bunch of material that has been placed within a containment structure that will go inside of a gondola car and shipped off to Texas as well. Next slide. So we are ongoing with the rail operations. These photos are a little bit dated from the summer, but you can see a water tanker as well as a gondola car on the right-hand side. Next slide. I got a request from the last meeting to give an update on the in-leakage of water into the turbine building. As some folks may recall, when we first shut down, the leakage rates were up around 6,000 gallons a day, and it was significant to manage that ingress of water, and that was due to all the cold joints in the concrete in the building and the fact that a lot of the structure is below the water table. With all the mitigation efforts we put in place, we have limited that down to a relatively small amount, which is quite manageable. We now ship that by rail, which is far safer with fewer shipments. And we are currently moving approximately 1 tanker car every 2 months. That water is actually quite benign. The tritium levels that exist in the water from it leaking through and leaching into the concrete are now well below the EPA drinking water standards. So while we do not discharge that water to the Connecticut River, we still ship it to Idaho. It technically would be safe to make coffee with, and it is well below the EPA drinking standards. We are still pursuing a couple of mitigation efforts, including setting up some intercept wells so we can divert the water before it actually gets to the turbine building foundation, and then we can deal with the water, and we're working with the state agencies on the permitting for that process.
So, Corey, this is, of course, my topic of interest, and I can't actually see the number, and I didn't hear you say what the reduction has been.
From about 6,000 gallons a day down to 300 gallons a day.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Derek?
Oh, yeah, when you divert the water, where does it go?
So ultimately that water can still be used on the site for a multitude of purposes, including dust control or watering the lawn. When we divert the water, because it won't have touched the concrete of the turbine building, it's basically just groundwater, or what we would call footing drains around the building. So we can manage that water differently, and there is permitting available to us to discharge up to 57,000 gallons a day, I believe, for that water.
So has that water been tested?
The water that we will be pulling out of the diversion wells absolutely has been tested, and it is basically just groundwater.
No, you didn't find any radioactivity?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Next slide, please. You have seen this slide in previous presentations. Ultimately, the arrows on the bottom help explain the hierarchy of events that occur for dismantling the reactor itself. And it effectively, as you recall, you work from the top down. You remove the lid, you pull out the pieces that are on the top, and you slowly segment them and work your way down. As the slide information explains, the containment head is gone, the reactor head is gone, the steam dryer has been removed. We have since flooded up the reactor cavity, the steam dryer pit, and the spent fuel pool, and we are now using that as a working volume to do the remainder of the work underwater to allow the shielding effect of the water to perform the cutting operations. Next slide, please. So this slide's a little busy. It's a 3D model on the left-hand side, a little reminder of the progress I just described. Starting in the upper left-hand quadrant, that's a photo of the reactor head being removed that has since been cut up and shipped. On the top right-hand side, the steam dryer is also gone. And then beneath that, on the lower left-hand side, you can see the seam separator that has been removed. That has been segmented as well and ready for disposal. Next slide. And Tony, if you can figure out how to right-click on that and execute the hyperlink, there's a short video, if we have internet access, that will show a little bit of the activity that has occurred on the refill floor. Thanks, Tony. So as you can see, quite a bit of activity at the site. And I would remind folks that's the second video showing additional activity since the last meeting, and all that has occurred within the last 10 months. Additionally, on the refuel floor, and it's a little bit difficult to understand what we're looking at here, but this entire bridge system is on a rail and platform, and it moves back and forth across the dryer separator bed, reactor cavity, and spent fuel pool, and allows for additional activities and work to be performed underwater with people operating it from above. All that equipment is brand new. It never existed at the site before.
Corey, to clarify, the work that's being done underwater, is that robotically done?
Not robotically done, although I would not rule out the use of robotics as part of the operations going forward, but it is effectively done with equipment that is designed to be manually operated from above underwater.
Thanks, that helps.
Next slide, please, Tony. So, speaking of that type of equipment, great, dry man, thank you for leading into that. Some of the specialty equipment, the water jet cutting system that operates at approximately 34,000 PSI underwater with a mixture of water and garnet to do the cutting operations, will slice through 5 inches of steel quite readily, almost like a knife through butter. That's some of the equipment that controls the pressure for that. Next slide. To give you an idea of the scale of the size of the spent fuel pool, before we flooded it back up with the water, we basically removed a fixative off of all the sides of it, and this just shows people working out of a large man basket to do that manual operation. Next slide. So next to the spent fuel pool on the other side of the reactor is the dryer separator bit. It's the same height, basically, so the same depth and dimensions of the spent fuel pool. Some of the equipment we've placed in there to finish up the dry work and prep for the wet work is shown in these photographs. The material on the right-hand photo is basically a base plate where we can lay equipment on top of it, do the underwater hydraulic cutting operations without hitting the floor or damaging anything beneath the equipment. Next slide. So this shows us installing a weir gate inside of the dryer separator bit, which allows us to have multiple working spaces to perform different operations. And then on the right-hand side, that shows us flooding the spent fuel pool, the reactor cavity, and the dryer separator bit back with water, which has not been full of water for most of 5 years. Next slide. So this shows a nice photo of the kind of round shape on the far end on the left is the reactor cavity. Straight beneath that working bridge is that weir that was placed in to make the separation in the dryer separator pit. That is the working bridge that I showed you, the big yellow bridge where the people operated the equipment off of. And that large piece of equipment in the foreground is actually a demineralizer that will be placed in to perform mechanical and resin demineralization of the water to keep it clean while we perform the underwater operations for clarity and water quality. Next slide. So if you thought you couldn't see the other slides, Laura, this one's a little busy. But what I will tell you is this is a relatively simplistic slide, and I'll explain it. And you see the blue line in the middle of the slide that goes from left to right. Above, it kind of explains the radiological license termination process. And for simple terms, what it really is it's an iterative process where you have initial site data from historical characterization, then you perform some additional sampling and characterization. You determine what you actually have for either contamination or issues on the site. Then we work with the associated agencies. For the radiological component, obviously it's with the NRC to meet the requirements, and then also to meet the state requirements. And then what we do is we develop a plan. We make sure that that's validated and it will work and satisfy the requirements. And then we perform remediation. And then we sample again, and then it's an iterative process to make sure that we meet the requirements. and at the end we validate it, and then we can perform the termination. Similarly, on the bottom, you could see possibly Vermont A&R and the US EPA. It's a similar process for the non-radiological components. We know what the site's been like for the last 45 years. We have significant data from historical information, and we're performing a lot of characterization on the site in concert with A&R and the DOH. And they can speak to it additionally after the presentation. We meet with them by phone every 2 weeks. We talk about the progress, and I have a specialist here from Alien Aldrich who helps us perform a lot of those activities, but it's a similar iterative process.
Corey, excuse me. I'm sorry, were you done with this slide? May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Have we seen this slide before, this information before?
I believe you have seen this slide before. Just what you haven't seen is you can see the blue and the green partially filled in. That's to demonstrate the progress that we've made to date so far. So the initial characterization activities are done. The plan for performing those basically been agreed to, and we're developing the iterative process for starting the remediation.
Thank you.
Next slide. So this is kind of cool. It looks like a moon lander. What it really is a tracked vehicle, an ATV, with 4 huge scintillation detectors on it. Those are designed to do radiation measurements. I had a conversation with a colleague today who's done this previous years back, and it was all done manually with a crane hanging a single detector straight down and gridding off an area with string in 10-finger increments. This piece of equipment is driven all over the site. Every single piece, square footage of the site that we could get it to that doesn't have a structure on it. Additionally, you can go ahead and go to the next slide, Tony. It has a special GPS system to measure exactly where it is. We also set up a secondary GPS system to use as a datum point to reference it, kind of like how a transit works. And what we're able to do there is drive this all over the site, just a foot off the ground, take radiation measurements in 2 directions, so you have a full grid of the entire property, and you can determine if there are any anomalies or radiation signatures that you were not aware of. Next slide, please. I described this in that level of detail to understand that we've taken over 1,300,000 discrete measurements of the property for this. So it really helps us determine if there are any radiological issues on the site that we were unaware of from our historical documentation.
Have you discovered any?
So, great question again, and it's almost like we planned this, Derek. I love your lead-in. So, funny you say that. There were actually 2 locations on the site where we got a very small hit that we weren't sure what it was. We went back and looked carefully. One of them, we were in relative close proximity to a large toolbox that had some radiological material inside of it, properly designated, marked, nomenclated. It was staged for use, but we got the machine close enough to it that it picked up a little signature from that. The other location was close to the turbine loading bay, where there's a little shine coming out of the building from all the activities for loading the material that's being shipped to Texas. But beyond that, we got no surprises, Derek.
Another question, Corey. How deep into the soil does that measure?
So the scintillation detectors are extremely sensitive, but as far as the depth into the soil, that's a little bit of a subjective question because it would depend on how high the signature would be, but you can trust that it's pretty sensitive. I'm sorry, Emily, that's not a very discreet answer. I can probably get you a better one, but it's not as simple as how deep does it go.
Like in a range of a couple inches to 3 feet, 4
Oh,
feet?
it would pick up something quite a distance down if it had any significance to it at all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide, please. So, kind of a little bit of a roll-up for the non-radiological characterization. We completed a site model for the concept of how we're going to deal with it. We had originally determined there were initially 17 areas of concern that we thought we might have to deal with from a characterization remediation standpoint. We've done significant site field investigations We've gotten comments back from DEC on our plan. We continue to work with them, and we've taken and incorporated all their comments and made adjustments to it. And we've also done a number of rounds of quarterly groundwater sampling. Next slide. And so now we're updating our investigation report to include all the information and the reviews from the state and their contracted assistants. And the next thing will be to design the remediation to clear a couple of the areas. And obviously we continue to work with the state on a bi-weekly basis. Next slide. So this is also very difficult to see because of the size of this, but in the material that will be placed on the website, you can actually see all of the 17 areas of concern that we identified. Next slide. So this additionally shows all the different wells and the places where we do soil sampling. So there's quite a smattering of locations where we're taking a careful look. Next slide. There were 3 locations where we have identified we have some impact to groundwater. These were effectively all locations where there was either a system or lines underground that carried fuel. The one between the cooling towers in the upper right side where that blue circle is was actually a legacy spill issue, I believe, that we had. Yes. Thank you. And Nadia points out that that was diesel fuel oil, so it wasn't, and these are pretty small locations. The other 2 locations had to do with where we used to take on diesel fuel for our house heating boiler, and we would transfer it under lines underground that would also go to the large 75,000 gallon fuel oil tank that supplied our emergency diesels. Next slide. So of all the 17 areas of concern, we've identified 5 that will likely require some level of remediation. And of those 5, 2 of those will likely just be natural attenuation. We'll walk through the plans with the state agencies to determine exactly how we'll deal with those. But none of them were significantly large or of magnitude that is of any concern. Next slide. So, has anybody heard of PFAs before? Right, so that's kind of a new term that's becoming popular, and obviously a number of states are on a roll to determine what levels they're going to require testing and remediation for. We've been careful to look for those on the site. Fortunately, we haven't found any on the site above the levels that will require attention at this point.
Corey?
Yes.
How much of the site would you say you've examined for PFAs? What percentage, roughly?
Pretty much everywhere where the possibility for them to exist could have existed. I don't know if there's a percentage quotient that would make sense for that out of 143 acres.
Yeah. Or associated with where we see releases. Like if there's a historic fire in that area or
So I think it's hard.
So I'll help answer because I could hear Nadia's. Really, what we're focusing on is the groundwater, especially anywhere down gradient of where we would have expected an issue to have ever occurred. I mean, these PFOAs, they don't magically show up, they have to be introduced. The amount of sampling locations for groundwater wells are significant, so now that we're testing for all those, we have a very good command of what could be on the site. So it's pretty low. In the north end of the site where there are fields, there aren't wells and there's no reason to suspect anything like that would have occurred. I'm sorry, Laura, that's not a concise answer, but ultimately anywhere where we think it could have occurred or was downstream of it, we've looked.
Great, thanks.
Next slide, please. So just a couple of graphics showing some of the activities associated with the groundwater and soil investigations. Next slide. So some of the milestones associated with the non-radiological investigation. A reminder that North Star assumed ownership of the site on January 11th. We had a 6-month deadline, which was fairly aggressive, to develop the initial investigation report, which was met with significant assistance from our state counterparts. We identified those 17 areas. The Agency of Natural Resources approved the work plans we developed and provided a review of the investigation report. We incorporated all their comments. As we mentioned previously, we've done a number of quarterly groundwater samplings from 32 different wells. We punched 6 new wells to augment those sample locations based on the input we received from the state. As far as the supplemental site investigation goes, we've addressed a number of data gaps associated with the report and the feedback from the state. We included some suggestions and locations from Agency of Natural Resources. And the next step will be for us to finish revising the investigation report, which should happen in the beginning of 2020. And as we talked about before, there are a couple locations where we're expecting to perform some remediation. And when I say that, that basically means digging up some of the dirt and sending it to Texas. And then, as we talked about, those 3 small locations where we had a small amount of diesel fuel oil, we'll also remediate those. Next slide. So what's next? And continue to validate our data, finish revising the investigation report, ongoing groundwater sampling, and we'll repair any wells that require attention and abandon those that are damaged or no longer necessary. And then we'll start the excavation to commence the remediation process for those areas that require it. Next slide. So one of the other items associated with the MOU, and I won't read you that top paragraph, but basically there is a requirement for us to continue to conduct effective stakeholder engagement. We've done so. We've done a survey. We solicited over 60 individuals through a consultant and talked to them about what they thought effective stakeholder engagement looks like and what we could do differently or better to perform that. We digested that information. Overall results that we've done a pretty good job of explaining what's going on at the site here at the NDCAP panels. We explored an NDCAP subcommittee meeting if we need to set up any other or special activities to do so. Most of the feedback I've got from the panel through that process is that we're doing that effectively also. What we did here is that transparency is important. We understand we inherited a degree of a deficit with trust from the previous owners of the site, so we hear that, we understand it, and we're working to improve on the performance for talking to people about everything that they're interested in with the plan and the decommissioning. Additionally, we're trying to perform timely updates. We're working to improve our decommissioning website and get more timely information into it. And as well, we got a little bit of feedback that there is a human element to this entire process and the impacts to the surrounding stakeholders and ourselves as well as the workers there at the site. And telling some of that part of the story might be valuable in sharing the information. So we're going to work on that going forward.
A question about that. When you folks did the engagement survey, have you generated a report from that?
We have an internal document that we derive this information from, but the way the survey was conducted, a lot of it was relatively confidential, and I'll say some of the folks' information they provided, they requested to remain somewhat private, so a report
Is there a way to do an extract or a descriptive report that doesn't require breaching somebody's confidentiality so that a report can be made public for folks to see?
That was pretty much the intent of this slide directly, June.
I think a little more would be warranted because there's some interest in the public at large as to what the company's concrete steps have been in fulfilling this obligation.
If you can give me a discrete list of items that the public at large is interested in, we can address those.
I cannot do that. I'm saying I would strongly urge you to do a report.
We'll add that to our list of recommendations in June, and we'll consider that. But it's harder to meet that particular go-do without a little more discrete direction. But I do understand
it's not a big deal. I don't want to hijack your process here, Josh. I apologize. I'm just saying that it's not that hard to write a report that says how many people did you contact, when did you do it, what was the survey, attach it to it, say what the top 10 findings are, et cetera. It's an artifact that would be valuable to the record, particularly for our website, so that we could put it there to show that the T's are getting crossed and the I's are getting dotted.
You just gave me all the information I needed, and we will definitely
In
put
that
something
case, we communicated and had a success, so thank you.
Thanks, Jude. And some more of these slides might help embellish this information a little, but we will definitely put something together. Next slide, please, Tony. So we have reached out to our cultural representatives locally from the Abenaki tribes. We've conducted a significant amount of cultural sensitivity training with all the folks who will be involved in any of the excavation work. We additionally developed a cultural sensitivity study that we've made available to the state archaeologists. And we would like to thank Rich Olsha and Chief Longtoe from the tribes and Jess Robinson from the state, as well as our associates from Christopher Goodwin, Jeff Mayman, and Colby Child for performing the training and developing the material. Next slide. We've also met with help from Sarah Coffey and Josh Unruh and Michelle Pong and Bob Spencer, with both the Vernon Planning Commission and the Select Board. We also had some energy project development professionals. We had a pretty good discussion at the town hall on what could be at the site and what makes sense from an energy standpoint. It's part of Vernon's town plan to develop and continue to be an energy provider. So there's an ongoing dialogue with that. Unfortunately, for some of the same reasons that Vermont Yankee was determined to no longer be financially viable, there's not a significant market for energy production right now in this part of the country. But again, that information has been valuable and the dialogue is ongoing. Next slide. Additionally, we've reached out to Antioch University, and we have a proposal in place right now. We're working towards a contract signature to develop a VY site study and land use inventory for potential redevelopment opportunities. If you recall, we're going to perform the decommissioning. We're going to do site restoration. But separate from that is redevelopment. North Star has no interest in owning the property or trying to benefit from it financially. We would like to go to the stakeholders who are most affected and could use it. And we want to help them with use of an academic institution and partnering with the local state and communities to determine what the best potential uses would be for it. So we're going to utilize them as soon as we can finish that arrangement. So again, some thanks to the town folks, Josh and Michelle and Bob Spencer, as well as Dr. Daniels from Antioch University. Next slide. Additionally, as part of the MOU with the town of Vernon, we have assessed the condition of the road for the Governor Hunt Road and determined a baseline for it, and we will obviously take care of it when we're done. We understand that all the additional traffic and work that we're doing and the trucks that are going to go on it are going to have an impact, and we want to make sure we leave it as we found it or better. And we appreciate Dave Walker's help in making that happen. Next slide. Additionally, the New England Coalition on Nuclear Power reached out to us, Clay Turnbull in particular. We met with Clay, as Clay's been out to this site. We did a full walk down. We've discussed the condition of decommissioning, and we're working with Clay to provide him some monthly updates so he can work with his constituency to keep them informed, and we'll continue to do so. Next slide. Also, another couple of touch points for stakeholder engagement. We did our annual E-Plan exercise with the states. Appreciate Tony Lachinsky's input and efforts for the state of Vermont. We also did an annual contaminated injured patient drill exercise. And while we don't anticipate and have not had to perform any such activity in the past, it's an important skill set that we develop with the folks at the Bratt Memorial Hospital and Rescue Inc. So we would know how to handle that collaboratively if there was an event at the site with one of the workers. Overall, both those exercises went very well. We had a couple of learnings, and we got good feedback from Tony and the state, and we've incorporated those to improve our processes. Appreciate Taylor Wellington for BMH. She's the new program lead. And obviously Drew Hazelton and his staff at Rescue Inc. have been great supporters to the community and Vermont Yankee for many years. So that's the end of our presentation. If there are any more questions, I'll be happy to answer
them. Corey, it's Lissa.
Hi, Lissa.
Hi. Who are you working with at Antioch, and could you just describe a little further what that process is in terms of the redevelopment effort and why Antioch was chosen?
Ultimately, the provost of Antioch is interested in this project moving forward. I'm working with Dr. Krista Daniels. She has a staff already selected from her master's degree students. And as I mentioned, they would be doing a GIS inventory, a soils inventory, and ultimately canvassing the local area's desires and helping develop what the potential best redevelopment opportunities would be for a property such as Vermont Yankee post restoration, given what it would look like once we learn what partial site release will consist of. And obviously Josh Unruh from the town of Vernon has been involved in that as well.
So, Lissa, this is Josh. It was actually decided by the town of Vernon to go forward with Antioch. It wasn't a decision of North Star at all.
I see. And is there a budget for that development project?
Contract is currently being worked out, yes.
So who pays for that?
North Star will pay for that as a component of helping make sure that we do the best we can to set the local stakeholders up for redevelopment after site restoration.
Okay, yeah, I'd be interested in learning more about that as it continues to develop. That's great news.
Absolutely, and it'll be an iterative process. And as you can imagine, Lisa, you know, there are unknowns, and some of this is discovery. So as we learn, I believe the target set may shift slightly. So we wanted to have folks in there who have high acumen for the social and environmental responsible opportunities to develop the property and to benefit the local town. And obviously there's an economic component that the town would like to realize in its best potential as we discover it.
What's the time frame on beginning the project like that and signing the contract?
So the goal was to do it a year at a time, Lisa, so a 1 year pilot, but we would expect it to happen probably over the course of 4 years. And that is commensurate with the amount of learnings that will occur as the site is deconstructed and the restoration occurs.
Thank you.
If we don't have any other questions, let's move on into the agenda to the state agencies updates.
No, I have just a couple brief.
Go ahead.
So I just a couple brief comments. I'm really happy about that study, which I had learned about earlier. Happy to hear. I think that'll be a great process going forward. I don't want to harp or seem ungrateful to anyone working on preparing materials for the committee. I know that there was concern about sending us really large files, and I don't even need things to be printed. I'm happy to save the trees. But if it's possible, not if it's possible, Mr. Chair, it would be really helpful if these could be uploaded, if they're not going to be printed or distributed, if they could be uploaded to the site so that we are able to get a closer view. That would be really helpful going forward. Is there any problem with doing that, folks?
No, I can work with Tony and we can kick those to you as soon as they're developed and approved for dissemination.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, you're requesting these be uploaded to the site before the meeting?
If it's a document that, I understood this was too large, and I appreciate that, and I'm happy to not even have it printed. If it's easier to just upload it so that we can access it just for the visibility. Some of these were quite difficult, and I think that there's actually, I appreciate the content that was provided in here, but the ability to see it or not see it really limits our ability, as well as the public's ability, to ask questions or comment on it.
Yeah, we can work with that.
I'll work with Tony.
Yeah,
we'll get a PDF copy to the panel members ahead of the meeting.
Yeah, I would say like 2 days in advance should suffice.
It's not even an advance thing, I want to be clear. It's just so that at the meeting, anyone who is here or the panel, if we're not going to have printed copies or it's too large to send in advance, that we can access it at our station or on our phone or device at the meeting so that we can see it.
Okay, yeah, we'll figure that out. And just to pass on for anyone who would like to see this presentation, obviously I have it. If you have a thumb drive, I can get it to you. And we'll get this posted to the NDCAP website ASAP. I may have to give someone a thumb drive like Allison, and if you would be so kind as to walk this over to Michelle LaPearl's office.
Tony, we're good. We'll get it done.
Thank you.
Thanks for that feedback, Laura. We'll make sure we work that out.
Just as someone who is participating for the first time on the phone, having those documents available for people that are unable to be there tonight would also be very helpful.
Mr. Chair, if I may comment for a moment, this is very instructive, and I think as a general matter, it's the state agencies that have slides, but I am not opposed simply saying to my staff, let's do this, as you suggested, Tony, 2 days ahead, which means that folks need to get us materials as well, if you have materials.
Do we have any other questions for Corey? Okay, we'll move forward with the state's update.
Did everyone on the panel get we have a handout for this. Has everyone received one? Okay. For anyone in the public, we do have extras if you wish to see a paper copy to follow.
Hello. Hi. Everyone can hear me okay? My name is Allison Bates-Wanup. I am an attorney with the Department of Public Service, and I'm here to go through some slides regarding our oversight role. Tony, you can go to next slide. So for those of you who were here last time, this slide will look familiar, but for those who are new, this is a description of the department's ongoing role in the decommissioning oversight. We are charged through the MOU and our statutory responsibilities to do the financial and technical review of the decommissioning and site restoration work. So what that means is that on the financial side, we review the financial performance of the project, including the cash flows, and we have hired a consultant, the 4 Points Group, to assist us in both of these two work streams. We analyze the financial health of North Star and its corporate affiliates. We assess the viability of the MOU assurances, which I can discuss for those who may not be familiar, and when applicable, we'll monitor the use of those assurances. The technical piece is we confirm that the work performed is reasonable and consistent with the withdrawals from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust, or NDT. And we evaluate the project to identify risks or concerns that could challenge the successful completion. So examples are delays, additional scope, flawed assumptions, or site management issues. And the employee of our consulting group that is doing this, his name is Greg Merritt. He was one of the main people on the Yankee Road decommissioning in Massachusetts. Next slide. So for our updates since the last meeting, our technical consultant, whom I just spoke about, visited the site on the 11th and the 12th. Obviously, Tony is also on the site almost every day. We are in regular contact with North Star, both as well as through calls with A&R. We reviewed North Star's monthly reporting. Under the MOU, they are obligated to give us a monthly summary of expenditures every month. And they are also obligated to give us 30-day notice for any disbursements, which means a withdrawal from the Site Restoration Trust. And so we worked with them to synchronize that reporting structure, and then we have a teleconference with them to discuss those. So we discussed that with them on November 12th. And then the department's website has now been updated to include the financial information regarding the decommissioning project. And I will show you some examples of those, of the new website on the next slide. So I realize this isn't that viewable right now, but you can see the website at the top. It's the publicservice.vermont.gov/content/Vermont-Yankee-decommissioning. And you can see the various tabs, which includes now the NDCAP tab. Next slide. Here we have the trust balances, which are, as you can see, promptly updated at the end of the month. So those are the balances for the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust and Site Restoration Trust as of November 30th, 2019. I will show these actual values on a bigger slide in a moment. Next slide. And here we post public reports. These are the monthly summaries of expenditures that we receive from North Star every month. So these are obviously public and available for your viewing. And the annual reports that we get by March 31st of each year, the public components of those are also available here. Next slide. So I won't go through all of this. You just listen to North Star talk in a lot of detail about what is going on the site, but this is a high-level description of what is going on the site, and not all of this is strictly within the department's purview. So, for example, the site characterization is something that the Agency of Natural Resources is overseeing, but this is just a general summary of the major work that is going on the site at this time. So these are some brief technical updates, but as Corey mentioned, there have been no violations identified by the NRC to date. The site preparations for decommissioning are complete or underway. There was the new waste handling and transportation preparation facilities were installed. Non-critical structures were removed to facilitate future work. As Corey mentioned, the warehouse was recently removed, and the reactor vessel project is proceeding. So these are the balances for the two trusts over the past month, or the past several months. As I previously mentioned, this information is available on our website. Here it is in table format. Next slide. These are the disbursements from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust. North Star gives the Nuclear Regulatory Commission a 30-day advance notice via letter of disbursements, withdrawals it would like to seek from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust. And so this is a list of the amounts that they have requested and each of the dates of the notices that they have given to the NRC. So that is the date that the NRC, of the notice that was sent to the NRC, not the date that they would have actually been able to disperse it following that 30-day period. So these are disbursements from the Site Restoration Trust. Now, North Star submits to the Department of Public Service requests for disbursements from the Site Restoration Trust, and we have 30 days to submit a written objection. So you can see the amounts of those amounts requested here, and neither the NDT nor the department has objected to a requested disbursement yet. So I was told that at the last meeting there was a request for clarification regarding the difference between a Nuclear Decommissioning Trust expenditure, NDT expenditure, and a Site Restoration Trust, or SRT expenditure. So this slide is meant to be responsive to that request. And while there's a lot of words up there, the general difference is that the NDT relates to radiological material and cleanup and decontamination, while the Site Restoration Trust relates to non-radiological decontamination and site cleanup to bring the site into standards set by both the state and the EPA, whereas the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust is the radiological work to the standards set by the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So examples of costs that are coming out of the NDT, as you might recall from previous slides, the NDT is about 9 to 10 times larger than the SRT. All of the reactor vessel payment, all of the rail shipments that are going out, those are all NDT expenses. In contrast, SRT is the site restoration work, which is going to be the site characterization that has been done and the sampling that has been done for non-radiological contamination. So that's the work that Haley and Aldridge is doing with this Agency of Natural Resources and its subcontractor. And here's just a preview of the events that are coming up in the next few months. Obviously, North Star has spoken about what they're doing on their end. So after one of the obligations under the MOU Section 2C is that after North Star withdraws the first $100 million from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust, which we would anticipate would be in about the next 2 to 3 months, the total disbursements so far requested have been $8.41 million. They will make additional contributions to the escrow account of up to an additional $25 million by depositing 10% of each invoice paid into the NDT. So we will obviously be looking at that and monitoring that that is occurring. And then on or before March 31st, annual reports are due to the NRC pursuant to federal regulation, as well as reports being due to the Department of Public Service, as well as a separate report that is due to the department, as well as the Vermont Department of Health, the Agency of Natural Resources, and the Attorney General's Office under MOU Sections 2H and 2I. For a general summary of what those are under both federal and state regulation, they're kind of in general terms, the work that has been done, the work that remains to be done, the amount of money that has been spent, how much money you think you need for the amount of work that needs to be done, and how much money you still have. So if there are any questions?
I have several questions. So, and actually I had forwarded these to the department. What happens if there are surplus funds in these accounts when this project is complete?
Before we go to that, we owe you answers to those questions. Mm-hmm. And we have that letter. There's a final editorial stage that we're in. Yeah. The answers are somewhat complicated, and our purpose is to send that letter to you and to copy the folks on the panel as well. It's not mind-blowing stuff, but it's information you've asked for and you're entitled to. I just would note the time tonight, Mr. Unruh, and I'm hoping that we won't spend a lot of time on this because Ms. Wanop doesn't have the benefit of the final letter to answer those questions. So I just wanted to put that out there.
So I appreciate that, and that you may not be. I would note that I did send those questions several weeks ago.
You most certainly did. In fact, you sent them in late October, and we are woefully late in getting it to you.
And since this is really the public place for information to be disseminated, and we're not likely to meet again for several weeks, I find, the answer that we can't. I didn't get the answer in advance of the meeting, and we don't have the answer for the meeting. That feels really unsatisfactory.
With right, you shouldn't be satisfied, and I take responsibility for that.
Can you,
yes,
Commissioner, are you able to tell us when you might get that answer to those questions to myself and the committee?
Oh, yes, I most certainly can. This is no later than the end of next week.
Thank
you. You will have that, and I'm not taking any comfort in the fact that we've been so remiss in getting this information to you.
Thank you. I do have several questions, Mr. Chair, and if they're not able to be answered this evening, it would be acceptable to me for that to be the answer and to have that information forwarded along, if that's okay.
That's perfectly fine with me. It sounds like they don't have the answers to your questions that you need, so we can get them and distribute to the panel.
Okay. So may I go through my questions?
Sure.
Okay. So the questions that I had asked in advance were, where can I find the information on what happens if there is a surplus or a deficit in these funds when the project is completed? I also asked if the cost to complete is updated on a regular basis, and that, to me, seems like a yes or no question, Commissioner.
No argument from me there. I think it's the first one that I lose sleep over, because the answer just isn't as straightforward as you might wish.
So there is or there is not a cost to complete that is updated on a regular basis?
I'm sorry, Representative Sebelian, I was speaking about your first question, where
Okay.
you were asking what happens if the funds prove inadequate and the like.
Thank you.
And that is a long storied, it's a big question is my point.
I understood that to be coming. My second question is regarding the cost to complete on a regular basis. Is that information?
I strongly suspect Ms. Wanup can answer that one.
Yes, pursuant to the federal regulations as well as the MOU, those are provided on an annual basis on or before March 31st.
On an annual basis, cost to complete is updated?
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. What is the projected cost to complete the decommissioning?
Our consultants have estimated this to be about a $700 million job.
Okay, and
Ms. Wanup, was there a finding to that effect in the order? Do you remember?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about, Representative Sibilia, because the answer to your question would have been determined in the PUC order, and that would be the point of reference, so we will get you an answer.
Okay. Is there, do we know, is there kind of a fudge factor figured into that?
Well,
percentage of, that is presumed, might be needed?
Well, so the way that the transaction is set up, there's the 900 line item pay item disbursement schedule, and North Star is entitled to draw up to the amount designated for any particular line item, and there is a 10% contingency built into each line item, and under the MOU and the transaction as approved, North Star is entitled to the amount up to that line item, and overruns are supposed to be borne by North Star.
Okay. And then what is the estimated percentage of the work that is completed now?
Oh, I don't have a number for that.
And so when would that number be, how would that number be, is that something that you all review, collect?
If you look at the monthly summaries of expenditures that are available on the website, there are kind of estimated completions for each line item, and North Star reports information on percent complete.
Okay, but is the department monitoring what percentage of the project is completed?
We're monitoring the reasonability of how they're characterizing the percent complete. So if we agree with it or not, is what the consultants.
So I'm going to have to process that for a second and repeat it back to you. I think you said you're monitoring the reasonability of the percent.
Right, if we agree with the percent complete that they are stating.
Okay, and so
we're monitoring, and we are monitoring the percentage, and we are checking to see whether we agree with North Star's math.
So is there a way in which the department could answer the question, what percentage of the decommissioning is completed?
If we can't, we'll let you know. If we can, we'll tell you what it is. I think what we need to do is go back to our experts and ask them to give us that information.
Okay, great.
And I think it would also just have to be characterized by work stream. So for example, the license termination work, which is the work funded from the NDT, and the subcomponents of that, you would look at each distinct work stream to see how that has progressed, because much of the site restoration work can't take place until the other a lot of the license termination work is done.
Okay. The final is, and it sounds like this may take up more time than is necessary. I'm really interested in kind of the review, the financial review process that is going on at the department. I would like to hear just a high-level overview of that process, just so we can understand it. These do seem like questions that should be answerable at this meeting. This is the place where the public is able to get a kind of peek into how this process is going. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time on these.
We can't leave the public record that way. The Commissioner of the Department of Public Service will go on record as saying that she fundamentally agrees with you. There's absolutely no reason why we can't do that, and I think the panel would benefit from it. So we'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
I believe your neighbor next to you has been trying to get recognized.
Chris? Hey. And Allison, I think the board order also, the PUC order also requires that if North Star discovers anything that is going to either delay the decommissioning or site restoration or change the cost estimation, they're supposed to notify the state within 7 days, right?
Yes, there's several provisions in the MOU that obligate North Star to notify the department, including overruns and those kind of things, yes.
So we'll look forward to the state bringing back that information in your next presentation at the next IndyCap, please, and thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, may I just clarify?
Yes.
It was my understanding that we would receive that information from the department prior to the next IndyCap meeting.
Correct. We will as a panel, but I want the opportunity for the public to have that same information at the next meeting as well.
Thank you.
May I just offer my own clarification? You will be getting an answer to the questions that you posed. That will be in letter form no later than the end of next week. A copy of that letter will go to all members of the IndyCap panel, and it will be posted on the department's website. In addition to that, as Chair Unruh just indicated, at the next meeting I would expect an agenda item will be that the department will be giving this panel in public the overview that you asked for, Representative Sibilia, on how we are monitoring the drawdowns and the like. We will check the notes from the meeting to make sure that we are responsive to your request, and I'm sure Ms. Wanup has made note of everything I just said and will be dreaming about that tonight.
Oh, I've already conferred with our consultants about when they could be available for the next IndyCap meetings. So.
Excellent work.
Thank you.
Corey has a question.
Just a point of clarification to make sure the information you provided was accurate. Earlier when you described some of the activities that are occurring at this site, you mentioned that the warehouse has already been removed. The warehouse is to be removed over the course of this winter weather event, and I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. So
right, it is the prep for the work, and
correct.
I thought you said before that the warehouse had since been removed. So
I was in a public meeting once when someone made a comment and the information wasn't perfectly accurate, and they regretted that for a long time. So and it had to do with underground piping, and I did not want Ms. Wanup to not have that benefit of accuracy.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are going to open it up for public questions regarding both the North Star and the state reports.
Okay, I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. This is a question about process. In previous reports, we've had the Agency of Natural Resources here reporting on some of the same information that we get from North Star, which, Corey, I appreciate your level of detail, but I feel like we need to continually have the state's perspective on that. So does that fall, June, within your department, or should A&R be here and incorporated as a regular reporter at these meetings?
It does not. I do not direct the A&R. However, I agree with you completely, and I'm quite sure the A&R will hear about tonight's events and will take it under consideration as they ought to. Mr. Unruh, I believe you've been setting the agenda and soliciting requests from the panel members. So if nothing else, Representative Coffey, at that time, you might simply say, I'd like to hear from A&R, but I agree with you.
I was surprised that we did not get something this time. So if we,
I don't know the details and the wherefore and the why, because I don't work for them, they don't work for me. But in the spirit of making sure that the public gets what it needs, I'll certainly pass.
That's where I'm coming from, because I feel like that's a really important part of this process.
I've also noticed that ACCD isn't here tonight either.
Can I ask a question? This is Lisa on the phone.
Go ahead.
Directed to DPS. In your opinion, is it a problem, is part of the problem of not being able to potentially address some of these questions in maybe a more timely fashion have to do with the fact that the work is not, you don't have a budget to work from?
Oh,
we talked
yeah.
the financial compensation and.
Thank you for that question, and I really appreciate it coming from you, because I know we've been at pains over the last couple of years to draw a bead on what exactly the available resources are for this panel, but that is not the case here. I have copped to this already, and I will do so again, and I will do it however long I have to in order to give the panel and the public satisfaction that the Department of Public Service does not feel it has distinguished itself in its timeliness in responding to Representative Sebella's queries. It is simply something that fell through the cracks. I am very sorry for that. It is not a reflection of inadequate funding.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on the panel have any questions? Seeing none, we will open up questions for the public on both the North Star and the state reports. And seeing none, we will open up. Oh, come on up to the microphone, please. And please give your name.
Good evening. John Tuthill from Ackworth, New Hampshire. My question relates to the volumes and the disposition of construction and demolition debris from the removal of the cooling towers, also volumes and disposition of the asbestos that was mentioned this evening in North Star's presentation. I'd like to know whether the state is tracking that and whether that information is publicly available. Thank you.
It looks like I'm the only person from the state here tonight, so I'm going to do the thing you're never supposed to do, which is venture outside your portfolio because you want an answer, not to have one. The meetings here are recorded, and what I will do is take your question back and make sure that the Agency of Natural Resources hears the question, and they'll be able to get you an answer. And if you will leave us contact information, we will get you that answer.
June, additionally to augment that, we do track that information, and while we did not present or prepare that in the detail we provided tonight, it is something that we can help develop.
I appreciate that, Corey. I just want to be clear that the gentleman asked whether the state agencies are tracking it, and I want to make sure we get you a correct answer and on a more timely basis than Representative Sebilla is receiving her answers.
Additional questions from the public?
Hi, thank you. I'm Skylar Gould from Brattleboro. Corey, you talked about this machine that goes over every square foot of the site and measuring the possibilities of radiological contamination. In the course of excavating the site, is this machine constantly busy, going back over areas that are, being excavated to possibly revealing more radiation?
If I understand your question, you're asking if that is a constant process and that machine is operating all the time and it will reassess the locations on the site that are excavated.
Right. I mean, some of these pipes are, I think I understand, 30 feet down. So presumably if there's a leaking pipe, there's going to be radiation that might be revealed as you dig down to get to the pipe. I'm just curious how that works.
So that machine has driven all over the locations on the site that do not have structures and buildings on them, not over top of the structures and buildings that have the equipment and piping beneath them. Those surveys will be conducted separately. This is to get a baseline data of the entire property and determine if there are any radiological components on the site in locations that are unexpected. So the parking lot areas, the fields, the grass, all the locations on the site that we could drive the equipment, which is highly versatile, has been covered by that machine. But all the locations that have equipment below grade, not every single location has been surveyed to the extent you're describing.
Is this information available to the public? The data that's produced by these surveys?
Just with the information that we provided tonight, that's not, I mean, we're not going to make 1,300,000 data points of reference available to the public. That would not be feasible.
It's available to the state, presumably.
In my role tonight as the sole representative of the state, let me say I think it's fair to say that that data is not reported to the Department of Public Service. Is that correct?
That's correct. The radiological
I don't know whether it is reported to the Agency of Natural Resources, which would be the logical agency to be reviewing the information. But I do not have an answer for you, but if you will give us your contact info,
I will.
We will get that back to you, okay?
Very good, thanks.
All right.
Yeah, that's my last question. Thank you.
Any additional questions on the North Star or the state's presentations? Seeing none, we will open up for early general public comment. All right. As long as it's okay with the panel, I think we should forego our break because we're already deep into our evening. Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. So let's move on to updating the statute defining the panel's duties and composition and funding, which is our big ask for tonight. So we have a copy, you should have received a copy when you sat down that has some revisions made to it. A possibility of what we can change, what we can do. This panel asked that the Issues Committee take up some of the questions that were had at the last meeting, specifically the composition of the panel, adding additional Vernon representation, the funding of the panel, and I believe that was it. Was there one other item, Tony? I think those are...
I'm not having luck with this one, man.
So I guess the only other thing was general panel duties that we discussed as well.
Yes.
Oh. There you go. So let's start with the composition of the panel itself. And the Issues Committee brought forth those questions as far as adding an additional Vernon representative to the panel, essentially removing an IBAW current panel member as the IBAW is no longer in existence on the site. So it doesn't really make sense to have those folks there. We also considered removing a state position. The Issues Committee had decided to leave that. They felt, as the panel felt, that that was an important position to stay on. So I guess for this particular question, is the panel looking to utilize the current IBAW spot for an additional Vernon representative?
Mr. Chair, can you orient us to are you operating off of this?
I am not. I'm operating off of the Issues Committee meeting that I attended.
Should we review those minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
They are in your packet.
Yep. Is it this right here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'm sorry, can I just make sure that I'm clear? It's labeled potential Vermont handicap changes identified at July 2019 Issues Committee meeting?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, open it up for comment to the panel. Sarah, you were at the Issues Committee meeting, so.
Sure, I'm going to just follow the kind of the summary notes. So the top, reduce the number of Vermont Yankee representatives on the panel to one, to be in parity with other representatives. I think, do we mean Vermont Yankee? Do we mean North Star?
Correct.
So I think that needs to be if we're working with the statute, the proposed language in the statute, it's then needs to be edited and updated. It's item 10. So it's right. So and if we reduce the number of, that's what's up for discussion, right?
Correct.
Going from 2 to 1.
Yes.
Sarah, you mean item 10?
Yeah, so if we're working in the statute, so it's under the composition, and then it's where the Vermont Yankee representation, we're in agreement that Vermont Yankee is to be changed to North Star?
Yes.
Great, because I would say I would be in favor of reducing the number to be on parity with other representatives. Do we need some discussion about that?
Sure, we can open it up for discussion.
Can we just clarify that parity is 1?
Yes.
So as a North Star representative, I would recommend that is actually not to occur. Also, one of the other recommendations later in here for panel duties would be for North Star to be one of the members that the panel provides recommendation or direction to, and to reduce the number to improve parity, and then change the panel charter to provide direction to North Star as the entity performing the decommissioning. Ultimately, on votes that have had an impact, there's been a number of abstentions by the individuals representing North Star where we thought it wouldn't be appropriate for us to have a say. I don't believe that parity, dropping us down to 1, would improve any aspect of the representation that we provide.
Does anyone from the Issues Committee want to speak to this, why this is put forward, or discuss?
Go ahead. Okay. It was just brought up by the panel, so it was asked that, we discuss it at the Issues Committee meeting. All of these specific bullet points were, talking points that the panel gave us to bring to the Issues Committee. If I'm recalling, and Sarah, please correct me if I'm wrong, the only change that the Issues Committee wanted to bring forth to this panel was to eliminate the IBAW position and make that a Vernon representative. That was the only composition change that the Issues Committee came forward with.
And remember, I was 10 minutes late. I think you guys had covered this a little bit before I got there. So,
Tony, that's your recollection.
Yeah. I guess, can I just comment though, because this was brought up in July as well with, so it wasn't just, and I think Chris might have been involved with that. So do you want to comment on it, Chris?
Yeah, back at the July Issues Committee, it was an idea that I had brought up to the Issues Committee. I never understood exactly why there were, from the inception of Indicap, why there were 2 reps from the plant. It just seemed like parity with everyone, with all the other institutions represented, that one would be okay. I get what Corey's saying, that having two doesn't seem to have changed the dynamic, but similarly, I'm not sure that just having one won't change the dynamic either. I don't really have a super strong opinion one way or another, but it just feels like it's something we should discuss, because when this legislation was first proposed, it was never really discussed with the public, or it was that legislation was run through pretty quick. So I just felt like it would be worth bringing that issue up to the current composition of the panel, and to the public, and just also reflecting where we are now in the process. So to me, it's more important as a discussion item and for us all to have agreement, now that we've actually have a chance to kind of revisit the rationale behind all the appointments.
If I may, I would additionally add to the conversation to help round out the discussion that having two members from North Star, one who's a site representative, regularly embedded in the operations and the activities at the site, and additionally an executive level leadership member from North Star, provides a balance and opportunity for us to have both decision making and real-time information on the panel. So direction from North Star is commensurate from both levels of those areas.
If I can just jump in for a second, just so it's clear what we have here as far as documentation goes. The page marked as being potential INDICAP changes identified at the July 2019 Issues Committee meeting. This is an extract that I made from the meeting notes from that meeting. These were all the ideas that were simply brainstormed. So there was no recommendation that came out. This was just a compilation of the ideas. What we also have here available is there's a page that looks remarkably like a minute summary. It's the notes from the November 21st meeting. That actually identifies the recommendations that the Issues Committee came up with that evening, and has what I recalled of if something was turned down, I attempted to give a reason. If someone disagrees with how I put that up, wrote that up, we can modify that from what everyone at the meeting recalls.
And as I mentioned, we're in that discussion at the Issues Committee, as you can see in lines 15 through 20. We discussed the need for an additional Town of Vernon representative on the panel. Panel members present agreed, and it was reasonable to recommend adding one additional panel. The representatives from IBEW can be eliminated to make room for this. Then Alyssa expressed some concern about eliminating the IBEW. You guys can read this stuff for yourself. But the recommendation that came out of that Issues Committee panel was to add an additional Town of Vernon representative from that IBEW position. So I leave you with that.
This is just from, I don't really see any reason to eliminate. I think if Corey feels that it's useful to have two perspectives from North Star on the panel, I would tend to agree with his perspective. I don't really see any reason to eliminate. I don't think it does anything to change the dynamic in any way in favor of North Star having two representatives. And I, for one, would rather have more representation from the people who are in charge of dismantling the plant than less.
I would agree with that, actually, because So can we maybe move on to the Vernon representation question? Because one of the things that we didn't, Mr. Chair, talk about was how the process of that. In the statute, it indicates who nominates that or who determines that. And if it's an agency representative, and then there are appointees from the state. So I think that's worth discussing.
I'm still on the past one.
Oh, okay, sorry, Laura.
Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
So may I just ask Lissa why, I'm not opposed to having 2 members on here, but I'd just like to know why she thinks that that's important. I mean, this is...
Well, what Corey said made sense. You know, you've got the boots on the ground in the middle of the process, and then you've got a perspective from the executive suite. And I think that's valuable, and I don't think since we're not a panel, which maybe we'll get into a little later, we're not charged with any form of political advocacy. We don't take votes on issues where we're really going to act. We're having too much representation from the company is really going to be a problem. That's not the way it's functioned in the past. So unless we're considering trying to change our modus operandi, I would say, really, what is the point of eliminating, the 2 positions?
Thank you.
I think it makes a difference.
Mr. Unruh, could I comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've listened to the discussion here, and it occurs to me that I don't know why the statute was set up the way it was. I do think it's important for us to organize ourselves around the useful work that this panel can do. And what I've noticed after 3 years of attending these meetings is a lot of the times questions come up among the panel members about things. And tonight is not a good example of it, but when we have the full complement of panel members here, that becomes a resource in and of itself to the panel for purposes of getting real-time Q&A and furthering the panel writ large understanding of a given issue that we're talking about. So it seems to me in that sense it's better to have those positions here and to make use of them. That would be my 2 cents.
So I'll make a suggestion that I considered making in the beginning, but I didn't want to shut anybody off tonight due to the fact that we only have 10 members here tonight and just barely enough to have a quorum. Do we really want to discuss the future of this panel and its composition with barely a quorum to do so?
So, may I, Mr. Chair? So just, I'm fine with that suggestion. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me just in terms of legislative timing. You're aware that I took the draft that we were given at the last meeting that's been drafted to meet the December 2nd drafting deadline. It may never get introduced. It can be amended however this panel would like. It needs to be introduced. It needs to be introduced needs to be finalized, the changes, by the 3rd of January and introduced by the 15th. That is the cleanest, is it the 15th? I think it's the 15th. That is the cleanest means of doing this. Certainly our committee can put forward a committee bill, but that requires, this panel negotiating with the committee rather than this panel being able to do something clean in a committee and send it off to our commission. So having said all of that, I will stop talking.
Mr. Chair, a quick question. It seems, I appreciate your point about the bare quorum. It seemed to me there were some housekeeping details in the statute that definitely could be acted on, and I think it would be appropriate even with a bare quorum. I think the IBEW position is one of those, or changing the reference to Vermont Yankee to North Star in the statute. Those housekeeping things I think we could take action on tonight. And then at a minimum, we know that we'll be doing that in January.
Yes, I agree. So let's have the IBEW discussion now, figure out what we want to represent with that. Open for comments on that particular position, and as I mentioned several times thus far, the Issues Committee is suggesting to the panel to eliminate the IBEW and bring in an additional representative from the town of Vernon.
Do we need a motion on that topic, or?
Yes.
Before we had a motion, I just wonder if we could hear from somebody on the Issues Committee as to what the underlying rationale was for that determination. That would help me a great deal.
So if I might add to the conversation, while I wasn't on the last Issues Committee meeting because I wasn't available, I was in touch with the IBW leadership as a former IBW member, in discussion with them, understanding that they no longer have representation at this site. They were fine with the removal of their representation at the meeting, or myself providing that representation for them. I believe that they would concur, and it would be my opinion as well that it makes sense to make that replacement.
So that would be half of the equation, and that makes sense to me. And then the other half is replacing that slot with a representative from the town of Vernon. Is there anybody from the Issues Committee meeting who could speak to that tonight?
Should we do both of them at one time, or should we have a motion on each one individually?
As I said, I was just hoping to have an understanding of what the discussion had been, and then I'm happy to throw my support behind motions.
I was there and Sarah was there, and I really am trying to be
understood
out of the middle of this as a town official.
So I guess that's why I thought I might speak to it. I think the feeling behind it is that this plant, Vernon has hosted this plant for all of these years, and to have an extra voice at the table, because it's not a guaranteed voice in the composition that's made up here, and it seemed to make sense, especially since, you know, this panel is not making recommendations about funding or money. I mean, it's a public process about what's going on at the plant, that it seemed that it would make a lot of sense. And that's...
Thank you, that's very helpful. And I'm happy to not say anything more.
Well, I think the other thing is that, you know, the reason the IBEW was originally included is because there was a concern in those who created the panel that labor be represented. So, I mean, I think there's still a concern that labor should be represented. I just don't know what form it takes if there's no union labor being used at the plant, which is my understanding. So, you know, I really appreciate Corey's discussion and North Star's commitment to safety at the plant. And we did have a discussion at the Issues Committee that there is a whistleblower law, and that, you know, if things aren't being done as they should, that workers have a way to communicate that's not only through the plan. And I think that is really what, why the IBEW position was there to begin with, was to make sure that labor had a voice beyond the corporation. And I think that's still a concern, as appreciative as I am of Corey's focus on safety. I just wonder what kind of voice workers at the plant who might see things that are happening that they think are not right, you know, how can they express that? And I don't think there's an answer to that, because there is no union, but I do think, you know, it's too bad that there is no union representation there. And it's not really that the IBEW position be eliminated and Vernon get an extra seat. It could also be the North Star gets one seat and that other seat goes to a Vernon representative. But the way it looks right now, there is no voice of labor to be present. So I have no objection, therefore, to the IBEW position going to a town of Vernon member.
Do we have any other thoughts on that before we entertain a motion?
I have some thoughts on that. I am very happy to see another seat added for Vernon. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's reasonable. I think it's probably overdue. I am concerned about the possibility, though, of having kind of a Vernon block constructed on this board at this point, because I think that there are other, Vernon is the host of all that remains there, but there are other issues at play with regard to, and I'm kind of talking this through myself here. We have the decommissioning fund. We have other communities that are going past us or behind us. And so I just, that is my, I'm cognizant of that and thinking about what would happen in that case. And if we did have that occur, would that still be in the best interest of the overall decommissioning for both the town and the state? We have a number of state agencies, but they are not able to vote, and federal policy. So,
May I speak to something, Mr.
ex officios.
No, right now, ex officio would mean that we're here because we're in office.
Yeah.
But we do have votes on the panel.
Okay.
I appreciate what you're saying, though, and here are the thoughts I would offer. I am prepared to say that it's overdue for Vernon to have that seat.
Absolutely.
And while how a block takes shape may be of concern to some folks, I'm content to leave that for a time and place if that were to develop. To your point about other issues, you're absolutely right. And I think that the composition of the panel as it presently exists accounts for that. As you're aware, my agency, for instance, has a heightened obligation when it comes to the decommissioning trusts and monitoring its expenditures, and more importantly, making sure that the decommissioning process for the plant, that the burden of that be borne as directed by statute, which is that the ratepayers be the ones who bear that cost, not the taxpayer at large. So in that sense, it's a statewide interest and not one that's specific to Vernon. That's just one example of how other issues, as you put it, are in play as well. And I do think those are adequately represented and have been over the past several years on NDCAF. What perhaps has been not front and center, and by front and center I don't mean controlling, just prominent, is the town of Vernon, the host. And so I think we can at least make a pitch to the legislature with your help and Representative Coffey and Senator McDonald to persuade the legislature to that effect. At least I'm hopeful of that, and so I would support giving that seat to Vernon.
Go ahead, Chris.
I don't, just from my perspective, I think ideally, if I'm going to address three different things. Ideally, I think, if there was some kind of actual kind of organized labor representation, it'd be good to still have that, but we don't have that. And in fact, you've got contractors working for North Star. And so even when we talk about labor, who's labor, and like what are the contract provisions between the contractors and North Star? You have to get into those disclosure agreements and everything else. So I don't think the IBEW representation, it's not, as a matter of principle, I would like to see labor represented, but I'm just not sure how that happens.
Right.
I'm fine, I'm okay with North Star continuing to have 2 reps. I'm absolutely fine with Vernon having 2 reps. But to the extent that this also informs the conversation, I do still have concerns about those who by statute are to be advised having a vote. That still just strikes me as odd. It's not that I have distrust of Vermont state agencies or the bodies that are to be advised. It just seems in America it's a little odd in a democratic process to have those being advised vote on what they're being to be advised about. And that, frankly, from my perspective, has been a problem in the past on advisory positions or other things, because we've kind of had some, what I think are legit citizen concerns kind of shut down by, the agency representation and sometimes along with the plan owner, not North Star, because that hadn't happened, but to me it's more a matter of principle. So like I say, I don't, and we had good debate and that kind of thing, but it just doesn't sit well with me. But I'm one person representing one organization, one vote, but I just want to just kind of throw that out in the context of the other conversations that we're having.
Do we have any further discussion regarding the IBEW seat becoming a Vernon representative seat?
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
So there is no specific citizen representative from Vernon on the panel right now, is that correct?
There is one Vernon representative on the panel. He is not at this meeting this evening, but it is Michael Root.
Michael.
Correct.
So, but in fact, there are several people on the panel that are from Vernon, right?
There's two.
I'm just curious, so all we're voting on right now is to increase the number of actual citizen representatives from Vernon required to be on the panel to the number 2.
That's correct.
I would like to make a motion to increase Vernon's representation on the panel to 2 citizen representatives then.
I would second that motion.
Moved and seconded to add an additional Vernon representative to the panel to total 2. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. And Chris, I'll start down with you and work our way across.
Aye.
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 Abstain.
Aye.
And Mr. Unruh, could I just ask for clarification? We have voted to make a recommendation to change the law to that effect, is that correct?
Correct. Okay. That's correct.
There are still people online who haven't voted.
Thank you, Tony.
I vote yes, but I would change the wording slightly on the motion to say that extra representative for Vernon would assume the former seat allotted to an IBEW representative that no longer exists.
We can do that as a second motion, Lissa.
Okay.
And I vote aye.
All right.
So I'll make a motion that the IBEW position be struck, and I think that's all I need to say on that, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll second that.
So moved and seconded. We will look for everybody's vote. Start with you, Chris.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Folks on the phone?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So that takes care of that one. I will leave this next one, and again, I'm going off this potential Vermont handicap changes identified at the July 2019 Issues Committee meeting, because these are all the ideas that were thrown against the wall. We have made it through the first 2 bullet points of the panel membership officers quorum. I would venture to guess that maybe the rest of these bullet points are probably in the wheelhouse of wanting to have a full board available to speak to them, or full panel available. Is that correct?
Just one question. I think you're right. I just wanted to ask, unless one of them may have been resolved. Commissioner Tierney, was there discussion yet between the governor and Massachusetts and New Hampshire yet as to whether or not they're okay with being optional?
Not to my knowledge yet, no.
I don't believe so either. The only other one that we might be able to tackle is the very last bullet point on number 1, is having the Agency of Commerce and Community Development representation on the panel still necessary. It was pretty clear to me at the last panel meeting that this panel would like to see that continue. Is that correct? And everybody's recollection of the last IndyCat meeting. So, Tony, if you can, and go ahead, whoever's on the phone.
Yeah, no, I was just agreeing that was my recollection. Also, although other alternatives had been noted is on the document, like potentially the Brattleboro Area Development Credit Corporation, the BBCC, or potentially the Chamber of Commerce. I mean, I think the BBCC is a good fit also, but I leave that to the panel for discussion.
Okay. I think we're all in agreement that we would like to have the Agency of Commerce and Community Development still have representation, if I am correct.
Just out of curiosity, I don't think that person, I don't think that person's been to a meeting for last year.
Yeah, we did discuss that at the last IndyCat panel, and we were to get in touch with that agency and make sure that somebody starts attending.
Yeah, just to that point, I would actually, I mean, I know that there's general agreement on that, but I would suggest that be part of the larger discussion, that they be here at the next meeting, just so they could express their rationale, yay or nay.
Yes.
Because to be honest, I mean, I think after Katie had stepped down, they haven't been here. But in conversations with her, and I'm not putting words in her mouth, but I don't think she felt like she was particularly relevant to the conversations that were going on. And I'm not saying that's the reason to do it or not, but I think that's why it'd be good to actually just have the conversation with everybody, just to kind of think it through, as opposed to kind of requiring them to continue to be here if they don't feel like they've actually been contributing. But and like I said, I'm fine either way, actually, but I'd just like to just have that discussion. That's what I'd suggest.
I'm perfectly fine with that. So if, Tony, as we're kind of laying out our next meeting, we got through the first 2 bullet points. The rest of them will be, points for discussion at the next meeting of that first one of the panel membership officers and quorum that we want to have with the larger discussion. So let's move down to the panel duties. Again, I'm not sure how much of this that we want to get through with the small group that we have here, but go ahead.
Is there anything that the Issues Committee felt was time sensitive or of an urgent nature with regard to these changes?
No. I don't think there was anything that we were terribly concerned about, having done at this meeting. It was just part of the agenda for this meeting and hoping for a better turnout than what we received to have a better discussion, I guess.
I do have, just depending on the timing, and I don't know how other folk feel about this, but the reports that are due to the state agencies from North Star in March, if there's not opposition, I just feel like if we could codify, if a change that we could maybe put in there is that should also be presented to the panel. Once the state has that and then has had time to develop a report, it just feels like that's going to be one of the best ways to disseminate to the general public and engage with the general public, those annual reports. I know that the board order doesn't require that, but it seems like a role that we could request through legislation. That's just a suggestion, and maybe that's a conversation we need to defer, but just wanted to throw that out there to see how folk felt about it.
Yeah, may I speak to that?
Go ahead.
Chris, is there a history that I'm not aware of that leads you to conclude that needs to be codified? Does the department have a history of not, apart from Representative Sebilia's letter, for which I've apologized profusely, does the department have a record of not being responsive to the panel's requests?
To my mind, legislation shouldn't be based on the past history. It may not be you. It may not be Chris Recca. It may not be relatively collaborative folk. To me, it's more, again, a matter of principle. And if that's going to be a pretty important, per the PUC order, that's one of, I think it was their intent to have that be part of the public accountability of the whole decommissioning process. And we're the only entity we're the official entity that exists to help communicate information and subsequently advise the agencies, the governor, the legislature. And so that's why I would just suggest that that be codified.
I think I would take issue with your characterization that this is the only entity that has the responsibility for educating or providing information to the public, because that's fundamentally what I do in my agency. But I take your point that this is a logical forum in which to discuss that, and I, as a matter of principle, don't object to codifying. I just wanted to understand better what the impulse is, and I think I do now, that you're guarding against, well, to your point, you don't know who is running the department in the future. But what I would suggest to this panel is that if it is having difficulty getting information from state agencies, that's a conversation that should be had with the state agency heads. Before, I mean,
and which also again gets to, again, hopefully everything will continue to go swimmingly and we'll have good conversation with the state agencies, but it actually goes back to my point about the entities having a vote here that are to be advised. And again, I'm not talking about past history or anything, but it's just, again, kind of as a matter of principle. And for the viewing public, it is correct that the commissioner and I are wearing very similar plaids. So if you're getting confused, looking back and forth,
I'm sure there's no confusion because you're better looking and better spoken.
I second Chris's concern and recommendation that the annual report that it be codified. That's something that the panel does consider on an annual basis. I fully and firmly agree with his assessment that you can't just take for granted that it's going to come because everyone's friendly now. It should be there for the future because we really don't know what the future holds. So, and it's not just state agencies, right, Chris? This is also, it's also the North Star and the March 31st report that's due each year. And
well, so, Alyssa, sorry, Mr. Chair, if I can respond to that. And Commissioner or Allison, correct me if I'm wrong, but if North Star doesn't abide by that deadline, then that's a matter for the Public Utility Commission to take up.
Well, to be honest with you, I think that's some of where my questions are coming from, because sometimes the impression I have in working with this panel is that there's not a very high awareness of the degree to which the state agencies are involved in executing on the MOU and in that whole regulatory overlay with the PUC. And so I want to fall on the right side of this panel, feeling empowered to do what it feels it needs. So if a statutory fix is what the panel thinks it needs in order to get something that I am fully persuaded they're entitled to through the existing process, and have the means of effectuating it through the existing process, meaning Mr. Unruh can set an agenda that says we want this briefing, and he can do that on the basis of panel members here saying we want to hear from North Star, and North Star is on the panel. I don't want to spend any more time on this. If this is what it takes to give you folks comfort, then I don't see why you wouldn't proceed that way. But there is a whole host of regulatory interaction and the like that is had anyway on behalf of the public through the work of the Department of Public Service before the PUC, and I would just ask that every once in a while the panel consider that.
May I kick the horse, Mr. Chair? It'll be a brief kick. May I?
It's probably going to be a kick at me, too.
Just a small one, Commissioner. So I do think that we should be cognizant of the fact that we are paving the way in many cases for folks that will come behind us. I think review and evaluation of the current statute and how it's working and how it could be improved is reasonable, and we probably have taken up way more time than we should have at this point. Thank you very much.
Have we secured changing the statute, though, from Vermont Yankee to North Star?
I'm actually getting there. So okay. what I want to do at this point is the things that we can easily do tonight without having a full panel here is if you flip to the back of that sheet, the potential Vermont handicap changes identified at the Issues Committee meeting is the miscellaneous additional ideas, such as, no longer using Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Station or VYNPS, since it's no longer, that, and changing that name to North Star. I believe that's something that we can proceed with tonight, so I will entertain a motion to that effect, please.
So moved.
Second.
So moved and seconded to eliminate the language of Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Station or VYNPS in the charter going forward and replacing it with North Star. Is that correct? Is that the motion? Okay. So go ahead, Chris, start with you.
I'm sorry, I need to make an observation, and if I'm out of line, please tell me so and I'll be quiet.
Right.
I'm just concerned that we recognize the distinction between a denomination for the site, the station, and a reference to the company, because they're two different things. Are we going to call this the North Star site or something like that is my question, because these references here are to a physical place, a station. And we just said the motion was to replace that language with North Star, but North Star is a company, not a site.
Sure.
May I make the recommendation that we modify the motion to make the nomenclature North Star Vermont Yankee? That is the normal nomenclature by which we describe the site.
And the reason I think that would make a lot of sense is because there are a lot of PUC orders and statutes that refer to the site itself. So it would make some sense to do that.
I was just going to ask if you want me to withdraw or just amend.
You can accept the friendly amendment if you'd like.
I will accept
And
it.
offer just another friend, or just, previously when we talked about this, rather than even tying it to North Star, I think we just said call it Vermont Yankee in case ownership changes again or North Star changes its name or.
And I'm accepting of that
whatever.
recommendation as well, Chris. There's no real delineation between those two. We will accept either.
So your pleasure, do we want it North Star Vermont Yankee or just Vermont Yankee, based on that?
Okay.
I was asking Laura.
Oh, sorry.
Laura made the motion.
Yeah, I am fine with whatever the panel wants to do. I'm trying to just accommodate cleaning this up, so. Vermont Yankee? Okay. So how about if I withdraw my motion?
Sounds great.
Okay. And whoever seconded, I don't know if they have to. So I move that we change all of the nomenclature to Vermont Yankee, period.
I second that.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded to change all nomenclature going forward to be Vermont Yankee. Let's start with the voting.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. People on the phone?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are unanimous.
Gee, we're making progress.
So the next piece of the miscellaneous is panel meeting agenda should include multiple times throughout the meeting for general public comments to accommodate attendees who are unable to stay to the end of the 3-hour meeting. We're doing that currently, so I don't think we really need a motion or a change to the legislation in that, because it's our agenda to do with what we want, and we are trying to accommodate in that respect. So if everybody's happy with that. Is there anything else on this list that the panel would like to address or think that we can address tonight? I don't think there is, but tell me if I'm wrong.
Just one, it's not on the list, excuse me, it's not on the list, but it is in this markup to change the frequency of the meetings of where,
Yep, from 4 to 3.
from 4 to 3. I'd like to change it to 1. Meet a minimum of once a year, and we can schedule more meetings as we feel are necessary.
Okay, we'll open it up for discussion.
I am not comfortable with that. I would like to see at least 2 and preferably 3.
Yeah, it's probably a conversation for the larger panel, just my opinion, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I believe that is the case as well.
Just a thought.
Yep. Go ahead, sir.
Was the other issue about funding? That was the thing, one of the,
That, I would think that would be a larger committee panel meeting as well as the funding.
that's fine, that
side.
was just one of the
So,
top issues.
Yes, that was one of the issues as well from the issues committee. So I am going to assume at this point, this particular section of the agenda, we have done everything that we can do with the panel that we have currently, and ask that we move forward to the drafting of the annual report status.
May I just have a clarifying question?
Sure.
I just have a clarifying question about the next steps regarding the process for legislation. I know we don't know yet when our next meeting is going to be, but as Laura pointed out, since we're the second year of the biennium, putting this legislation forward, there's a tighter timeline. So would the panel want the legislators here to work on a draft, or what? I think, or do you want to wait until the next, really till the next meeting?
I think that's
This is Lisa. It's hard to know when I can speak because I'm just on the phone. Sorry.
Sure. We have one comment in waiting, and then we'll get to you, Lisa. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was going to be the question also that I was going to ask is so we have a draft. I asked about urgency.
Yeah.
You've been given information about timing. Do you want us to go back and try and reflect these, work with Tony? Do you want us to wait? Just, it would be good to have some sense from the panel how they'd like to proceed.
I had been shepherding those easy to act on things tonight on the assumption that we would do precisely that so that we could at least get something done this biennium. So if you are offering to help legislators, I think that would be most welcome.
So what I'm kind of gathering is that the decisions that were made tonight will be the changes that get introduced.
Precisely.
And then anything that additional will come in as an amendment after the future meetings.
So, Mr. Chair, then what I would suggest is that we work with Ledge Council to draft, and we send that to you and the Vice Chair. I'm not sure, and then, well, it doesn't. I mean, we'll send it to you all and introduce it, and then if there's edits that need to be made, you all can. It does, yeah. Okay. It feels a little risky.
Those edits would happen by the 15th. Is that the idea?
I mean, the edits can, so I want to be clear. The cleanest way to do this for the panel is for the panel to make all of its edits by January 3rd. That's when we have to finalize to our legislative council. And then we would have to introduce it by the 15th. So technically, it's the 3rd. We can get this done afterwards. It becomes a little riskier, I think, because you haven't made a final kind of comprehensive statement as a panel. So, but that's just understanding the risk.
Sure. Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should act to put the changes we've already made into the legislation, and perhaps if who's actually going to create those edits, if it's Tony, if he can circulate it, we would then, maybe the issues committee or the whole panel can just approve it by email so that it's available then for January 3rd. I will say that I think Chris in particular raises some very important issues for the future of this panel, very fundamental issues about, why we're there. We talked a little bit at the issues committee meeting about this panel having some political say over decisions that are being made in Washington regarding the future of the waste, which, as you all know, is something I've been very concerned about. So, I mean, there are some fundamental questions that could come up and be addressed as well in this legislation. So I think we should at least have the marker in, and then perhaps at the next meeting have a fuller discussion about amendments to the changes, but at least we have it submitted in time.
Yes, I think we're all on the same page.
Is there any reason why we can't, is there any reason why we can't just deputize a couple of members to do this? I don't know. Others who are better schooled in our process can tell me.
I don't know the answer to that.
There's not, but again, so urgency.
Right.
What is it? So may I miss?
No, of course.
So I think it's just important for the panel. So when we introduce something, then we're opening it up to everyone for suggestions, even though the panel may make its own statement. So thinking about urgency, surety, in terms of putting something forward, piecemealing it feels risky to me in terms of panel.
I completely agree with you. I apologize. What I've taken away from tonight so far is we've had a couple motions for very specific changes. And it would seem to me, unless someone says something otherwise, that we ought to be able to deputize our legislative members to take those voted on changes and to put them into legislation by the deadlines you've suggested so that we know we're locking that down. And I think that we could declare a victory on that.
I mean, I think that's great. The end,
So why don't we accept a motion to do just that, please?
So moved.
Second.
So moved and seconded to deputize our legislative members to.
But that will be specifically Representative Civilian, Representative Coffey.
Yes. Yep. Representative Civilian, Representative Coffey to the changes that were made tonight to the legislation to bring those forth by deadline. All those in favor, let's start with Chris.
Aye.
Aye. I guess I should vote.
Abstain.
Aye.
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 You got two ayes on the phone.
I missed, I know Corey abstained. David, I did not hear what you said. You said aye. Okay. So we have, I just want to verify, we have 2 abstentions. Is that correct? Laura, I believe you abstained?
No.
Oh, it was Emily.
Emily and Corey abstained.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so I think that we have a direction for our annual report. Scheduling the 2020 panel meetings.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Chris.
I was going to make a motion to accept the proposed outline, and then if it's seconded, to go into discussion. But I thought that might help streamline the process.
Sure.
So I'll make a motion that the outline be accepted.
Second.
Hold it. What?
Which outline?
The annual report?
Specifically, the document titled Draft Outline for 2019 IndyCap Annual Report.
Okay. Okay. So we've changed subjects.
Yes. So we had a motion. Did we have a second? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. Okay. Moved and seconded to accept the annual report that is in your packet, the draft annual report.
Outline.
Outline. All those in favor, start with Chris.
Aye.
Aye. Abstain?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay, on the phone, one at a time, please. Lissa?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. So 2020 panel meetings, do we want to try to schedule them out, all of them right now, or do we want to just look at the next one?
I would love it if we could schedule them out.
Okay.
At least the next 2.
At least the next 2.
At least the next 2? Okay, let's do that.
I wanted to just throw out a suggestion, and maybe the second one first, which would be, part of this is asking a question. So again, what had been kicked around last year and what I kicked around again tonight was the notion of when the report comes to the state, that to get processed and then be brought here. What kind of timing makes sense as far as bringing that to the panel.
So I spoke with our consultants, and I know that before there was previously a request to have meetings during the legislative sessions on Monday, and so they proposed, I think, Monday, May 4th, and the 11th would be days that they're available. Yes, or May 11th. And I don't know if you'd want that to be the second meeting.
End of March, March 31st.
Because they get the reports in the end of March, and then to review them, circle with if they have any questions, prepare a presentation, that kind of.
So we're looking at May calendar, if I'm
That's the second.
understanding what we said we were starting with the second.
Well, I would just suggest that just to inform at least the first two. I was just saying, if we think about the one that we probably absolutely know we want to have on that basis.
So if we're looking at May 4th, is that acceptable?
That sounds good to me.
Okay. So we'll lock that one in for May 4th.
Then do we want to meet in January?
When is the annual report due?
March 31st. Oh, the annual report? Is it by January something?
The annual report is due January 15, but I know what prior discussion, prior panel meetings, I believe it was Representative David Dean indicated that there was no such thing as annual report jail if we missed January 15. My plan is to have a draft available by early January.
Mm-hmm. So is there any value to us meeting it before May for that purpose, or is that something that the committee can convene or deputize? I know that's your bailiwick, Tony, but in the past we've had discussions about the annual report. I'm not saying that I think we should have a meeting, I'm just wondering out loud if that impacts us anyway.
Well, ultimately, the annual report does need to be reviewed and approved by the entire panel. That's how it has proceeded previously, regardless of whether I put it together or a committee of panel members.
All right, so we need to look at a January meeting, an early January meeting, because the 15th is our the loose deadline, so to speak.
Okay.
A couple of things. I'm not sure I agree with the loose deadline. I'd like to see this done in a timely fashion. Mm-hmm. And secondly, I don't know enough about process here. Is there any reason why this cannot be done electronically, assuming that we don't do it in a manner that runs afoul of open meeting laws? Chris, can you maybe speak to the issue?
Yeah, I would just suggest, my understanding of open meeting law, and there are other people here who know too, but if we're ultimately approving something, I know we've approved the outline, so I guess we could say if it's consistent with the outline, and then everybody could just give their individual edits to Tony without doing a reply all. If that's the way folk want to go, I think we could do that. But if we're actually somehow approving the document, that would probably be a different motion. So we might actually, I would just suggest we're going to go that route. Say that we authorize the department to draft, bear with me here for a second, authorize the department to draft the annual report, solicit comments from the panel members, but we're hereby authorizing the department to submit the annual report on behalf of INDICAP based on the outline provided. Otherwise, I don't know how you do that without virtually approving it by email, and then we're also not, soliciting public comment on that document either.
Yeah, fair enough. I see the predicament now. I had hoped that we could do that we could get this done in time. As a general matter, it's important to me that the legislators know that at least this commissioner doesn't approve of submitting reports late.
And that's just my thought. I mean, other people may have other opinions about what that means.
So based on my very small knowledge of open meeting law, I think if we're approving a report, we need to do it in person and have public comment available.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So, I mean, I think we can easily give a heads up to the chairs of the committees of jurisdiction that are supposed to receive it, that it'll be a few weeks late, and I think that'll very likely suffice for some additional time for the committee to review it. It's great that Commissioner.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, it's wonderful that that's coming from you. It ain't coming from this commissioner.
So so do we want to look at a end of January meeting to review and approve that? Or do we want to be somewhere, say, like the 13th, and then we have time to look at it, approve it, give Tony a couple days to, do his thing, and if it's submitted by, say, the 22nd, which is a week late, we'll be probably okay? How much time do you need to go through that once we beat it to death?
Well, it depends on how many comments there are. Typically, I don't get many comments once I have a final draft. It's really we're summarizing what the panel has done. So much of this comes from meeting minutes, and wherever possible, we reference the handicap portion of the decommissioning website.
So I'm going to suggest a January 13th meeting date.
What day of the week is that?
Monday.
I think I've got a, is that connected with joint commissions? Okay, never mind. I'm okay, yeah.
Okay, so January 13th is our next meeting date.
Which is a Monday. Right?
Which is a Monday, correct. Everybody on the phone got that?
Got it.
Okay.
Monday, January 13th.
Yep.
Can I just make one suggestion on that? And I'm trying to be respectful of our state and legislative partners on this. And I'd like to be useful to hear from the remaining public that's here on this when it comes time for public comment. But what might we schedule that meeting earlier than 6? So Laura just whispered no. Sarah just nodded her head vigorously. So
5:30 would be better. I would agree as a half.
I would agree as a common practice. It will not work on the 13th to meet.
I disagree.
Is 6 better?
6 o'clock is too early.
Well, I think for public comment, given the fact that most folks work till 5 o'clock, and for our public to be able to get here by 5:30, I think is a little bit of a stretch. So, okay. So January 13th at 6 p.m. is our next handicap meeting, followed by the next meeting in May. Are we happy with just having those next two? We don't want to go any further into the year. Please God, say no. Okay, thank you.
All right, just one quick point of order. To the Issues Committee meeting, people, do we have a need for an Issues Committee meeting prior to January 13th?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to assume that the January 13 meeting agenda is focused, the typical reports from North Star and the state agencies. We have a couple of follow-up questions, answers to be provided in those reports, and then the annual report.
Correct.
Okay, it sounds like we have an agenda set, so I see no reason for an Issues Committee meeting.
Okay, sounds good.
And when will we receive the annual report final draft then from you, Tony?
I would target the first full week of January.